Having lived for 10,000 years, Liu Bei still didn't even have a wife. Unable to bear seeing this, his god-grandson arranged 10 marriage contracts for him on his deathbed, all with noble ladies from various regions. Shen Qingyu, the heir of the richest family who urgently needed to get married and have a child, came to him to fulfill the marriage contract. Liu Bei, let's have a baby together. Chapter 1, 10 Marriage Contracts. Old Li, buying wine for your precious grandson again. In Ping Mountain Village, an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped back leaned on his cane, carrying 2 bottles of Erguo Tu, as he left the village store. The idle old men and women outside the store looked at his weathered back and sighed. Old Li is 120 years old, yet he still has to serve his grandson. It's too hard. That grandson of his is such a good-for-nothing. A strong young man who refuses to get a job and just stays at home sponging off his elders all day. Let's see how he survives once Old Li is gone. Old Li, who hadn't walked far, heard their gossip. He simply lowered his head and smiled. At a shabby house at the foot of the mountain, he stood outside the door and respectfully bowed. Old ancestor, your great-grandson is about to depart. This is the last time I'll be bringing you wine. The door, which had been tightly shut for years, suddenly swung open. A young, fair-skinned man slowly walked out. Alas, you have lived over 100 years and have many descendants. You have no regrets. Go in peace. Liu Bei looked at Old Li with immense envy. This was the great-grandson he had acknowledged over 100 years ago. Although Old Li's life was short, wasn't dying a natural death a blessing in itself? To live for 10,000 years yet fail to leave behind a single descendant or bloodline, that was the true tragedy. Old ancestor, I fear that after I leave, no one will be by your side anymore. Therefore, I privately arranged 10 marriage contracts for you. They are all young ladies from wealthy and influential families across the country. You may choose one to marry. Old Li looked at him sincerely. You are truly thoughtful, but it's a pity. Liu Bei shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he not want to have children and grandchildren around him? However, due to his cultivation, the higher his realm, the harder it became to reproduce. His vital essence would rapidly convert into spiritual energy, making it impossible for conception to occur. He had long since become numb and resigned to this fact. Old ancestor, I have only one request before I leave. Please protect my Li family's descendants. Rest assured. As soon as he finished speaking, a fleet of luxury cars suddenly appeared on the main road, heading straight for the house at the foot of the mountain. The cars soon stopped in front of them. First, several bodyguards in black stepped out, followed by a group of gorgeously dressed young women. Each of them was stunningly beautiful, with their own unique charm. The woman leading the group, who looked to be in her early 20s, frowned at the mud house. Her gaze then landed on Liu Bei. You must be Liu Bei, right? Correct. And you are? Liu Bei asked, puzzled. Old Li said excitedly. Old ancestor, these must be the brides I arranged for you. They must be here to fulfill the marriage contracts. Oh, ladies from wealthy families across the country? Judging by their entourage, Liu Bei figured they indeed didn't look like they were from ordinary families. Fulfill the marriage contract. The woman let out a proud, cold snort. So you are the grandpa Li my grandpa mentioned. I don't know about the other sisters, but I'm here to call off the engagement. Old Li's expression changed drastically. Miss, what did you say? The woman took out a marriage contract from her bag and threw it directly at him. I'm Lin Shi from the Lin family in Sioux City. The promise my grandfather made to you back then was just a joke. It doesn't count anymore. Old Li immediately furrowed his brows deeply. The second woman stepped forward. She looked to be around 25 or 26, wearing a professional suit and skirt, her expression cold and stern. Zhao Yu from the Zhao family in Jiang City, here to dissolve the marriage contract. The third was a short-haired woman. She tore up the marriage contract right in front of him and said bluntly, the Liu family from Haizhou. We're calling off the engagement. The fourth, the fifth. One by one, the young ladies tore up the marriage contracts in front of him without the slightest courtesy, making their intentions to break off the engagements perfectly clear. Old Master Li, you must be senile. A hillbilly trying to marry into a wealthy family? Look at this place. Is this fit for human habitation? My fiancé is the chairman of a listed company, worth billions. What does your grandson even amount to? In the blink of an eye, 9 marriage contracts had been returned or torn to shreds. Looking at the mess on the ground, Old Li trembled with rage, slamming his cane heavily onto the ground. Do you know what you are doing? These marriage contracts were begged for by your families back in the day. They are opportunities that your generations could never cultivate enough fortune to obtain. Opportunity. Lin, she sneered, pointing at the mud house and Liu Bei with utter disdain. This? Old masterly. You must be too old and muddle-headed. My husband, Lin Shi's husband, must be an extraordinary talent among men. Does he, Liu Bei, deserve that? Exactly. Another woman chimed in with a cold snort. Look at him. He probably can't even afford a tire for my fiancé's car. A good-for-nothing who relies on a centenarian to support him, yet he dares to dream of forming a marriage alliance with us. What a joke. Old Li was so furious that his face turned bright red. Breathing heavily, he shouted angrily, ignorant, foolish. Your actions today will make your families regret this bitterly in the days to come. Enough. Liu Bei, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it brought the noisy courtyard to an abrupt silence. He reached out and gently placed his hand on old Li's trembling shoulder. A gentle force immediately calmed the old man's agitated emotions slightly. Old Li, he said, his voice calm, but with an indescribable penetrating quality. There is no need to be angry. Marriage is a matter of mutual affection. Since they are unwilling, let them have their way. With that, he picked up the marriage contracts that had been thrown on the ground. I'm taking back the marriage contracts. From now on, we owe each other nothing. The women were stunned. They hadn't expected him to be so calm, even overly cooperative. However, in their eyes, this cooperation only confirmed his incompetence and cowardice. Lin Shi raised her chin, satisfied. He's a bit useless, but at least he knows his place and has some self-awareness. The women turned around one after another, ready to leave. Leave. Liu Bei spoke again. Please remember to tell the elders in your families that the marriage contracts are destroyed and all favors are now severed. If you ever come begging in the future, we will be strangers. Hearing this, the women turned back to look at him, unable to hold back their ridicule. Excuse me, you country bumpkin, are you a bit too arrogant? Where do you get the nerve to say such a thing? Do you think there's anything we could possibly need from you? Need you to grow vegetables for us? Ha ha, sister, he's just but hurt because he can't get a wife and is going to die a virgin. Don't take it seriously. True. What kind of woman would be blind enough to marry a country bumpkin like him? You'll just die a virgin. Just then, a Maybach pulled up. A woman wearing sunglasses stepped out of the car, her voice clear and pleasant. Who says no one will marry him? I, Shen Qingyu, am willing. Everyone turned to look. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face, stunning and captivating. Boom. The women trembled all over, looking at her in utter disbelief. Shen Qingyu? The heiress of the Shen family, the richest family in Jiangnan? Why is she here too? Could it be that she also has a marriage contract with Liu Bei? Impossible. This talented woman from Jiangnan frequently appeared on TV and in news headlines. It was said that countless powerful and influential people had tried to propose marriage to her family, only to be turned away. This proud daughter of heaven looked down on everyone. No one knew what kind of man could possibly catch her eye. Liu Bei's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't because he was shocked by Shen Qingyu's identity, but because she actually possessed a pregnancy spirit body. The pregnancy spirit body, a special physique that made conception incredibly easy. For the sake of continuing his bloodline, Liu Bei had spent thousands of years searching for such a physique, but to no avail. He never expected that 10,000 years into the future, he would actually find one. Shen Qingyu, daughter of the Shen family of Jiangnan, has come to fulfill the marriage contract as ordered by my family. Chapter 2. Help me have a child. Old Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. So it's the young lady of the Shen family. As expected, the Shuns have the best judgment. Miss Shun, this is Liu Bei, your husband-to-be. Liu Bei suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Miss Shen, are you truly willing to marry me? Of course. I came here precisely to fulfill the marriage contract. Shen Qingyu sized up Liu Bei. He was fairly decent-looking, at least. Right now, the old master of her family was seriously ill, and she had to get married and secure the inheritance rights as soon as possible. As for what kind of person Liu Bei was, it didn't matter. After all, this was just a transaction. The others finally snapped out of their daze and looked at her in utter disbelief. Miss Shun, you're really going to marry this country bumpkin? Exactly. With your conditions, you could pick any man in all of Great Xia. There's no need to choose him, right? Miss Shun, please think carefully. Even if it's a marriage alliance, a good-for-nothing who leeches off his elders won't bring any benefit to your family, will he? Hearing their words, Old Li was so furious that he snapped. A bunch of blind, vulgar women. Not everyone is as short-sighted as you lot. Short-sighted. Zhao Yu let out a cold snort. Old man, watch your tongue before you sprain it. Are you seriously telling us we should have expectations for a hillbilly? Silence. Shen Qingyu let out a sharp shout. Despite being a woman, her aura was incredibly commanding. She swept a cold gaze over the group of women. You're told you're blind, and you still refuse to accept it. How dare you show such disrespect to General Li? With a single word, he could plunge each of your families into eternal ruin. Hearing this, everyone trembled, looking at Shen Qingyu in confusion. Miss Shen, what General Li? Isn't he just a village old man? Shen Qingyu was so angry she laughed. A bunch of ignorant fools. The legendary General Li Songhai, the nation's protector, and you call him a village old man? Even though he has been retired for years, he is still the most revered figure in Great Xia's military. How dare you clowns humiliate him? Boom. Everyone was struck with terror, looking at Old Li in utter disbelief. No wonder he was able to arrange so many marriage contracts for Liu Bei, each with a noble lady from a different region. So he was actually the highly esteemed General Li, the nation's protector. If that was true, then Shen Qingyu wasn't exaggerating at all. With a single word, Old Li could indeed destroy their families. Realizing this, Zhao Yu turned pale with fear. I'm sorry, General Li. I spoke out of turn. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. The others snapped out of it. Thinking back to the harsh and venomous words they had hurled at Old Li just moments ago, they broke out in a cold sweat. If he truly held them accountable, their entire families would be implicated, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm sorry, General Li. I failed to recognize your greatness and was deeply offensive with my words just now. It was all a misunderstanding. Actually, your grandson is handsome and dashing. One look and you can tell he's an extraordinary person. I'm willing to fulfill the marriage contract. I'm willing to. Once they learned Old Li's identity, the women changed their faces faster than flipping a page. Their attitudes were now worlds apart from before. No wonder even a woman like Shen Qingyu was willing to marry Liu Bei. What on earth had they been doing just now? They had personally pushed away this incredible stroke of fortune. Now all they could hope for was that their apology could salvage the situation. What a bunch of clowns. Seeing their behavior, Shen Qingyu let out a disdainful snort. However, a trace of doubt crept into her heart. If Liu Bei was General Li's grandson, why did he have the surname Liu? Rumors said that after General Li retired, he had withdrawn from the world and lived in seclusion. Could it be that he lived in this village, and Liu Bei was his attendant or servant? Perhaps, as a reward for Liu Bei's loyal service, he was helping him find a wife? Old Li gave a bitter laugh. If Miss Shen hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I've been retired for many years. I'm no longer the nation's protector. As for all of you, since you've already called off the engagements, there is no room for regret. I made myself very clear just now. The contracts are torn, and all favors are severed. Now get out of here. You're an eyesore. The women's faces turned extremely ugly. They were on the verge of tears, their intestines green with regret. If they hadn't made a scene earlier, maybe Liu Bei would have chosen one of them. How could they have let Shen Qingyu take advantage of this? It was only after losing this opportunity that they realized what they had missed. Unfortunately, regret was useless now. All they could do was leave in a dazed, spiritless state. Miss Shen, no. Grandmother above, please accept this bow from your junior, Little Li. Old Li looked at Shen Qingyu and excitedly moved to kneel. General Li, what on earth are you doing? How could this junior possibly bear such a heavy courtesy? Shen Qingyu was so scared that she quickly supported him. He was even calling himself Little Li. His flattery was making her feel guilty. Also, what did you just call me? Liu Bei shot him a sideways glance. Don't scare Miss Shen. Old Li laughed awkwardly. My bad, I'm just too happy. Miss Shen, then I wish you two a happy and harmonious marriage. This. Shen Qingyu laughed awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt seeing how sincere Old Li was. If it weren't for the old master of her family personally designating this marriage and requiring her to fulfill the contract to secure the inheritance, she would never have considered marrying a complete stranger. Miss Shen, please head down the mountain for now. Come pick me up at noon tomorrow. Liu Bei could see that she wasn't doing this willingly, but having finally encountered a pregnancy spirit body, he couldn't miss this opportunity. All right, see you tomorrow then. Shen Qingyu had originally intended to bring Liu Bei back to the Shun family to meet the old master, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. The next morning, it had been 10 years since he last stepped into the mortal world. He made his preparations to leave the mountain. When he pushed open the door to old Li's room, he found the old man lying peacefully in bed, having passed away. It was clear that he hadn't suffered at the end. Go in peace, my boy. If the Li family ever faces the danger of annihilation, I will protect them. Liu Bei's mood didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Over 10,000 years, he had seen far too many people off. After burying old Li on the back mountain, he got into Shen Qingyu's car when she arrived at noon. Liu Bei, where is General Li? Shen Qingyu asked, puzzled. He's gone. Clearly, she didn't understand what Liu Bei meant. She simply nodded calmly and told the driver to start the car. Liu Bei, I think it's better to be honest with each other. On the road, Shen Qingyu hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided to tell Liu Bei the truth, lest General Li blame her later. You want to say that marrying me isn't what you truly want. That's fine. No matter what condition you propose, I'll agree to it. But you must also agree to one condition of mine. Liu Bei said softly. Shen Qingyu was surprised. This guy was quite sharp. He could actually see right through her thoughts. Exactly. I'm only marrying you to secure the inheritance rights of my family. Otherwise, I'll lose my qualification as the heir. This marriage was personally arranged by my grandfather and General Li, and he takes it very seriously. As long as I get the inheritance rights, no matter what condition you set, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Liu Bei nodded. They each had their own needs. This made things simple and convenient. As for love and romance, he didn't care about such things. Having lived for 10,000 years, what was there in this world that he couldn't let go of? So what exactly do I need to do? Shen Qingyu hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly. Within a year, help me have a child. Chapter 3, Getting the Marriage Certificate. Liu Bei's calm, unruffled eyes flickered with surprise. He thought he must have misheard. You're sure you want a child? She nodded. That's right. For some reason, our Shen family. My two cousins have been married for years, but haven't produced any children. Some say the Shuns are on the verge of having their bloodline cut off. So the family is extremely eager for a new generation of Shen descendants. Especially my grandfather. If I can have a child first, then the inheritance rights will absolutely be mine. No wonder she made such a request. It aligned perfectly with Liu Bei's own thoughts. He had been yearning for offspring for a full 10,000 years. Shen Qingyu possessed the pregnancy spirit body. Having a child with her would be a walk in the park, wouldn't it? All right, I agree. Talk is cheap. Let's sign an agreement. After a year, if it's done, I'll compensate you with 1 billion yuan, enough to let you live in luxury for the rest of your life. Shen Qingyu took out a pre-prepared document and handed it to him. What's your condition? I haven't thought of one yet. Liu Bei signed the document without hesitation. She had already laid out all the conditions. What else was there to ask for? She smiled in satisfaction. I like a clean, decisive, and smart person. No wonder General Li kept you by his side. Are you two in a master-servant relationship? Master-servant. Liu Bei nodded slightly. You could say that. As expected, he was Li Songhai's attendant, living in seclusion with him in the mountains. After returning to Jiangnan, Shen Qingyu didn't rush to take Liu Bei to the Shun family estate. Instead, she made their first stop the civil affairs office to get their marriage certificate. You just came out of the mountains, so you must not have any money. There's 5 million in this card. After all, you're my husband in name now. You can't be too shabby and make me lose face. After leaving the marriage registration office, Shen Qingyu handed him a bank card and continued. In a year, I'll give you 1 billion and your freedom. This deal is a win-win for both of us. Truly the child of a wealthy family. Even something like this could be turned into a transaction. But Liu Bei didn't care. As long as he could have a child to continue his bloodline, that was enough. I understand. Keep the money. I'm not short on funds. Don't put on airs with me. Seeing Liu Bei's simple linen clothes, Shen Qingyu stuffed the card directly into his hand. She's forcing me to live off a woman, Liu Bei thought, looking at the card in his hand. Just then, Shen Qingyu's phone rang. Hello, Mom. What? All right, I'm heading back right now. After hanging up, she said urgently, get in the car. Grandpa's condition is critical. We need to get home immediately. At the Shun family estate. When Liu Bei stepped out of the car, he surveyed the surrounding layout and furrowed his brows slightly. The feng shui arrangement within the estate was quite sophisticated. The winding corridors subtly formed an 8 trigrams pattern, and the rockeries and ponds corresponded to the principles of yin and yang. Clearly, a master had been consulted. However, what should have been a vibrant and flourishing layout faintly exuded an aura of decline. No wonder the Shuns haven't been able to produce children in recent years. So that's the reason. As Liu Bei was deep in thought, Shen Qingyu pulled him along. What are you spacing out for? Come with me. Liu Bei followed her into the main building, where they were greeted by a cacophony of arguing voices. Dad is in this state. What are we waiting for? Let's start preparing for the funeral. Big brother is right. Is right. Who knows where that girl Qingyu has run off to? She's not back yet at a time like this, even though the old master usually dotes on her so much. In the grand hall, 20 to 30 people had gathered. The loudest voices belonged to two middle-aged men in their 40s, Shen Qingyu's eldest uncle, Shen Jianya, and second uncle, Shen Jianbang. Shen Qingyu's mother, Zhou Wan, sat on a sofa in the corner, her eyes red and swollen. Seeing her daughter return, she quickly stood up. Qingyu, you're finally back. Mom, how's Grandpa? Shen Qingyu asked anxiously. The doctor says he might not make it through the night, Zhou Wan choked out. Shen Jianya turned around. Seeing Shen Qingyu and Liu Bei behind her, he frowned. Qingyu, how could you bring an outsider back at a time like this? Everyone's gazes swiveled toward Liu Bei in unison. Dressed in rough linen clothes, though clean and tidy, he looked completely out of place in this luxurious mansion. Without any of the coy, bashful mannerisms of a typical woman, Shen Qingyu made a straightforward and generous introduction. He's not an outsider. He's my husband, Liu Bei. What? The hall erupted into chaos in an instant. Nonsense. Shen Jianbang strode forward, pointing at Liu Bei and snapping. Qingyu, even if you're trying to fight for the inheritance, you didn't have to just pick up some random man off the street to marry, did you? Look at him. He looks like a country bumpkin. Is he fit to be the Shen family's son-in-law? Shen Jianya sneered coldly. Third sister-in-law, this is the fine daughter you raised. The old master is critically ill, yet instead of staying by his bedside to fulfill her filial duties, she ran off to marry some man of unknown origin. It's utterly absurd. Zhou Wan's face turned pale. Pulling her daughter aside, she whispered, Qingyu, did you really get married? Who is this young master? Why have I never seen him before? Mom, I'll explain later. Let me see Grandpa first. Shen Qingyu didn't want to waste any more time arguing. Grabbing Liu Bei, she tried to head upstairs. Stop right there. Shen Jianya blocked the staircase. Your grandfather isn't someone just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can see. Qingyu, if you truly care about Grandpa's well-being, have him wait outside. Eldest uncle. Shen Qingyu glared at him, refusing to back down an inch. I'll say it again. Liu Bei is my husband, not some Tom, Dick, or Harry you're calling him. Furthermore, he is the husband Grandpa chose for me. Showing disrespect to him is showing disrespect to Grandpa. Do you want to bear the crime of being an unfilial descendant? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Liu Bei looked at Shen Qingyu thoughtfully. This woman was quite extraordinary. There was none of the weakness typical of ordinary women in her, and she was actually standing up for him like this. What? He's the son-in-law the old master chose for you. Previously, countless wealthy and powerful families had tried to propose marriage to Shen Qingyu, but the old master had rejected them all. He had indeed mentioned long ago that he had arranged a marriage for her with an old friend. Was that person Liu Bei? But he looked completely ordinary, with nothing remarkable about him. Shen Jianya looked Liu Bei up and down. Kid, which family are you from? What do your parents do? Where do you work? Liu Bei replied calmly. No parents. I lived in the mountains. Unemployed. Ha ha. Shen Jianbang burst into laughter. Did you hear that? Lived in the mountains. Unemployed. Qingyu, which backwater mountain ditch did you dig this good-for-nothing out of? Suppressed snickering and scornful laughter rang out through the hall. Shen Qingyu's face darkened. Just as she was about to fire back, Liu Bei spoke in a flat, unhurried tone. Master Shen is on his deathbed, yet instead of rushing to save him, you're wasting your breath here. What filial descendants you are. What the hell are you? Who do you think you are, lecturing us? Shen Jianya said, his anger flaring from embarrassment. Guards, throw him out of here. Several bodyguards in black stepped forward at his command. Let's see who dares. Shen Qingyu blocked Liu Bei, snapping sharply. Whoever touches him today is making an enemy of me. Shen Qingyu. Chapter 4. All of you shut up. Qingyu, are you really going to go against the entire family for this good-for-nothing? Shen Kai said sarcastically. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, A sudden cry of alarm came from upstairs. This is bad. The old master has stopped breathing. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically. They could no longer afford to keep arguing and rushed upstairs. In the spacious bedroom, an elderly man with completely white hair and beard lay on the bed. His face was bluish-purple, and his chest no longer rose or fell. Two family doctors were administering emergency treatment, one performing CPR, the other preparing a defibrillator. But judging by the cold sweat on their foreheads and their trembling hands, it was clear they were at their wits' end. Dad, Shen Qingyu threw himself at the bedside. Doctor, please save my grandfather. Shen Kai cried out in pleading tones, though his performance seemed rather exaggerated, more like an act than genuine grief. Mr. Shen, the old master's heart has been stopped for 3 minutes. We've done everything we can. The doctor sighed and shook his head. No, impossible. Shen Qingyu rushed to the bedside and grasped the old master's hand. Grandpa, wake up. Qingyu is back. I brought your grandson-in-law to see you. Liu Bei stood quietly at the doorway, his gaze falling upon old Master Shen's face. Step aside. His calm voice cut through the sobbing with unusual clarity. Everyone looked up to see Liu Bei pushing through the crowd and walking in. What do you think you're doing? Shen Qingyu snapped angrily. Liu Bei didn't even look at him. He walked straight to the bedside and reached out to check old Master Shen's carotid artery. Stop him. Shen Jianbang moved to pull him away. If you don't want him to die, all of you, shut up. Liu Bei's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. In that instant, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Everyone felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them, and no one actually dared to step forward. He lifted the old master's eyelids for a look, then felt his pulse to examine the energy in his meridians. You know traditional Chinese medicine? The older doctor asked in surprise. Liu Bei didn't answer. He took out an ancient-looking acupuncture pouch from inside his clothes. When he unfolded it, 9 golden needles of varying lengths were revealed. The needles were as thin as strands of hair and emitted a faint golden sheen. At a glance, one could tell they were no ordinary items. You're going to use acupuncture? The younger doctor frowned. Old Master Shen's heart has already stopped. What good can acupuncture do? We should be using the defibrillator. Shut up. Liu Bei drew out 2 3-inch golden needles. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the needle tips began to tremble slightly, emitting an almost imperceptible humming sound. Both doctors gasped. Could this be the legendary Qi-guided needling? Qi-guided needling was merely a record in ancient texts. Almost no one in the modern TCM community could actually perform it. It was widely dismissed as an exaggerated myth. Yet this young man before their eyes. Liu Bei gave a slight flick of his wrist. The first needle pierced straight into the Shanzhong acupoint. Then the second needle, the third. 7 needles were placed in quick succession at vital points including Baihui, Shinting, Fengqi, and Neiguan. With each needle that fell, old Master Shen's body twitched slightly. You're messing around. Shen Jianyu finally snapped out of it. The man is already dead, and you're still stabbing him with needles. I will kill you. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish, the old master on the bed suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit. His bluish-purple complexion rapidly regained its rosiness before everyone's eyes, and his chest began to rise and fall again. He's alive. The old master is alive, a doctor cried out. Everyone was left dumbfounded, hardly daring to believe their own eyes. The heart had stopped for over 5 minutes, yet he brought him back with just a few golden needles? This was simply a medical miracle. After several minutes, Liu Bei slowly began retracting the needles. When the last golden needle was removed, old Master Shen slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa, Shen Qingyu threw herself at the bedside, tears streaming down her face. The old master recognized his granddaughter. The corner of his mouth curled into a weak smile. Qingyu, you're back. Grandpa, I'm back. Shen Qingyu quickly pulled Liu Bei over and said joyfully, I brought your grandson-in-law to see you. The old master's gaze shifted to Liu Bei's face. In that instant, the old man's pupils contracted sharply. An incredulous light burst forth from his cloudy eyes. He stared intently at Liu Bei, his lips trembling, as if he were looking at something utterly impossible. You are. The old master struggled to sit up. Grandpa, don't move. You need to rest after just waking up. Shen Qingyu quickly held him down. But the old master forcefully pushed his granddaughter's hand away. His eyes never leaving Liu Bei's face, he said in a trembling voice, Benefactor, is it really you? Hearing this, everyone froze. Benefactor? Old Master Shen, a legendary figure of Jiangnan, was actually calling this young man benefactor? A look of confusion flashed in Liu Bei's eyes. Though he had spent years in secluded cultivation in the mountains, he did step into the mortal world from time to time. Over thousands of years, he had crossed paths with all sorts of people. Some with minimal interaction had indeed left no impression on him. I know you. Benefactor, it's been over 70 years. I will never forget your face. Benefactor, I never thought I would live to see you again in this lifetime. Heaven has truly been kind to me. Boom. Those words exploded in the room like a clap of thunder. Shen Qingyu stammered. Dad, are you confused? How old is he? 70 years ago. The others snapped out of it, and also began to suspect the old master's mind wasn't clear. Liu Bei looked to be in his 20s at most. How could he have existed 70 years ago? Grandpa, you must be mistaking him for someone else. Liu Bei is the husband you and generally arranged for me. He's not the benefactor you're talking about. No, there's no mistake. I could never forget this face. Old Master Shen stared at Liu Bei and said, back during the famine years, your great-grandmother brought me to Jiangnan to survive. I was just a teenager back then. We were penniless and wandering the streets. Your great-grandmother had even caught a cold and was seriously ill. If our benefactor hadn't generously helped us, curing my grandmother and giving us money, we mother and son would have died long ago. There would be no Shen family today. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Liu Bei suddenly understood. He remembered now, there was such an incident. He had indeed come to Jiangnan back then and saved a pitiful mother and son on the streets. And now, in the blink of an eye, that teenage boy had become a critically ill old man on his last legs. Dad, but Liu Bei is so young. How could he possibly be your benefactor? Shen Kai said irritably. Enough. Grandpa just woke up. Let the doctors examine him first. The rest of you, stop talking. Shen Qingyu stood up with a hint of dominance, casting a suspicious glance at Liu Bei. Of course, she didn't believe Liu Bei was her grandfather's benefactor either. His age simply didn't add up. But since Grandpa was so convinced that Liu Bei was the person, it might not be a bad thing. After all, they were husband and wife now. If the old master appreciated Liu Bei, it would also be a boost for her. Qingyu. Shen Kai could clearly see right through her thoughts and was absolutely livid. What? Do you want to send Grandpa back into a coma with your anger? She shot back. Liu Bei watched all of this with cold indifference. This woman's tactics are truly something, he thought. She fights for every inch of ground. No wonder her uncles are so wary and guarded against her. The doctors examined the old master and said in amazement, Mr. Shen's vital signs are actually gradually stabilizing. This is truly miraculous. Young man, your medical skills are truly extraordinary. You've really broadened my horizons. Both doctors looked at Liu Bei with burning, reverent eyes, and the Shen family members were overjoyed as well. Chapter 5. You're not plotting something bad, are you? Liu Bei's expression remained as calm and composed as ever. He is advanced in age, and his organs are failing. Although I used golden needles to extend his life, he only has 3 years left at most. If he takes good care of himself during these 3 years, he might be able to hold on for a little longer. 3 years. The Shen family members all wore different expressions. Some were grief-stricken, while others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 3 years was plenty of time to make many arrangements. Old Master Shen had calmed down by now. He gave a free and easy smile. To be able to see my benefactor again, forget 3 years, even 3 days would be enough for me. All of you leave. Benefactor, please stay. No one dared say much. They all filed out. In an instant, only Liu Bei and the old master on the bed remained in the room. Benefactor, earlier there were too many people, and it was inconvenient for you to admit it. They all think I'm senile, but even after all these years, your face left such a deep impression on me that I could never forget it. Even if you were his descendant, there's no way your demeanor and aura could be this similar. So it must be you. Liu Bei thought for a moment, pulled out a chair, sat down beside him, and nodded. Correct. It's me. Now that I'm your granddaughter's husband, it really was inconvenient for me to admit it earlier. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain it. I didn't want her to think I was some kind of monster. The old master trembled all over, his voice filled with excitement. So you are that great cultivator oldly spoke of. You've chosen Qingyu. Ha. Heaven truly blesses my Shen family. Benefactor, from now on, we are family. If Qingyu does anything improper, I will strictly discipline her. 10 years ago, Li Songhai of the imperial capital had publicly announced that he was selecting noble ladies from across the land to be matched with a certain powerful figure behind the scenes. Although the information revealed was limited, the Li family had treated this matter with utmost importance. At the time, families from all regions eagerly participated, all hoping to obtain this opportunity that could revitalize their entire clan. Li Songhai ultimately selected 10 noble families and arranged marriage contracts with them. Now, 10 years later, this opportunity had fallen upon the Shen family, and that great cultivator turned out to be his benefactor from back then. It was simply an immense blessing. You needn't be so formal. Now that Qingyu and I are married, I should be calling you Grandpa in terms of seniority. Liu Bei said softly. Oh dear, this absolutely won't do. This junior cannot bear such an honor. The old master said in alarm. But benefactor, why is it that after all these years, your appearance hasn't changed at all? Liu Bei slowly stood up. Not just 100 years. Even after 1,000 years, my appearance will not change in the slightest. All right, rest well. I'm going out. Benefactor, there is one more thing. Speak. Qingyu. She is the granddaughter I dote on the most. Her father passed away early, and I've always worried about her. The old master said with grave sincerity. Now that she can marry you, I only ask that you treat her well and protect her for the rest of her life. Liu Bei paused for a moment. I will. Nighttime. Shen Qingyu brought Liu Bei to stay in her own villa on the estate. Aside from 2 servants, only her mother, Zhou Wan, was there. Liu Bei, thank you so much for today. I never expected your medical skills to be so incredible. You brought Grandpa back to life. Shen Qingyu led him to the guest room and said gratefully, perhaps Grandpa really was a bit confused after just waking up, mistaking you for his benefactor from the past. You don't need to take it too seriously. Liu Bei replied flatly. I'm staying here tonight. Yes, this will be your room from now on. Our family doesn't have many rules, so make yourself at home. She paused, then continued. Although we've gotten our marriage certificate, we just met after all. We need to get to know each other gradually. Liu Bei pondered for a moment, then nodded. Makes sense. Shen Qingyu realized this guy was ridiculously quiet. Was it because he had spent too much time in the mountains with General Li? Still, Liu Bei's medical skills had truly impressed her. No wonder General Li kept him around. Get some rest. My room is next door. If you need anything, just let me know. After she walked out, Zhou Wan, who had been waiting outside the whole time, quickly pulled her daughter aside. You got married to Liu Bei, didn't you? Then why are you making him stay in the guest room? Shen Qingyu explained in a low voice. Mom, what are you thinking? Liu Bei and I made an agreement. We'll be married for a year so he can help me secure the inheritance rights, and then we'll get a peaceful divorce. We got the certificate, but we're not truly husband and wife. Zhou once said anxiously. Then aren't you deceiving the old master? If he finds out, your 2 uncles and cousins will never let you off. They'll definitely revoke your inheritance rights. So other than us, no one else can know about this. Shen Qingyu replied. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep. The next morning, Liu Bei was in the habit of meditating in the backyard at dawn. When Shen Qingyu returned from greeting the old master, she saw him sitting alone in the courtyard. An invisible aura enveloped him, as if he were a tiny magnetic field, drawing in some kind of energy from the surroundings. She collected her thoughts and quickly walked over. Liu Bei, what are you doing? Meditating. He slowly opened his eyes. What's up? Today is Elder Chu's birthday. Grandpa wants me to take you to represent the Shun family in congratulating him tonight. She replied. Come on, look at your outfit. It's way too outdated. Liu Bei nodded. It had been 10 years since he last stepped into the mortal world. It was time to see how things had changed. That evening, to match Shen Qingyu, Liu Bei changed into a custom-tailored suit and got a short haircut. His entire aura underwent a complete transformation. Looking at the sharp, striking Liu Bei, Shen Qingyu couldn't help but light up with admiration. I didn't expect this guy to look like a completely different person with a change of clothes. He's actually pretty handsome. Shen Qingyu glanced down at her own elegant white evening gown. Could it be that I don't look good? She was, after all, known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. So why was Liu Bei's gaze toward her so calm and composed? Every other man who had ever tried to get close to her looked at her like they wanted to devour her whole, eyes practically glowing. Is something wrong? Liu Bei asked, puzzled by her dazed expression. Nothing. It suits you very well. Let's go. She snapped out of it and took the initiative to link her arm through Liu Bei's as they walked out. This intimate gesture gave Liu Bei an indescribable feeling. He couldn't even remember how many centuries had passed since he had last been this close to a woman. We're husband and wife. We can't let outsiders see any cracks in our act. Understand? Oh, I understand. Liu Bei paused. Actually, if you want the Shen family's inheritance rights, I could secure it with a single word. There's no need for all this trouble. What did you say? Your grandfather regards me as his benefactor. He would agree to what I say. Liu Bei paused, then added, all we'd need to do is have a child. She rolled her eyes. Grandpa mistook you for someone else. Who knows when he'll snap out of it? That's not reliable at all. Besides, having a child isn't that easy. Actually, it is very easy. She had the pregnancy spirit body. Getting pregnant would be incredibly simple for her, wouldn't it? Liu Bei just didn't know how to tell her without scaring her. What if she had second thoughts and decided she didn't want a baby after all? Why do I feel like you're even more eager to have a child than I am? Shen Qingyu eyed him suspiciously. You're not plotting something bad, are you? Chapter 6. He's my husband. Of course I'm thinking of what's best for you. Liu Bei said in a low voice. Because I already know why the Shen family hasn't had any children in recent years. She said in disbelief. You know the reason? It's hard to explain in just a few words. Let's talk about it when we get home. Liu Bei nodded. Shen Qingyu looked at him thoughtfully. All of a sudden, she felt like she couldn't quite see through Liu Bei. The Chu family of Jiangnan, while not considered a top-tier wealthy clan and without major accomplishments in the business world, enjoyed extremely high prestige in the local area. This was because the Chu family was a martial arts family that had practiced martial arts for generations. Although they showed signs of decline in recent years, they had produced many formidable experts in their time. Elder Chu's 80th birthday was held with great grandeur. Almost all the prominent figures from various circles in Jiangnan were in attendance to offer their congratulations. Shen Qingyu was like a dazzling star, radiant and eye-catching. Without the slightest hint of reservation, she linked her arm through Liu Bei's and walked into the crowd's view with confidence, causing quite a stir. Standing beside her, Liu Bei sensed quite a few hostile gazes directed his way. Yet the auras the two of them exuded somehow made them look unexpectedly well-matched. Qingyu looks absolutely stunning tonight. Who's that guy next to her? A newly hired assistant. Assistant? I don't think so. I've never seen the proud and aloof Miss Shen link arms with any man before. Don't tell me, that's her man? Whispers and murmurs rose from every corner of the venue. Shen Qingyu was completely oblivious to all of this. She calmly exchanged greetings with familiar elders. Liu Bei quietly stayed by her side, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue with composure. In a corner, Zhou Mingxian was gripping his wine glass so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. He had specifically worn a light gray suit today, Shen Qingyu's favorite color. He had prepared a diamond ring that he had ordered 3 months ago, planning to use tonight's birthday banquet as an opportunity to confess his feelings to her. The Zhou and Shen families had been friends for 3 generations. The two of them had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. He had secretly been in love with Shen Qingyu for years, and everyone in their social circle knew it. Everyone had assumed they would end up together sooner or later. Yet now, Shen Qingyu was linking arms with another man. Brother Mingxian, who is that guy? It's the first time I've ever seen Shen Qingyu bring a male companion to a public event, and they're being so intimate. A friend leaned in to gossip. Zhou Mingxian didn't say a word. His eyes were locked dead on Shen Qingyu's hand linked through Liu Bei's arm. Although, I heard from someone in the Shen family that yesterday, Shen Qingyu brought back a man who even saved the critically ill old Master Shen. Could that be him? The friend continued. Shut up, Zhou Mingxian said coldly. On the other side, on a sofa, Sume was chatting with a few close friends. She was wearing a wine-red evening gown today, her makeup exquisite, but it couldn't quite conceal the irritation in her eyes. Sume, is that guy Liu Bei? A friend beside her asked suspiciously. He looks pretty ordinary to me. Are you sure he's General Li's grandson? Then why does he have the surname Liu? Sume took a sip of champagne. She had the exact same question back then. If he wasn't the grandson, why would General Li have gone out of his way to arrange marriage contracts for Liu Bei? The scene from 3 days ago at Ping Mountain Village, when she called off the engagement, was still vivid in her mind. She had been so arrogant back then, tearing the marriage contract to shreds and mocking Liu Bei as a country bumpkin. Then Shen Qingyu had exposed General Li's identity, leaving her filled with regret afterward. When she got home, the elders of her family had given her an earful. Now, seeing Liu Bei and Shen Qingyu together everywhere they went, she naturally felt awful. I heard that when old Master Shen was on his deathbed, he was the one who saved him. Another friend, Zhang Ting, said. So he must have some real skills, right? What skills could he possibly have? Sumei already said it. He's been living in a mountain village all this time. If it weren't for General Li, he'd be nothing. Another person said with disdain. Sumei put down her wine glass, stood up with a blank expression, and said, I'm going to say hello. Qingyu. Sumei wore a perfectly appropriate smile on her face, but her gaze landed squarely on Liu Bei. Shen Qingyu gave a lukewarm nod. Everyone in their social circle knew the two of them couldn't stand each other. Liu Bei, General Li wasn't your grandfather, was he? Now that the old general has passed away, instead of going to mourn him in hemp and sackcloth, you're here showing off with Shen Qingyu. Doesn't that show a lack of filial piety? Sumei said in a sarcastic, passive-aggressive tone. What did you say? Shen Qingyu's face turned pale with shock. General Li has passed away. No way. Didn't you and Liu Bei come here to fulfill the marriage contract? Then that makes you the Shun family's daughter-in-law. Sumei sneered. You didn't even know about something this huge? The Li family has already issued an official announcement. Shen Qingyu's face darkened. She turned to look at Liu Bei. Did you know about this? Yes. Liu Bei nodded. He was the one who had personally buried little Li. After all, why didn't you tell me about something this big? Shen Qingyu said, displeased. Didn't I tell you that day? Liu Bei said innocently. I said he's gone. Shen Qingyu was instantly covered in black lines. Only then did she understand what he had meant by gone that day. Qingyu, now that General Li has passed away and this guy has the surname Liu, it's terrifying to think about why he chose to live in a mountain village with the general instead of enjoying life as a young master from a wealthy family. Sumei said meaningfully, that clever plan of yours is probably going to fall through. I'm afraid. Shen Qingyu frowned and watched her walk away smugly. Seeing the distracted look on her face, Liu Bei asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Shen Qingyu looked at him suspiciously. General Li has passed away. Why don't you seem sad at all? Birth, aging, illness, and death. He lived to 120 years old, which is a long life for an ordinary person. What is there to be sad about? Liu Bei countered. Shen Qingyu was left speechless. Before she had time to think further, Zhou Mingxian walked over with a glass of wine in hand. Qingyu, you look absolutely beautiful tonight. You're the most stunning lady in the entire venue. Shen Qingyu forced a stiff smile. Brother Mingxian, you're laying it on too thick. Zhou Mingxian turned his gaze to Liu Bei, his smile unchanged. And this gentleman is? Liu Bei. Shen Qingyu paused. He's my husband. What? Your husband? Chapter 7. Just a parlor trick. What? Your husband? Zhou Mingxuan's face turned ashen, looking at them in utter disbelief. That's right. We've already gotten our marriage certificate. We're legally husband and wife. As for the wedding, we'll hold it when the time is right. Shen Qingyu made no attempt to hide Liu Bei's identity in front of outsiders. After all, she wanted everyone to know that Liu Bei was the ideal match old Master Shen had chosen for her, so no one would suspect that their relationship was merely a transaction. Zhou Mingxuan's face darkened to the extreme. Qingyu, this is way too sudden, isn't it? How did you just get married like that? It's not sudden at all. Grandpa arranged a marriage for me years ago. That person was Liu Bei. We've had a marriage contract all along. A marriage contract? So that was it. Zhou Mingxian knew Shen Qingyu's temper. She would never accept marrying a complete stranger. She must have been forced into it under family pressure, which meant she didn't have Liu Bei in her heart at all. Thinking this, he felt much more at ease. Turning to Liu Bei, he extended his hand with a smile. Zhou Mingxian. And where do you work, Mr. Liu? Unemployed. Liu Bei shook his hand briefly. The moment their palms met, Zhou Mingxian secretly added 30% more force. He held a black belt in Taekwondo and had an incredibly strong grip. He wanted to give Liu Bei a humiliating lesson right off the bat. However, Liu Bei's hand didn't budge in the slightest. He neither fought back nor showed weakness, as if what he was holding was a ball of cotton. 10 seconds later, Zhou Mingxian let go, his smile stiffening slightly. Mr. Liu, you certainly have a strong grip. Average. Liu Bei replied flatly. A shadow of gloom flashed through Zhou Mingxuan's eyes, but he kept a smile on his face. Since Mr. Liu is Qingyu's husband, he must have some extraordinary skills. Why not show us all a thing or two? As soon as these words left his mouth, several of the young masters and their sycophants gathered around. Yeah, show us something. Mr. Liu must have something special to have won Miss Shen's favor, right? How about a tree climbing performance? Let's see some real skills. As his so-called brothers, how could they not see Zhou Mingxuan's true intention? He simply wanted to humiliate Liu Bei in public. Meanwhile, Quite a few people at the venue who had heard the commotion came over to watch the spectacle. Shen Qingyu frowned, clearly displeased. What do you think you're doing? Qingyu, don't misunderstand. Zhou Mingxian put on an innocent act. I just want to see what Mr. Liu is capable of. After all, he's your husband. If he doesn't have any real skills, wouldn't that be a disgrace to you? His words sounded perfectly reasonable on the surface, but they were actually vicious. If Liu Bei performed, he'd look like a clown entertaining the crowd. If he refused to perform, it would prove he had no real ability and was unworthy of Shen Qingyu. All eyes fell on Liu Bei. His face showed no emotion whatsoever. From start to finish, he remained calm and composed. In a steady voice, he said, "What would young Master Zhou like me to perform?" "Anything." Zhou Mingxian smiled. "But today is Grandpa Chu's birthday, so we ought to have some entertaining program. Whatever you can do, just do it. Give us a show." Liu Bei scanned the room, then walked toward a display cabinet on one side of the hall. On the shelf sat a blue and white porcelain vase that the Chu family had collected. It was about half the height of a person, with a warm, lustrous glaze and rich, pure cobalt blue coloring. At a single glance, Liu Bei could tell it was a fine piece from the Ming Dynasty imperial kills, extremely valuable. "What are you trying to do?" Chu Feng, the Chu family's eldest grandson, asked in confusion. This vase was old Master Chu's most prized possession. Usually, he wouldn't even let anyone touch it. Liu Bei didn't answer. He simply stopped in front of the vase, extended his hand, and gave the body of the vase a light flick with his index finger. Ding! A clear, lingering chime rang out. "Is that it?" Wang Hao sneered. "Are you messing with us? Who can't flick a vase?" "Ha ha, this guy is definitely here to be a comedian. Hilarious. He doesn't actually think flicking a vase is some kind of special skill, does he? I can flick foreheads too." The crowd burst into laughter. Zhou Mingxuan's sycophants laughed even louder. Shen Qingyu's face darkened. Even though she wanted to stand up for Liu Bei, she had no idea how to do so. This behavior was just too foolish, utterly foolish. Sigh, it seems I overestimated him earlier. He's probably only good at medicine. As for anything else, just as Shen Qingyu was thinking this, the scene suddenly changed dramatically. Starting from the exact spot where Liu Bei had flicked it, ripples, visible to the naked eye, began to spread across the surface of the blue and white porcelain vase. The ripples diffused outward like water waves. Wherever they passed, the blue and white patterns on the vase's surface seemed to come alive. Swimming fish swished their tails, lotus flowers swayed, and dragonflies vibrated their wings. What were once static patterns were now flowing like an animation. This is impossible," someone cried out in shock. Chu Feng's eyes widened, and he muttered, "Controlling objects with qi. This is a legendary technique that only a martial arts grandmaster possesses. Don't tell me you are." The ripples lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. The vase returned to its original state, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But everyone knew it was no illusion. Liu Bei turned around and looked at Zhou Mingxian. In a flat, calm voice, he asked, "I wonder if my performance satisfies young Master Zhou." Zhou Mingxuan's face turned deathly pale. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He had only wanted to humiliate Liu Bei. Who would have thought it would end with Liu Bei stealing the show? "If you're not satisfied," Liu Bei continued, "I can keep going." "Enough, that's enough." Zhou Mingxuan's voice was dry and hoarse. He certainly didn't want to see Liu Bei show off any further. The onlookers' gazes toward Liu Bei had completely changed. Some even began to applaud. The young man's skills are truly extraordinary. Indeed, this really broadened my horizons. I just can't figure out how he did it. Seeing this scene, Su Mei, who was standing not far away, gritted her teeth in secret. It seemed she had underestimated Liu Bei. Could it be that Shen Qingyu had actually stumbled upon a treasure? Shen Qingyu snapped out of her daze. Looking at the eye-opening Liu Bei, the corner of her mouth curled into an involuntary smile. She walked over and linked her arm through Liu Bei's again, laughing generously. "Everyone, this is my husband, Liu Bei. He just made a fool of himself for your entertainment. Consider it a small contribution to Grandpa Chu's birthday celebration." "What? So he's Miss Shen's husband?" No wonder, no wonder. Miss Shen's husband is no ordinary man." The venue erupted in a sensation. The news of Shen Qingyu's public confirmation of her marriage was undoubtedly major news in all of Jiangnan. Zhou Mingxian stood at the back, his teeth practically grinding to dust. This little interlude made the banquet atmosphere even more lively. No one dared to openly provoke Liu Bei anymore. They only whispered and discussed with even greater fervor. Shen Qingyu leaned in and whispered, "How on earth did you pull off that trick just now?" "Just a small parlor trick." "A small parlor trick?" Shen Qingyu said, exasperated. Everyone was stunned. Chu Feng even mentioned the techniques of a martial arts grandmaster. "Don't tell me you're actually a grandmaster?" "No way, how old are you?" "There's no way you're a grandmaster." Liu Bei smiled without a word. "A grandmaster? I became one 9,980 years ago." Chapter 8. Let's see who she protects. The banquet continued, but Zhou Mingxian never came over again. He stood in a corner drinking with a group of young masters, his eyes dark and terrifying. After 3 rounds of drinks, the banquet entered its free socializing period. After Liu Bei and Shen Qingyu offered their birthday wishes to old Master Chu, Liu Bei walked out to the courtyard alone to get some fresh air, while Shen Qingyu busied herself exchanging pleasantries with her business partners. Zhou Mingxian watched Liu Bei's back, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He took out his phone and sent a text message. Soon, a man silently appeared by his side. "Is everything prepared?" Zhou Mingxian asked. "Yes." The man nodded and whispered, "As you instructed, it's young Master Liu Wei's family heirloom, the Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant, worth 3 million. Zhou Mingxian said with satisfaction, "Have you sorted things out with Liu Wei?" "Yes." "After this is done, young Master Zhou promised to help the Liu family secure that plot of land in the east of the city." "Good." Zhou Mingxian sneered coldly. "Go. Be careful. Don't let anyone see you." 5 minutes later, a sudden cry of alarm rang out in the banquet hall. "My jade pendant is missing." Everyone turned to look. It was Liu Wei, the young master of the Liu family, anxiously searching around. "What pendant?" "My family's heirloom Dragon Phoenix pendant, worth millions." Liu Wei said urgently. "I definitely had it on me just now. Hurry up and look for it." Everyone pitched in to help search. Playing along, Zhou Mingxian stood up and said, "Liu Wei, don't panic. Think carefully. Where did you put it?" "I think I took it out to show everyone earlier. Maybe I forgot it on the table. I went to grab a drink, and when I came back, it was gone." Liu Wei was extremely anxious. "That was given to me by my grandfather on his deathbed. If I lose it, could someone have taken it by mistake?" Zhou Mingxian said, putting on an act. "Taken by mistake? Who would mistake a jade pendant for theirs?" Liu Wei suddenly thought of something and looked toward the courtyard. "It seems like only Liu Bei passed by our table just now." As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted to Liu Bei in the courtyard. Liu Bei had his back to the crowd, admiring the moon, seemingly unaware of the commotion. "Liu Bei." Zhou Mingxian raised his voice. "Could you come over here for a moment?" Liu Bei turned around and walked back. "Is something wrong?" "Liu Wei's jade pendant is missing. It's a family heirloom." Zhou Mingxian stared at him. "You were the only one who went over there just now. I wonder if you happened to see it." His question was cleverly phrased. It seemed polite on the surface, but in reality, he had already shifted the suspicion onto Liu Bei. Liu Bei shook his head. "Didn't see it." "Then, would you mind if we searched you?" Zhou Mingxian pressed, step by step. "I'm not suspecting you, just trying to rule you out. After all, you were the only one over there. A quick search will clear your name." A body search, whether they found anything or not, was an immense humiliation. "You want to search me?" Liu Bei frowned. Zhou Mingxian slowly walked up to him and whispered smugly, "Liu Bei, I know Qingyu is only with you because of pressure from Grandpa Shen. We're the ones who grew up together as childhood sweethearts. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave her on your own. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." "So you're deliberately targeting me?" Liu Bei narrowed his eyes. "So what if I am? I can destroy your reputation with a snap of my fingers." Zhou Mingxian sneered. "Go ahead, lay a hand on me. Let's see whether Qingyu protects you or me." Liu Bei looked at his smug, provocative expression and said with a trace of pity, "Pathetic." Zhou Mingxian had been keeping an eye on Shen Qingyu. Seeing her walk over, he immediately threw himself at Liu Bei and loudly said, "Liu Bei, don't be angry. Let me search you so we can clear your name." With that, he threw himself to the ground in an exaggerated manner, letting out a muffled groan of pain. "Liu Bei, why did you hit me? Even if you're angry, you can't just lash out without distinguishing right from wrong. I was only doing this for your own good." Shen Qingyu happened to walk over and witness this scene. She stepped in front of Liu Bei and frowned. "What's going on?" Before Liu Bei could answer, Zhou Mingxian, still on the ground, jumped in first. "Qingyu, young Master Liu Wei's family jade pendant is missing, and they suspect Liu Bei." I was just trying to search him to prove his innocence, but he got angry and tried to hit me. Qingyu, I did this for your sake. After all, Liu Bei is your husband. If he has sticky fingers, it'll ruin your reputation too. Liu Bei watched his terrible acting and felt even more pity for him. What a clown. Yeah, Liu Bei, what do you mean by this? You dare lay hands on young Master Zhou? Do you really think just because Miss Shen protects you, you can do whatever you want? Miss Shen, you need to keep your eyes open. Don't let him fool you. This guy has terrible character. Zhou Mingxuan's sycophants immediately fanned the flames, trying to stir Shen Qingyu's anger toward Liu Bei. Shen Qingyu turned to Liu Bei and asked, Liu Bei, is what they're saying true? No, he replied with a single word. Good, I believe you, Shen Qingyu said, then turned and glared at the crowd around them. Whoever just said Liu Bei stole something, show me the evidence. Right now. If there's no evidence, then don't blame me for being impolite. The man I, Shen Qingyu, chose is not someone just anyone can humiliate or slander. Boom. The entire venue was stunned. No one expected that Shen Qingyu would believe Liu Bei so completely, based on nothing more than his two-word denial of no. And her attitude was firm and unyielding. She was clearly standing up for her husband. Even Liu Bei was somewhat surprised. Over countless years, it had always been others begging for his protection. This was the first time someone was protecting him. It gave him an indescribable feeling. Brother Mingxian, don't tell me you've wronged Liu Bei. Shen Qingyu shot Zhou Mingxian a cold, piercing stare. Her gaze had completely changed. Zhou Mingxian scrambled up from the ground in a panic. This isn't how it was supposed to go. He and Shen Qingyu were childhood sweethearts who had always been close. No matter what happened in the past, she had always stood firmly on his side. Yet now, she was questioning him over Liu Bei, and with such a sharp, cutting look in her eyes. Qingyu, don't misunderstand. I was only doing this for Liu Bei's sake. A quick search to clear his name is better than having people gossip behind his back. The man I choose doesn't need a body search. Shen Qingyu said firmly and decisively. Qingyu, you're just being unreasonable now. Young Master Liu's jade pendant is worth millions. It's a family heirloom. Liu Bei is a suspect. What's wrong with searching him? Could it be that he actually did something guilty and is afraid of being searched? His words were highly inflammatory. Quite a few people began to look at Liu Bei with suspicious eyes. Yeah, what's wrong with a search? An upright man fears no crooked shadow. If he didn't take it, what's there to be afraid of? Don't tell me he really stole it. The sycophants chimed in again, one after another. Shen Qingyu was so furious her face turned pale. Just as she was about to explode, Liu Bei reached out and held her hand. We can do the search, Liu Bei said calmly. But if you don't find anything, what does young Master Zhou plan to do? Zhou Mingxian was stunned. He hadn't expected Liu Bei to agree so readily. He glanced at the man in black, who gave him a subtle look. Zhou Mingxuan's heart settled. He smiled and said, If nothing is found, I'll bow and apologize to you in public, plus pay 1 million in emotional damages. How about that? Deal. Liu Bei nodded. Go ahead and search. Zhou Mingxian gave Liu Wei a subtle signal. Liu Wei stepped forward and began patting down Liu Bei. Pockets, collar, sleeves, but found nothing. Beads of sweat formed on Liu Wei's forehead. He checked Liu Bei's pants pockets and even asked him to take off his jacket. Still nothing. Find anything? Liu Bei asked, as calm and composed as ever. And no. Liu Wei's voice trembled as he looked at Zhou Mingxian. Zhou Mingxuan's face darkened. He turned to the man in black. The man in black panicked too, making a frantic gesture that clearly said, I definitely put it there. It must have been a misunderstanding. Zhou Mingxian forced a laugh. Liu Bei, I'm sorry. Wait. Liu Bei lifted his chin. Young Master Zhou, there seems to be something in your pocket. Everyone's gaze shifted to Zhou Mingxuan's suit pocket. Zhou Mingxian froze. He instinctively reached into his pocket, and what he pulled out was exactly the Dragon Phoenix jade pendant. This isn't mine, Zhou Mingxian said in alarm. Indeed, it's not yours. It should be the family heirloom young Master Liu was looking for, no? Liu Bei replied. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Young Master Zhou. Liu Wei was drenched in sweat. How did the pendant end up on him? Didn't we agree it would be planted on Liu Bei? What am I supposed to say now? It wasn't me. Someone framed me. Zhou Mingxian said in a panic. I clearly had someone. He caught himself mid-sentence and clamped his mouth shut. Had someone do what? Liu Bei pressed. Zhou Mingxian broke out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a single word. Shen Qingyu looked at him with icy eyes. Brother Mingxian, You had someone plant the jade pendant on Liu Bei, and then cried thief to frame him, didn't you? Chapter 9. The timing isn't right yet? No, it's not. Not what? Shen Qingyu snapped angrily. Just now, you asked Liu Bei to prove his innocence. Now you can prove yours too. The Chu family must have plenty of surveillance cameras, right? We'll know the truth with a quick check. Zhou Mingxuan's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. Liu Bei said softly, I mastered this little trick when I was 3 years old. Young Master Liu, your acting skills are actually quite impressive. What do you mean? Shen Qingyu asked, stunned. It's obvious. They teamed up to deliberately mess with me. Liu Bei replied. From the very beginning, they wanted to humiliate me. When that didn't work, they staged this whole performance. They really went through a lot of trouble. Shen Qingyu processed this and immediately turned her furious gaze on Liu Wei. Young Master Liu, you'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll launch a full-scale attack on the Liu family and see how long it takes you to come clean. Liu Wei trembled in fear. The Shen family was the richest in Jiangnan, with immense power and influence. If they really did that, the Liu family would be driven to bankruptcy. Yes, I'll talk. Please spare me this once, Miss Shen. Liu Wei, no longer caring about offending Zhou Mingxian, spilled the truth in a panic. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Zhou Mingxuan's face turned ashen. He wished he could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. All he could do was stubbornly deny it. No, that's not how it is. Qingyu, Liu Wei is framing me. You can't believe a word he says. Qingyu, we grew up together. Don't you trust me? Shen Qingyu glared at him coldly. Zhou Mingxian, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who's easy to fool? I treated you like a friend, like an older brother. And this is how you treat my husband, Liu Bei? You've disappointed me beyond words. Zhou Mingxian trembled. No, I was wrong, Qingyu. Please give me a chance to make amends. Is that so? Well, I don't forgive you. Shen Qingyu swept a domineering gaze across the entire venue. Liu Bei is my man. He is the Shen family's rightful son-in-law. Anyone who has a problem with him is making an enemy of me, Shen Qingyu, and the entire Shen family. Zhou Mingxian framed and slandered my husband. From this moment on, all cooperation between the Zhou family and the Shen family is terminated. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was shaken by Shen Qingyu's declaration. To protect Liu Bei, she was even willing to cut ties with Zhou Mingxian, her childhood friend. Just how much did she care about this husband of hers? Zhou Mingxuan's face was the color of death. Under the contemptuous stares of the crowd, he lowered his head. Shen Qingyu said no more. Linking her arm through Liu Bei's, she said, let's go home. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two strode out of the Chu family estate. Once outside the gate, the night breeze brushed against their faces. Shen Qingyu let go of his arm and let out a long breath. Liu Bei looked at her. You didn't actually have to go that far. Go what far? Shen Qingyu turned to look at him. Let them humiliate you? Or stand by and watch them frame you? I could have handled it myself. I know you could have. Shen Qingyu paused. But the more firmly I act like this, the more the outside world will believe we're truly husband and wife. Liu Bei was left speechless. He didn't know whether to praise her for her cleverness or admire her genuine nature. So her kindness toward him was just for show, to make the act more convincing for others? That works too. This is just a transaction after all. Once we have the child, there won't be so many emotional entanglements or debts of gratitude. Liu Bei didn't feel the slightest bit disappointed. He knew exactly what he wanted. After 10,000 years, his one and only desire was a child. A child. He wanted to be a father. After returning home, his mother-in-law, Zhou Wan, had already gone to bed. The two of them each returned to their own rooms. After taking a shower, Liu Bei sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, focused on reading a couple of books, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Liu Bei, are you asleep? No, come in. Shen Qingyu pushed the door open and walked in. He turned to look and couldn't help but freeze. At that moment, Shen Qingyu was wearing a silky red slip dress that revealed a tantalizing amount of skin. Her pair of long, slender white legs were exposed, making it impossible not to let one's thoughts run wild. Are women these days really this open and casual? Even 10 years ago when I last entered the mortal world, women weren't like this. Even with a state of mind tempered by 10,000 years of cultivation, Shen Qingyu's outfit still had a powerful impact on him, especially on a man who hadn't been with a woman in several thousand years. Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so flushed? Shen Qingyu walked over and noticed his unusual state. Liu Bei circulated his true qi to extinguish the fire rising within him. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm fine. Is there something you need?" She sat down in a chair on her own and looked at Liu Bei with deep meaning. General Li was a great hero. When he passed, the entire nation mourned. Even though you were in a master-servant relationship with him, shouldn't we at least attend his funeral to pay our respects? After all, our marriage was arranged by him and my grandfather. Liu Bei said softly, "Don't worry about it. It was a peaceful passing in old age. The Li family won't hold it against you. Besides, he's already been laid to rest. At most, his family will hold a memorial ceremony. There's no need to make a wasted trip." Shen Qingyu frowned, displeased. "No, I've noticed you're a bit cold-hearted. You were by his side for so many years. Why are you this indifferent?" Cold-hearted? Perhaps. Anyone who had lived in solitude for 10,000 years would probably become cold and detached. Seeing that he didn't respond, Shen Qingyu thought her words might have hurt him. She quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just talking about social etiquette. Shouldn't we at least show some basic courtesy? I buried him with my own hands. What more courtesy do I need to show?" Liu Bei replied, "You didn't say that earlier." She rolled her eyes, then continued, "There's one more thing. Earlier today, you said you knew why the Shen family hasn't been able to produce children in recent years." Liu Bei nodded. "Yes, the feng shui of the Shen family estate has been tampered with." Shen Qingyu was shocked. "What? There's a problem with the feng shui?" The estate's feng shui was originally arranged as a 9-turn arriving dragon formation, a layout designed to gather wealth and prosper descendants. But someone buried a lineage-cutting and seed-extinguishing curse there. That's why the Shuns have struggled to have children all these years. He explained, "You're saying someone deliberately sabotaged the Shen family?" Her face darkened. "Is there a way to undo it?" "Yes. To me, it's just a small parlor trick. I can resolve it. Do you understand what I'm getting at?" Liu Bei said meaningfully. Hearing the implication behind his words, Shen Qingyu, being a smart woman, immediately caught on. Once again, she looked at him in a new light. "I understand. I didn't expect you to not only be a master of medicine, but also well-versed in feng shui and mysticism. No wonder General Li valued you so highly." For some reason, the more she learned about this man, the more attracted she felt. He always seemed to be able to surprise her. No wonder Grandpa had insisted on fulfilling the marriage contract with General Li, calling it a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Liu Bei was just General Li's attendant, wasn't he? What kind of magic did he possess? "Qingyu, shouldn't we talk about our arrangement?" Seeing that she was lost in thought, Liu Bei couldn't help but ask when they would be putting the baby plan on the agenda. To him, this was the real priority. Shen Qingyu snapped out of it and looked at him, puzzled. "Didn't we already talk things through before?" "We did talk things through, but I haven't seen you take any action." He hinted, "We just got back and there's been so much going on. When the time is right, I'll naturally come to you. Why the rush?" With that, she stood up, yawned, and waved as she headed back to her room to sleep. "The timing isn't right yet? All right, I suppose I'll just have to wait for her summons." Chapter 10, I'll discipline them for you. Early the next morning, when Shen Qingyu went to greet the old master, she took the opportunity to report the matter about the estate's feng shui to him. Meanwhile, Liu Bei was taking a walk across the estate's lawn, sensing the source of the malicious energy within the feng shui layout. The curse had been buried with remarkable sophistication. Anyone without profound cultivation would find it nearly impossible to detect. Well, if it isn't our brother-in-law from the mountains." Liu Bei turned around. Shen Qingyu's 2 cousins, Shen Yu and Shen Kai, were walking toward him. Shen Yu stepped up to him and sneered arrogantly. "Liu Bei, do you really think you're worthy of marrying into the Shen family? Do you even know what position the Shen family holds in Jiangnan?" "I do. The richest family in Jiangnan." Liu Bei's expression remained flat. These petty clowns were not enough to affect his mood in the slightest. Shen Kai let out a cold snort. "Good that you know. Our Shen family has tens of billions in assets. You're just a country bumpkin from the mountains. What right do you have to marry Qingyu? Just because you saved Grandpa?" Liu Bei said calmly. "This is between Qingyu and me. It has nothing to do with you." Shen Yu flew into a rage. "Bullshit. We're Qingyu's older brothers." With her looks and background, the Shen family was counting on her marriage to bring real benefits to the family. "You're nothing but a servant by General Li's side. He looked after you out of the kindness of his heart, but do you actually think you're somebody? Besides, General Li is already dead." Shen Kai sneered. "You don't even have a backer anymore. If you know what's good for you, You'll get the hell out on your own. Then we might even give you a little severance pay. Liu Bei's gaze turned slightly cold. I've never needed a backer. And I never said I was Little Li's servant. Still talking tough? Greedy for the Shen family's wealth and refusing to leave. Qingyu clenched his fists threateningly. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Before his voice had even faded, the two of them pounced from the left and right. They had both trained in martial arts for several years. 3 to 5 ordinary men couldn't get anywhere near them. Their fists flew straight for Liu Bei's face and chest. However, thud, thud, 2 muffled thuds. Shen Kai and Shen Yu were sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the lawn, their faces twisted in pain. Pain. They hadn't even seen how Liu Bei had struck. Shen Kai struggled to get up, equal parts shocked and furious. You dare fight back? Liu Bei said flatly, don't provoke me. I have no interest in wasting my energy on insects. Motherfucker. How dare you call us insects? The two of them flew into a rage and charged again. This time, Liu Bei showed no mercy. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged Shen Kai's fist and backhanded him across the face. Smack. The sound was crisp and loud. Shen Kai was sent spinning in place, his cheeks swelling up instantly. Shen Yu tried a sneak attack from behind. Without even turning his head, Liu Bei kicked backward. Whump. The kick landed square in Shen Yu's abdomen. His entire body curled up like a shrimp as he dropped to his knees, dry heaving. Shen Kai, clutching his face, mumbled through swollen lips. You're finished. We're the young masters of the Shen family. You're just an outsider. Before he could finish, Liu Bei delivered another slap. This slap is to teach you some basic decency. Smack. This slap is to teach you some manners. Smack. And this slap is a warning. Don't ever come bother me again. After 3 slaps, Shen Kai's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shen Yu caught his breath and pulled out his phone. Dad. Second uncle. Get over here quick. Liu Bei is beating people up. Soon, a group of people came rushing over from the direction of the main building. At the front were Shen Jianya, Shen Jianbang, and a crowd of Shen family members and bodyguards. Shen Qingyu was pushing Shen Lao, who was seated in a wheelchair. Shen Kai, Shen Yu. Shen Jianya's face darkened with fury when he saw their miserable state. Liu Bei, did you do this? Yes, it was him. Shen Yu pointed at Liu Bei, his voice trembling. We were just chatting with him, and he suddenly attacked us. Liu Bei, you've got some nerve. You dare lay hands on Shen family members on Shen family grounds. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, even if you did save the old master, we absolutely will not let you off today. Shen Jianya was fiercely protective of his own. Seeing his beloved son beaten so badly, how could he possibly let it go? Explanation? Liu Bei said, completely unfazed. When I, Liu Bei, act, I never owe anyone an explanation. Fine. You brought this on yourself. Shen Jianya waved a hand, and several bodyguards immediately closed in on Liu Bei. Stop! Shen Lao roared, and Shen Qingyu pushed him forward. Dad! Shen Jianya quickly stepped forward, indignant. Liu Bei beat your 2 grandsons. This is utterly outrageous. Shen Lao glanced at the sorry state of his 2 grandsons, then asked, Benefactor, was it these 2 idiots who displeased you? More or less. Liu Bei said flatly, I disciplined them for you, so they don't go out and get themselves killed without even knowing how. Since when do you get to discipline my son? Shen Jianbang snapped. Dad, we absolutely cannot let this slide. Shen Lao shot him a vicious glare. Shut your mouth. If any of you dares show the slightest disrespect to my benefactor again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Never mind my grandsons. Even if it were you 2 sons, if you anger my benefactor, I'll throw you out of this house without hesitation, you useless good-for-nothings. Have you already forgotten what I told you? Liu Bei is my benefactor, and now he is Qingyu's husband. We are family. Do you understand? The Shen family members' faces changed drastically. No one had expected the old master to speak so harshly. He was still out of it, wasn't he? He really thought Liu Bei was the benefactor from over 70 years ago? The guy looked barely in his 20s, for crying out loud. Shen Qingyu, on the other hand, was fighting back a smile. She knew her 2 cousins' characters all too well. She hadn't expected them to get beaten so badly. What surprised her even more was how fiercely the old master was protecting Liu Bei. Did you hear me? Do you understand? Shen Lao demanded in a grim voice. Everyone trembled in fear. Why yes, we understand. Shen Lao turned to Liu Bei, his expression instantly softening. Benefactor, I apologize on behalf of these unfilial grandsons. I hope that for the sake of this old face of mine, you won't hold it against them. It's of no consequence. Liu Bei nodded. Shen Yu and Shen Kai clutched their wounds, tears of frustration welling up, but having nowhere to go. Good. Shen Lao then turned serious. Benefactor, Qingyu has already told me. You believe the reason the Shen family hasn't had any new children in recent years is a problem with the estate's feng shui? As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone froze in confusion. Feng shui. Shen Jianya frowned. Dad, how can you believe in that stuff? Exactly. Shen Jianbang glared at Shen Yu and the others. The reason no one's been having kids is because these two idiots have fertility issues. What does that have to do with feng shui? The others nodded. Most of them didn't believe in feng shui at all. Liu Bei said softly, have you ever heard of the lineage cutting and seed extinguishing curse? What's that? Shen Lao asked, frowning. A sinister feng shui formation. Liu Bei explained. It uses a personal item from a close family member as a catalyst, buried at a specific location. It can sever a family's bloodline and extinguish their descendants. Shen Lao's heart clenched. Benefactor, are you saying someone placed this curse on the Shen family? Correct. Liu Bei pointed toward the southwest corner of the estate. The source of the curse is right over there. Chapter 11, The Deadly Trap. Shen Jianya sneered. Liu Bei, can you spout any more nonsense? What kind of curse is this childlessness curse? I've never even heard of it. Exactly. Shen Yu covered his face and said, I think you're just trying to play the mysterious card and pretend to be profound to gain Grandpa's trust. Liu Bei shook his head helplessly and said, you frogs in a well, it's like talking to a brick wall. If you don't believe me, I can break the deadlock right now. But after I break the deadlock, I have a condition. What are the conditions? The inheritance rights of the Shen family go to Qingyu, Liu Bei said. I know you have been trying to deprive her of her inheritance rights because she is a girl, but that is unfair. She is also a child of the Shen family. Shen Qingyu felt a lump in her throat. She never thought of herself as a sentimental person, but suddenly she was a little moved. Shen Jianya immediately objected. No, how can inheritance rights be? I agree. Old Master Shen interrupted him. As long as our benefactor can prove that there is a problem with the feng shui and can resolve it, 40% of the Shen family shares will go to Qingyu, with the eldest and second wives each holding 30%. From now on, Qingyu will serve as the chairman of the group. Dad, isn't this too hasty? Qingyu is our niece by seniority. How can we give her the reins of the company? No need to say more. Old Shen said irritably. Your abilities these past few years are obvious to all, and you all know that. Besides, don't you want to have grandchildren and have no descendants? Upon hearing this, the Shen brothers, Jianya and Jianbang, looked grim, as if their sore spot had been hit. Shen Yu and Shen Kai have been married for 5 years, but still can't have children, and they are afraid of having no descendants. Liu Bei nodded and walked towards the artificial hill in the southwest corner. The crowd followed with some skepticism. Liu Bei stood in front of the artificial hill, extended his right hand, palm down. What is he doing? Just making things mysterious. Before he finished speaking, a faint golden light suddenly appeared in Liu Bei's palm. Rise! With a soft shout, the artificial hill trembled slightly. Is this magic? Shen Yu's eyes widened. Such skills could only be used by a martial arts grandmaster. My benefactor is actually a martial artist, no wonder. Such powerful internal energy. Everyone was taken aback, and those who had just questioned Liu Bei fell completely silent. Shen Qingyu looked at Liu Bei in disbelief. She had indeed underestimated this guy. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. How could an ordinary person be by Li Xinjiang's side? At this point, the tremors became more and more intense, and stones on the artificial hill began to fall off. Boom! A crack appeared in the middle of the artificial hill. From the crack, a plume of black smoke shot into the sky, condensing into a skull shape in midair and emitting a mournful cry. Ah! Everyone was so frightened that they retreated. The black mist emitted a chilling aura, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. What is this? Shen Jianya's voice trembled. The malevolent aura has manifested. Liu Bei said calmly. Do you believe me now? Old Master Shen trembled all over. My benefactor, is there any cure? Nature. Liu Bei formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe borrows its power. Break. A golden light shot out from his fingertips, piercing straight into the black mist. Puff! The black mist instantly dissipated, and the skeleton vanished as wisps of green smoke. At the same time, the artificial hill completely collapsed, revealing a deep pit underneath. A black wooden box was buried in the pit. Liu Bei scrambled through the air, and the box flew into his hand. Inside was a yellow talisman with eerie runes drawn on it in dark red liquid. Next to it were a tuft of hair, a few fingernails, and a slip of paper with the birth date and time written on it. Old Master Shen picked up the slip of paper with trembling hands, his face changing drastically. These are my and Jianbang Jianya's birth dates and times. And your hair and nails, used as a catalyst to cast this curse that will kill off your descendants. Liu Bei said coldly. It's all to make the Shen family's offspring wither and die out. Old Master Shen's vision went black, and he almost fainted. Chapter 12 Waiting for the Day. Shen Qingyu quickly helped him up. Grandpa, no wonder you two rascals haven't been able to have children all these years. You've tried all sorts of folk remedies, and this is where the problem lies. It's outrageous. Who is so cruel as to want our great Shen family to die out? If they find out, I'll make sure he suffers a terrible death. The Shen brothers were so angry that their eyes turned red, and Shen Yu and Shen Kai, whose faces were bruised and swollen, were also trembling with anger. My benefactor, can you tell who is trying to harm my Shen family? Old Master Shen asked in a trembling voice. Liu Bei picked up the yellow talisman and examined it. This talisman seems to be made by Yinshan. Yinshan is skilled in evil arts, so someone must have asked them to do this. Shun Jianya said in a deep voice. The Shen family is the richest family in Jiangnan. There must be many people who want to deal with us, both openly and secretly. It's hard to guess. Grandpa, we shouldn't make a fuss about this so as not to alert the culprit. We must find the murderer and prevent this from happening again, Shen Qingyu said. Old Shen nodded and said, My benefactor, has this evil spirit been broken now? Liu Bei replied, Of course, as long as your two unfilial grandsons are in good health. The Shen family will surely have good news within 3 months. But don't forget the conditions you promised me beforehand. Upon hearing this, the Shen family was overjoyed. Old Master Shen had Shen Qingyu help him to his feet and bowed to Liu Bei, saying, We will never forget your great kindness. From this day forward, Qingyu is the heir of the Shen family. He then looked at Shen Jianya and Shen Jianbang. Do you have any objections? The two exchanged a glance, then shook their heads with wry smiles. Having witnessed the evil aura manifest itself, how could they dare not believe it? If the Shen family line were to end, what use would this family fortune be? Although somewhat unwilling, Liu Bei's methods were truly convincing, and people dared not underestimate this guy from the mountains anymore. We have no objection. Shun Jianya sighed softly. Qingyu is exceptionally capable, and with her husband Liu Bei's profound skills assisting her, she is the perfect person to lead the group. Shun Jianbang nodded. As long as this evil spirit can be broken and the Shen family can have an heir, I will accept it. The way everyone looked at Liu Bei changed completely, from contempt to awe. This time, he truly became the benefactor of the Shen family. Shen Qingyu was overjoyed. She never expected that Liu Bei would help her obtain the inheritance rights and the position of chairman in just a few days after he accompanied her back. This guy really helped me a lot. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Longting building, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, sipping tea and fiddling with a pair of walnuts in his hands. Suddenly, his fingers trembled, and the walnut cracked open. The man's face darkened. The curse formation is broken? He turned around and looked at an old man in black behind him. Master Wu, didn't you say that no one could break this curse? Master Wu's eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. It was indeed broken, and broken cleanly and neatly. When did such a master emerge in Jiangnan? Whoever it is, the man said coldly. Anyone who dares to ruin my plans must die. Su Tianlong, chairman of Longting Group. The Su family was the only force in Jiang and that could barely rival the Shen family. Night. After taking a shower, Liu Bei sat on the windowsill and continued reading when Shen Qingyu suddenly knocked on the door and came in. He turned his head and his nose felt hot. Shen Qingyu was still wearing her sexy slip dress. Only tonight, it was purple, making her look incredibly alluring. Here it comes. He calmed the anger burning within him. Shen Qingyu smiled radiantly, her beauty beyond compare, and handed him a box. Thank you for today. I noticed your phone is an outdated Nokia, so I bought you a new one. Give it a try. Liu Bei paused for a moment, then took the box and said, It was an agreement beforehand. Helping you obtain the inheritance was my obligation. Now that you've got what you wanted, what about the child? She nodded and said, things went much more smoothly than I imagined. I didn't expect you to be so helpful. I've already made arrangements for the child. I'm just waiting for the day. A date? Liu Bei asked, puzzled. What date are we waiting for? Her face flushed red, and she glared at Liu Bei with embarrassment and anger, saying, you're supposed to be an expert in medicine, yet you ask such nonsense. Of course it's ovulation period. Chapter 13, Su Mei's Invitation. Ovulation period. Liu Bei suddenly realized, and smiled awkwardly. He had indeed overlooked this matter. Okay, I understand. I'm going to the company tomorrow. If you're free, you can go out and explore. Call me if you need anything. Don't be stingy with the 5 million I gave you. Spend it as you see fit. Perhaps because Liu Bei had helped her a lot, Shen Qingyu found herself finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Aside from being aloof and quiet, it seems like there's nothing wrong with this guy. The next day, when Liu Bei woke up, Shen Qingyu had already gone to the company. After lunch, he went out. It was time to go out for a stroll. Son-in-law. Is the son-in-law going out? Why isn't he driving? Since Liu Bei showed off his skills yesterday, coupled with the old man's attitude, the entire manor now treats Liu Bei with much more respect, to which he simply smiles. He walked alone to the intersection when a car suddenly stopped beside him, and a woman dressed as a secretary got out. Mr. Liu, I am Ms. Su's assistant. She would like to meet with you. Which Mr. Su? Liu Bei asked in confusion. I don't know you. It's Miss Su Mei from the Su family. Please, Mr. Liu, come with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to President Su, the assistant pleaded. Who is Su Mei? Never mind, let's go. Liu Bei didn't really remember, but seeing how troubled she was, he agreed anyway, since he didn't know where he was going. They arrived at a high-end club in the city center with the assistant. Su Mei had been waiting for a long time in the private room on the top floor. She wore a dark green short skirt today, the silk fabric clinging to her body curves, making her extremely sexy. Liu Bei, please have a seat. Su Mei smiled and stood up to greet him. So it was you. Liu Bei then remembered that she was among those who had broken off the engagement that day, and that he had seen her once before at the Chu family's birthday banquet not long ago. It's an honor that you still remember me. By the way, my name is Su Mei. She stood up and smiled, her eyes seemingly sparkling. Liu Bei remained unmoved. What do you want from me? No rush, have some tea first. Su Mei pushed the teacup in front of him. This is Da Hong Pao, try it and see how it tastes. The aroma of tea mingled with the faint scent of her perfume, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Liu Bei took a sip and nodded, saying, it is indeed good tea. Miss Su, please speak frankly. All right, then I won't beat around the bush. I saw your extraordinary qualities at the Chu family's birthday banquet that night, which made me very regretful. She leaned forward slightly, her neckline opening a little wider. I also heard about what happened at the Shen family manor yesterday. Mr. Liu's ability to break such a vicious curse is truly impressive. She spoke the last 4 words softly and slowly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Liu Bei remained calm. Miss Su, you're quite well informed. How did you find out about something that happened just yesterday? Sensing the hidden meaning in his words, Su Mei swung her long legs and chuckled. Although our Su family is not as powerful as the Shen family, there is nothing in Jiangnan that we cannot find out if we want to know it. After she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned closer to Liu Bei, her warm breath even brushing against his ear. Actually, I invited you here today to apologize to you. Apologize? Su Mei feigned pitifulness and said, I was so blind to have offended you and General Li when I went to you to break off the engagement that day. Now that I think about it, I feel really ashamed. We made it very clear that day that we owe each other nothing, so there's no need to apologize, Liu Bei said calmly. She gently grasped Liu Bei's hand, her eyes alluring. If I said I regretted it, would you be willing to give me a chance? Liu Bei withdrew his hand and said unhappily, Miss Su, I am already married. I know, Su Mei said indifferently, but you and Shen Qingyu have only known each other for a few days. Do you have any feelings for each other? She only married you for the inheritance of the Shen family. I know her too well. I truly admire you. If you're willing, the Su family can give you everything. Wealth, status, whatever you want, I can give you. Liu Bei was slightly taken aback, not expecting this woman to be so clever as to guess Shen Qingyu's intention in marrying him. Su Mei grasped his hand again, her fingertips gently stroking the back of his hand, a clear hint of ambiguity. What Shen Qingyu can give you, I can give you too. What she can't give, I can also give you. The fragrance lingers, warm and sweet, like jade. Any man would likely succumb to such temptation. But Liu Bei remained unmoved, pushing Su Mei away and saying, "No, what she can give you, you can't. You underestimate me, Su Mei. Tell me, what do you want?" "I want a child." Asterisk puffed. Asterisk. Su Mei couldn't help but laugh out loud and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "I thought you were pretending to be some kind of gentleman. It's just a child, isn't it? I'm a woman too. I'll give birth to it for you myself. If you don't believe me, give birth now. I told you, you can't give it to me." Liu Bei shook his head. She was just an ordinary woman, not a spirit being. If she could give birth, his descendants would have been countless generations long ago. Su Mei's face stiffened for a moment, but she quickly regained her smile. "All right, since you haven't figured it out yet, I won't press you. But do you know who orchestrated the Shen family's scheme? Is it your Su family?" "It was clever of me. My dad had someone do it," she readily admitted. "Why?" Liu Bei frowned and said, "Severing someone's bloodline is despicable and vicious. Does the Su family want to ruin their own reputation?" "The business world is like a battlefield," Su Mei said dismissively. "The Shen family has held the position of the richest family in Jiangnan for too long. If the Su family wants to take the top spot, they naturally have to remove this stumbling block. Success is everything, and the means don't matter. I just didn't expect you to break the curse and ruin the Su family's plans. Logically speaking, the Su family should be dealing with you." Liu Bei curled his lip in disdain. "So what?" Su Mei put her hand on his shoulder again and said teasingly, "But I can't bear to. It would be a pity for someone as talented as you to die. I would rather you help me." "How can I help you?" "Help the Su family replace the Shen family. With your abilities and the Su family's resources, Jiangnan will be our domain." Her red lips almost touched Liu Bei's lips. "I am yours too." Liu Bei nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, but I am Qingyu's husband and I will not betray her." Su Mei's face darkened. "Liu Bei, are you sure you want to make enemies of the Su family for Shen Qingyu? I've already said everything I could to you. The Shen family's fate is sealed. Why drag yourself down with them?" Liu Bei shook his head and said, "The Shen family will not fall because of me. You think you can beat us?" Su Mei sneered. "Liu Bei, I admit you're capable. But no matter how strong an individual is, they can't defeat a family. The Su family has unseen forces behind them." "You mean the Yinshan people who set up the evil trap for the Shen family?" Liu Bei suddenly asked. Su Mei asked in surprise, "You know about the Yinshan sect?" "Only cowards from Yinshan would resort to such crooked and evil arts." Liu Bei replied, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. By the way, I don't care how you powerful families fight amongst yourselves, but don't hurt Qingyu. Otherwise, I will get angry." Watching Liu Bei leave, Su Mei's face turned ashen, and she grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground. "You don't know what's good for you. In what way am I inferior to that slut Shen Qingyu?" She took out her phone. "Dad, the plan has failed. Let's proceed with the second plan." Chapter 14. Shen Qingyu, who was drunk. After leaving the clubhouse, Liu Bei strolled around the surrounding streets, marveling at how much things had changed since his last entry into the WDO. When he reached a deserted old street, he suddenly stopped. At the alleyway ahead, 3 people stood, staring intently at him. The leader was an old man in black, with a withered face and sinister eyes. He was none other than Master Wu, whom Su Tianlong relied on most. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, with a cold aura. "Liu Bei," Master Wu said in a deep voice. "Yinshan rats." Liu Bei retorted, "Did the Su family send you to find me?" Master Wu asked in surprise, "You know about us?" "Such a chilling aura is unique to Yinshan," Liu Bei replied. "You have some insight. No wonder you were able to break my curse," Master Wu said with a sinister smile. "But we're not here to find you. We're here to kill you." "You?" Liu Bei said disdainfully. "You should go back and tell the Su family not to waste their energy. It's no different from courting death." The short man roared. "Boy, how dare you disrespect Elder Wu? You're asking for death." He moved with lightning speed, rushing forward like a ghost, a cold glint flashing in his hand, a poisoned short blade. Liu Bei neither dodged nor avoided the attack. Only when the short blade was right in front of him did he extend 2 fingers and gently pinch it. The short blade was clamped and remained motionless. The short man was shocked and tried to pull back his short blade, but it was as if he was being clamped by iron clamps and could not move. "Damn it!" He roared and slapped Liu Bei's chest with his other hand. Liu Bei's fingers twitched slightly. Snap! The short blade snapped in two, and at the same time, a kick was delivered. Thud! The short man was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, spitting blood, and losing consciousness. Upon seeing this, the tall man's expression changed drastically. He pulled out several yellow talismans from his pocket and began chanting incantations. The yellow talisman spontaneously combusted without fire, transforming into several streaks of black smoke that attacked Liu Bei like venomous snakes. A trivial skill. Liu Bei waved his hand, and an invisible force surged out. The black energy dissipated instantly upon encountering the energy. What? The tall man was horrified. Elder Wu's expression turned serious. Such strong cultivation, young man. Who is your master? It's none of your business, Liu Beifeng said nonchalantly. Court death. Sensing his contemptuous expression, Elder Wu was furious and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, a cold wind arose, and the temperature in the alley plummeted. Kid, try being bitten, ha. He grinned smugly, and dozens of figures appeared behind him, baring their teeth and claws as they pounced on Liu Bei. These figures were hideous and terrifying, exuding a sinister aura of death. As expected, this is something that can't be presented in a proper manner. If the Yinshan ancestor saw that you had such tricks, he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Liu Bei's eyes turned cold, and he no longer held back, making a fist with his right hand. Break. A golden light suddenly appeared, pure and intense, shining on the figures, who instantly turned to ashes. Puff. Elder Wu suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his face ashen white. You, what happened to you? Before he could finish speaking, Liu Bei was already in front of him, pointing a finger at his brow. Elder Wu's body stiffened, the light in his eyes quickly faded, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The tall man was terrified and turned to run away. Liu Bei didn't even look at it, and casually waved his hand. Bang! The man was struck as if by an invisible hammer, crashing into the wall, his bones shattered, and he died on the spot. In just 10 seconds, all three were wiped out. Liu Bei remained calm, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. He walked to Elder Wu's body, took a cell phone from his pocket, opened the contacts, and found the number marked as Boss Su. Master Wu, is everything settled? Su Tianlong's voice came from the other end. Liu Bei said calmly, he's dead. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Su Tianlong's shocked and furious voice. Who are you? Liu Bei. You actually killed Master Wu. Su Tianlong's voice trembled. Surprised? Liu Bei replied. Su Tianlong, this is the first and last warning. Don't do anything stupid that will displease me again. Hang up the phone and crush it. A gentle breeze blew through the alley, and Liu Bei turned and left. Su Tianlong held the phone that had just been hung up, his face pale and his hands trembling uncontrollably. Dad, what's wrong? Su Mei asked upon seeing this. Master Wu is dead, Su Tianlong said in a trembling voice. He was killed by Liu Bei. What? Su Mei exclaimed in shock. Master Wu is an elder of the Yinshan sect, a grandmaster-level cultivator. How could he possibly? It's true. Su Tianlong slumped into his chair. Liu Bei just called to warn me. Su Mei shuddered, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Dad, what should we do? Don't touch the Shen family for now. This Liu Bei is a bit scary. He looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. You really shouldn't have broken off that engagement. It's a pity your grandfather is no longer here. Su Mei's lips trembled, and regret welled up inside her. Yes, if she hadn't called off the engagement that day, she would be the one standing next to Liu Bei now. She finally understood what Li Xinjiang meant when he said that the marriage was an opportunity that the family had worked so hard to obtain. If her grandfather were still alive, he would have been just as determined as Elder Shen to refuse to annul the engagement. Evening. Liu Bei was having dinner at home with Zhou. His mother-in-law treated him quite well and even served him food. Liu Bei, eat more. Qingyu has no sense of time when she's working. She'll probably stay at the company tonight to work overtime again. We don't need to worry about her. Thanks. Liu Bei smiled awkwardly. According to seniority, he should call Zhou mom. But he couldn't remember the last time he had used that title, and he really couldn't bring himself to say it. Child, why are you being so polite? Zhou sighed softly. Qingyu's father passed away early, and the house was just my daughter and me, all alone. It's so quiet and lonely here now that you've come. It finally feels a bit more lively. Don't treat yourself like an outsider. Even if you only have a 1-year agreement with Qingyu, you have the opportunity to invalidate that agreement. Cancelled? Liu Bei's heart tightened. It couldn't be cancelled. He was still counting on Shen Qingyu to have a child for him. If Qingyu can fall in love with you, then you won't have to get a divorce in a year. You can have a few more children, and then our family will be complete. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zhouwan became happier as she spoke. Liu Bei then understood what she meant and chuckled. Mom, I'll do my best. It's 10 p.m. Liu Bei was reading in his room when he heard Shen Qingyu return outside. He hesitated for a moment, then went out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Shen Qingyu preparing to go back to her room, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in the air. How much did they drink? Shen Qingyu turned around and saw him. Her fair cheeks were flushed with wine. She staggered to him, and, losing her balance, fell onto him. You're still awake, Liu Bei? I'm especially happy today, so I drank a bit more with everyone. Feeling the softness in his arms, Liu Bei stiffened and asked, What? What's making you so happy? Of course it's because of you, she said, her breath sweet as orchids. You helped me so much, making me the chairman of the group in just a few days. Now no one can restrain my ambitions. Liu Bei, I've really struck gold. How can you be so kind to me? After saying that, she grinned and reached out to pinch Liu Bei's cheek. Chapter 15. The time has come. Of course it's because of you, she said, her breath sweet as orchids. You helped me so much, making me the chairman of the group in just a few days. Now no one can restrain my ambitions. Liu Bei, I've really struck gold. How can you be so kind to me? After saying that, she grinned and reached out to pinch Liu Bei's cheek. Liu Bei's body stiffened even more. He never expected that this usually strong woman would show such a soft, feminine side after drinking a little alcohol. Feeling the burning passion within him, Liu Bei quickly calmed down and helped her back to her room. You've had too much to drink. Go back to your room and rest. The next morning, Liu Bei sat on the balcony watching the sun rise. He slowly opened his eyes. Just then, Shen Qingyu came to the balcony to hang up her clothes after taking a shower. She was startled when she saw him. Wow, Liu Bei, what are you doing sitting here? You scared me to death. She wore a sexy nightgown, revealing a glimpse of her radiant skin, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Liu Bei steadied himself. Are you sober now? She paused for a moment, then said awkwardly. I did drink a bit too much last night. Did I disturb your rest? I understand, it's rare to be happy. I just had something I wanted to tell you, but I didn't because you've had too much to drink, Liu Bei replied. Oh, so I didn't lose my composure last night, did I? She asked with a strange expression. No, Liu Bei said, looking at her. He just said he was so happy because of me, and that I was as precious as a treasure. How could this be? Shen Qingyu's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head firmly, saying, I would never say such a thing. Liu Bei chuckled softly twice. She was stunned, because it seemed to be the first time she had seen Liu Bei Xiao, and he was actually quite sunny and handsome. Why is he laughing? Is he making fun of himself? Thinking of this, she said angrily, Liu Bei, how dare you laugh at me? No, I have something important to tell you. Liu Bei changed the subject. I know who set up the Shen family's trap. Huh, she asked in surprise. How did you know? It's the Su family, he replied. Su Mei came to me yesterday and admitted that it was her father who did it. They have taken over the Shen family's position in Jiangnan, so you should be careful. What? It really was them. Shen Qing spoke through gritted teeth, but it wasn't entirely unexpected. The Su and Qin families had been rivals for years, and Su Tianlong was a ruthless and vicious individual. They were probably the only ones in the entire Jiangnan region who dared to act this way. Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed down, but then suddenly remembered something and glared at Liu Bei. Wait, you met with Su Mei in private? She sent someone to pick me up yesterday when I went out. Liu Bei nodded and said, so I met with her. But why would she tell you all this? What exactly did you say to each other? Shen Qingyu was somewhat angry because she and Su Mei were mortal enemies. The two were of similar age and were both daughters of famous families in Jiangnan. Su Mei was also very beautiful, and the two were inevitably compared in many ways. The two disliked each other openly and secretly. The key point was that Su Mei had a previous engagement with Liu Bei, so how could she not mind? She said she regretted breaking off the engagement with me that day, wanted me to help the Su family, and guessed that you only married me to get the inheritance rights, while she truly loved me. Liu Bei explained the situation truthfully once again. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu was furious. If it weren't for the balcony, she would have rushed over and pinned Liu Bei down. As expected, that bitch was up to no good. Liu Bei, you didn't agree to be with her, did you? Seeing the murderous glint in her eyes, Liu Bei replied, No. That's good. What admiration. She just wants to disgust me. Shen Qingyu said irritably. You can't believe her, and you absolutely can't meet with her in secret anymore, understand? Liu Bei frowned and said, Isn't this my freedom? Didn't we agree before marriage that we wouldn't interfere with each other's freedom? Apart from this matter, Su Mei is my enemy, and you cannot have any contact with her. Shen Qingyu was domineering and arrogant, but for some reason she was a little nervous, as if she was really afraid that Liu Bei would be snatched away by Su Mei. All right. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued. You were able to tell me in time that you did a great job. By the way, it's my due date today, so get ready and wait for me to get off work tonight. Liu Bei was overjoyed. The time had come. Was it ovulation? Okay, I'll wait for you to get off work. Work. Shen Qingyu changed her clothes and went to the company, while Liu Bei spent the whole day looking forward to it, and even feeling a little uneasy. It remains to be seen whether the spirit will be able to conceive successfully and become a father as he wishes. At noon, at the Jiangnan International Conference Center, a high-end business project exchange meeting is being held, and Shen Qingyu is attending in a white business suit. The moment she entered, she saw that figure that ignited a fire in her heart. Su Mei. Su Mei was chatting and laughing with several business tycoons when she saw Shen Qingyu. She was stunned for a moment, then walked over gracefully with a glass of champagne in her hand. President Shen, it's nice to see you again. Su Mei said with a half-smile. I heard that you have now taken control of the Shen family. Congratulations. Shen Qingyu said expressionlessly. President Su is always so well-informed. Jiangnan is only so big. If there's even the slightest disturbance, everyone will know. Su Mei continued, but President Shen is really lucky. Out of the 10 sisters that day, you were the only one who knew about General Li and Liu Bei's identities beforehand. After you brought him back to the Shen family, you first cured Grandpa Shen, who was critically ill, then broke the Shen family's feng shui, and even helped you obtain the inheritance rights. It's really enviable. Yeah, that just shows that some people are blind and look down on others. No wonder others are lucky. Shen Qingyu sneered. That's right. So I plan to make amends for my mistakes, Su Mei said meaningfully. What do you mean? Shen Qingyu said coldly. I'm warning you to stay away from Liu Bei. He's my husband. Hee, that sounds nice. Su Mei sneered. Shen Qingyu, we know each other too well. You just want to use Liu Bei to get the inheritance rights. If Liu Bei wasn't capable, you probably would have already despised him. Is this kind of engagement stable? Shen Qingyu was infuriated because it was the truth. You're wrong. Our relationship is very strong, and we're even planning to have a child. So you'd better give up on that idea. Liu Bei can only be mine. Really? We'll see. Su Mei snorted coldly and turned to leave. Shen Qing clenched her fist, admitting that Su Mei was one of the few women who could put pressure on her. Liu Bei has become a hot commodity. Indeed, his abilities are truly unexpected. She was suddenly glad that she had listened to her grandfather's arrangement and fulfilled the marriage agreement. Night. Liu Bei had been waiting for Shen Qingyu to return and finally heard movement coming from the next room, so she must be taking a shower. He went to the balcony and, sure enough, heard the sound of running water coming from her room. He began to warm up by moving his hands and feet. It had been thousands of years since he last engaged in sexual intercourse, and he had even become rusty and forgotten the pleasure. Hearing Shen Qingyu's footsteps as she walked out of the bathroom, he took a deep breath and quickly went over to knock on the door. Come in. Liu Bei pushed open the door and entered. Chapter 16 Qingyu, I'm ready. When Liu Bei entered, he saw that Shen Qingyu had just finished drying her hair and was still wearing a sexy slip dress. The whole room was filled with the light fragrance of her bath. The evil fire within his body began to burn, but this time Liu Bei did not extinguish it with his true energy. Qingyu, you're back. Shen Qingyu noticed his unusual behavior and nodded, asking, What's wrong? Liu Bei was slightly taken aback, then said urgently, Have you forgotten something? I'm all ready. Shen Qingyu suddenly realized and walked up to him with a smile, saying, Why do you seem more anxious about this than I am? He smiled awkwardly. Of course he was anxious. He had waited for 10,000 years to finally get a spirit body. Okay, then I'll change my clothes before I leave. Liu Bei asked in confusion. This outfit is perfectly fine, and where are you going? Wouldn't it be fine to stay at home? Home won't do. Of course we'll go to the hospital. I've already booked a doctor. The surgery can start as soon as we arrive, Shen Qingyu said irritably. Wait, I don't understand. Liu Bei asked, puzzled. What? Why do we need a doctor for this? Nonsense. How can you have a baby without a doctor? She rolled her eyes and said, I've arranged a top-notch medical team to try and succeed on the first try. Liu Bei was completely bewildered. Are doctors these days so advanced? They can even perform surgery for something like having a child? What does that mean? Shen Qingyu thought that Liu Bei might not know this kind of knowledge since he had been staying in the mountains with Li Xinjiang. She smiled and explained, That's right. With the advancement of medicine, it is possible to have a child through in vitro fertilization or artificial insemination. Simply put, it means removing my eggs and yours. Liu Bei suddenly realized what was happening and was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had expected. Moreover, according to her, it was all done using external medical methods, so her spirit body would probably fail, and his essence and blood would quickly transform into spiritual energy, making revenge impossible. It was destined to fail. No, this is absolutely not going to work. Qingyu, we won't be able to have children this way. Why not, Liu Bei? I know you have superb medical skills, but you also need to have faith in scientific medicine. She said earnestly, Many people want to have children these days. No, I can't accept this approach. Liu Bei didn't know how to explain it to her in detail, so he could only shake his head and say, Qingyu, what I mean is to have a child through normal intercourse. Besides, you didn't tell me before that you were using this kind of medical method. Shen Qingyu frowned. It's written in the contract, didn't you see it? I really didn't notice. When Liu Bei heard that she wanted a child, he didn't even look at the so-called contract, since he was willing to sacrifice everything for the child. That's your problem, Shen Qingyu said, blushing. What were you thinking? We're a contract couple, and we've only known each other for such a short time. How could I possibly share a room with you? Although I really want children, I'd rather not have them than have sex. Boom. Liu Bei was startled, looking at her with a complicated expression. So he had been wrong from the start? He wouldn't mind if he could have a child through medical means, but the key issue is that his situation is special, and there is no other way to achieve his wish except by having intercourse with a spirit. Qingyu, is there any room for negotiation? Liu Bei looked at her sincerely. As long as you are willing to have sex, I will agree to any conditions. I can make the Shen family the most prestigious family in the world, and make you the most outstanding queen in the business world, as long as you are willing to share a room with me and have children. Heh. Shen Qingyu laughed in anger. Liu Bei, you'd say something as childish as sleeping with me. I really misjudged you. I thought you were different from other men, that you were a gentleman, but now it seems you're no different from them. You've disappointed me greatly. So you're unwilling? Liu Bei's eyes betrayed his dejection. Is there absolutely no room for negotiation? No, I don't want to, she said angrily. Well, Liu Bei turned and left dejectedly. This was something that could only be accepted willingly and could not be forced. Perhaps he will never have children in this lifetime. Thinking of this, he smiled sadly again. Land. Shen Qingyu swallowed her words, genuinely sensing Liu Bei's disappointment. Is it really necessary to be so heartbroken? Even if he wanted to have sex with me, it's impossible for it to happen in such a short time. Do you think I'm such a casual woman? Wait, he seems really upset. Did I say anything hurtful? Liu Bei quietly left the Shen family. Since Shen Qingyu refused to have children for him and had successfully obtained the inheritance rights, there was no need for him to stay. As for the so-called monetary compensation, he didn't want it at all. Money is something that, as long as he asks, the descendants of his godsons will scramble to give it to him. Liu Bei wandered aimlessly along the dimly lit street. Having lived for millennia, he had long been accustomed to solitude. But at this moment, this solitude seemed particularly piercing. Liu Bei. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Liu Bei turned around and saw a red sports car parked next to him. Is it really you? Sume got out of the car. What a coincidence. What are you doing here alone? Why is it you? Just taking a stroll. Liu Bei frowned slightly and said, Last time you sent someone to assassinate me, and you still dare to show your face in front of me. Aren't you afraid? Of course I'm not afraid, because I know you're not that kind of person. Besides, I'm just a weak woman. How could you bear to hurt me? Sume said pitifully, raising her eyebrows. It must be said that Sume is more adaptable than Shen Qingyu, who is assertive and decisive. She can be very strong, but she can also have a woman's vulnerable side. I'm in a bad mood. Don't bother me. Liu Bei wasn't in the mood to waste words with her. Su Mei, however, shamelessly chased after him. Did you have a fight with Shen Qingyu? Liu Bei didn't say anything. A hint of joy flashed in Su Mei's eyes, but her face showed concern. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. It's hard to get a taxi here. Liu Bei initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he got into the car anyway. Su Mei started the car and said excitedly, Where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. Casual. Then, would you like to come to my place for a bit? Su Mei said with a half smile, I have some wine at home. When I'm in a bad mood, a little wine can make me feel better. It doesn't matter. Let's go, he replied. Su Mei prefers to be alone and owns 3 villas. She brought Liu Bei to the nearest one. After arriving home, she personally went to the wine cabinet and retrieved a bottle of red wine. This is a 1982 Lafite. I've treasured it for a long time. She poured 2 glasses and handed them to Liu Bei, saying, Try it and see what you think. Liu Bei took it and drank it all in one gulp. You have a good capacity for alcohol. She poured Liu Bei another glass, then sat down next to him. Can you tell me what happened between you and Shen Qingyu? Chapter 17. We are destined to never meet. Cannot. Liu Bei drank his wine expressionlessly. It did taste quite good. Su Mei smiled and wasn't angry. She continued, I know Shen Qingyu. She's proud and arrogant at heart and looks down on everyone. Being with her would be exhausting. Besides, in such a short time, she couldn't possibly have developed feelings for you. But I'm different. My feelings for you are genuine. The day I called off the engagement in Pingshan village was the most regrettable thing I've ever done in my life. Liu Bei said calmly, I never care about feelings or sincerity. She is not simple, and neither are you. Haha, then why are you so troubled? Su Mei gently placed her hand on the back of his hand. Leave the Shen family and come to the Su family. I will treat you well. I will give you whatever you want. Liu Bei withdrew his hand and said, Miss Su, I've said it before, we can't be together. Why? Su Mei said unwillingly. Just because of Shen Qingyu? But she doesn't care about you at all. Liu Bei, wake up. She's just using you. I know, Liu Bei said calmly. Aren't you the same? At least Shen Qingyu can have children for him. So it's a win-win situation, but Su Mei can't give him what he wants. But at least I'll give you my true heart, Liu Bei. Are you really unwilling to give me a chance? Liu Bei shook his head and said, Miss Su, we are not destined to be together. Besides, I said I don't care about any true feelings. Disappointment flashed in Su Mei's eyes, but she quickly cheered up. All right, since you put it that way, I won't force you. But at least let me help you, and we can be friends, right? Help me with what? You have nowhere to go right now, don't you? Su Mei smiled. I have plenty of rooms here. You can stay here for now and leave whenever you want. Consider it a favor between friends. Liu Bei pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. He did indeed need a place to stay. He never expected that the Su family would send someone to kill him the day before yesterday, but now he's drinking with Su Mei here. After they had drunk enough, Su Mei led him to a spacious guest room. Rest assured, no one will come to this house except me, and no one will disturb you. Good night. Before leaving, Su Mei winked at him, then happily went back to her room and called Su Tianlong. Dad, you'd never guess that Liu Bei is staying with me. He had a fight with Shen Qingyu. What? Su Tianlong exclaimed in surprise. This is a great opportunity to win him over, Xiao Mei. You must do your best to win him over. Even if he is unwilling to serve the Su family, at least don't let him become an enemy. Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. Su Mei put down her phone and secretly decided that she couldn't miss this opportunity. A night breeze blows, and the shadows of the trees sway. Shen Qingyu lay in bed, tossing and turning. She picked up her phone, wanting to send a message to Liu Bei, but didn't know what to say. Finally, she sent it anyway. Are you asleep? After waiting a few minutes without a reply, she sent another message. Did what I said tonight hurt you? If so, I'm sorry. There was still no reply, so she dialed Liu Bei's number, but it was switched off. Shen Qingyu frowned, got up, and went to Liu Bei's room. She pushed open the door. The room was empty. On the bedside table sat the new cell phone she had given her. What do you mean? Where did he go? For some reason, Shen Qingyu suddenly felt a pang of panic. Liu Bei, Liu Bei. You're throwing a tantrum now? Do you think you can control me like this? I'm not some teenage girl. Wait till you get back. I'll teach you a lesson. She stomped her feet in frustration. The next morning, Su Mei got up early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast and went to Liu Bei's room. She deliberately wore a silk slip dress with a thin cardigan over it, revealing glimpses of her skin. Liu Bei, are you awake? Liu Bei opened the door and was taken aback by her attire. "Miss Su, what's wrong? I made you breakfast." Su Mei smiled and walked into the room. "The weather is so nice today. I haven't had much work these past few days, so I can go for a walk with you. Where do you want to go? I'll drive you there." Liu Bei could easily guess her thoughts, but he had already clearly rejected her twice. Yet she remained as enthusiastic as ever, leaving him somewhat bewildered. You don't have to do this. I'm leaving today." Su Mei's smile froze. No, she couldn't let him leave like this, or she would miss the opportunity. She immediately put on a pitiful and weak expression and said, "Liu Bei, did I do something wrong to upset you? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? If I do anything wrong, just tell me and I'll fix it." Liu Bei really couldn't stand this kind of thing. He was the kind of person who responded better to gentleness than force. "No, you did a great job and were very hospitable. I just didn't want to trouble others," Liu Bei replied. "No trouble at all. I'd love to beg you to stay." She immediately said, "Liu Bei, I said some hurtful things when we broke off the engagement that day, and Master Wu and the others came to cause you trouble the day before yesterday. I don't ask for anything. I just ask that you give me a chance to make up for my mistakes, like a friend would, okay? Please, please." Su Mei was good at reading people's expressions and had a slight understanding of Liu Bei's character. Then she acted pitifully and coquettishly. "Okay, fine." After careful consideration, Liu Bei realized that since he had already left the seclusion, he couldn't just rush back. He hadn't yet resolved his bottleneck period, so it wouldn't hurt to spend some more time gaining experience in the mortal world. "Then you should eat quickly. I'll go change my clothes first." Su Mei had originally intended to seduce him and see how long he could resist. But now it seemed she couldn't rush things. Liu Bei wasn't that kind of superficial man. After breakfast, Liu Bei declined Su Mei's offer to take him out for fun. Instead, he thought of an old friend from Jiangnan, wondering if he was still alive. It had been 30 years since they last met. "Miss Su, do you know Star Villa? Can you take me to see a friend?" Su Mei was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "Yinshan Villa? You mean that private estate in the western suburbs? You can't go into that place. My dad told me that it was the Yun family's private residence, and very few people in the entire Jiangnan region were qualified to go inside." She had been curious about this place for a long time, because the Yun family seemed to have no influence in Jiangnan. But rumors say that there is an old man in the Yun family with a very prominent status, whom ordinary people cannot meet, and whom no one dares to offend. The Yun family is extremely low-key in their actions. "Okay, take me there." Su Mei reminded him, "Liu Bei, that place is really not one we can enter. I heard that the manor never receives outsiders. You don't need to worry about that. I just want to catch up with some old friends," Liu Bei said softly. "Okay, let's go then." She didn't say anything more. Half an hour later, Su Mei's red sports car stopped at **'s feet. Ahead was a private road with a guard post at the intersection. For bodyguards in black stood guard on both sides, exuding a fierce aura. Su Mei parked the car in the driveway. "Look, we can't get in here." Liu Bei got out of the car and walked towards the intersection. Su Mei quickly followed, curious about which old friend Liu Bei was going to see. Did he work here? Just then, a silver supercar roared up and screeched to a halt outside the gate. Chapter 18, He Really Is Annoying. The car door opened, and a young man in an expensive suit got out. He took off his sunglasses and looked at Su Mei in a pretentious manner. Su Mei initially thought he was some great beauty, but she was stunned when she recognized Su Mei. "Oh, isn't this Miss Su? What? You've come to pay your respects to Elder Yin too. Wait a minute, Yinshan Villa doesn't receive guests. Even if the Su family has assets worth tens of billions, they're not qualified to see Elder Yin." Su Mei's expression changed slightly as she looked at him. "Sun Tai, your friend?" Liu Bei frowned as he looked at his frivolous demeanor. "No, this guy is really annoying. There isn't a single woman in the Jiangnan circle who isn't annoyed by him." Su Mei shook her head, cursing her bad luck inwardly. How could she have run into this little devil here? Although the Sun family did not engage in business, his father was a powerful figure in Jiangnan. Sun Tai often used this power to bully others, asking rich young men for money when he was short of cash, and frequently making advances towards the daughters of wealthy families. His reputation in the circle was already ruined, and everyone hated him. He had previously harassed Su Mei multiple times. Unfortunately, no one dared to offend him, because if his father held a grudge, it would be difficult for them to develop in Jiangnan. Sun Tai stared at Su Mei as she walked over, his expression lewd. "Miss Su, you look really beautiful today. If you're here to see Elder Yun, you're probably going to be disappointed because outsiders aren't allowed in here. Of course, if you come with me for a drink tonight, I can take you in. After all, my grandfather and Elder Yun happen to have some connections. Sume said coldly. Young master's son is joking. I came with a friend, and I don't have any particular reason to see anyone. Sun Tai looked up at Liu Bei, having just thought he was Su Mei's bodyguard. This person looks unfamiliar. Which family are you from? My friend, Liu Bei, Su Mei replied. Never heard of him. Sun Tai sneered. Su Mei, you have terrible taste. You brought this kind of trash out? Is he your kept man? She said irritably. Sun Tai, show some respect for my friend. Respect? Sun Tai sneered. Su Mei, how many people in Jiangnan can I respect? Is a pretty boy worthy of my respect? Who do you think you are? Looking at his arrogant and disdainful demeanor, Liu Bei said calmly. Are you done? What? You're not happy about what I said. So what? Do you know who I am? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing, Liu Bei said calmly. Get out of the way, you're blocking my way. You fine very well. I'll show you who's blocking my way. He turned to the bodyguards at the gate and shouted, You lot, come here. For bodyguards immediately surrounded him, recognized Sun Tai, and respectfully asked, Young master's son, what are your orders? Sume asked urgently. Sun Tai, what are you trying to do? What are you doing? He sneered. I really don't like that pretty boy right now, Sume. You'd better stand back, or don't blame me if you get hurt. Now that I've captured you all, I'm going to deal with you personally. Yes. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, knowing that the Sun family and the Yun family had some connection, and that Sun Tai had visited Yunshan Villas several times, so he had to give him some face. One of them reached out and grabbed Liu Bei's shoulder. Liu Bei didn't even look at it, and just waved his hand casually. Bang! The bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing into the guard post, and losing consciousness. The other three's expressions changed drastically, and they attacked simultaneously. Liu Bei moved slightly. Bang bang bang. 3 muffled thuds followed, and all 3 bodyguards fell to the ground, incapacitated. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. No, how could this be? Sun Tai stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Sume was secretly shocked. She knew Liu Bei was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. No wonder even Master Wu died at his hands. Father was right. This guy is a bit scary. Liu Bei walked up to Sun Tai and said, Now, can you move aside? Sun Tai took 2 steps back in fright, but then remembered his identity and straightened his back. Kid, you're finished. You dare to hit someone from the Yun family. You're going to die. Liu Bei ignored him and walked straight inside. Sume regained her senses and quickly followed. Sun Tai quickly caught up but blocked his way, saying arrogantly, Trying to leave? No way. And what do you think Yunshan Villa is, a place you can just walk into? Liu Bei calmly said, I have something to discuss with Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai. Sun Tai roared. How dare you address old Master Yun by his name? You're utterly ignorant and arrogant. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Bei, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him across the face, sending him flying 3 meters away. Half of his face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. Noisy. You're right. He really is annoying. Sume said in astonishment. Liu Bei, although Sun Tai is despicable, his father is someone you can't easily offend in Jiangnan. If you hit him, I'm afraid. Liu Bei replied. I'm all alone. What can he do to me? Sume then realized that, indeed, Liu Bei was neither from a prominent family nor a businessman, yet he possessed extraordinary strength, making it impossible for the Sun family to retaliate against him. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, You're right. Sun Tai covered his face and said, Damn it. You brat. You've got guts. I've remembered this. You're not leaving here today. Liu Bei ignored the clown and continued walking inside. At this moment, several bodyguards in black came down from the mountain. They were guards of Yunshan Villa. They rushed out after seeing the situation at the gate from the surveillance camera. Halt. No entry to private property. Also, you're the one who injured the guards at the gate. How dare you be so insolent here? A burly man glared at Liu Bei. Oh no, oh no. Sume couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The people living in this Yunshan villa were indeed not ordinary people, as there were so many martial artists guarding it. Although she was not a martial artist, she could still tell that these guards were different from ordinary people. Liu Bei frowned. At this moment, he was genuinely annoyed. Those few were blind. I'm here to see Yin Songhai. I advise you to inform him that Liu Bei from Pingshan village wants to see him. Sensing the aura emanating from Liu Bei, the guards suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure and were secretly alarmed. Chapter 19. Liu Bei is angry. This guy is no ordinary person. No wonder he took care of the 4 guards so easily. Go and inform Elder Yun immediately. Yes. One person quickly ran back up the mountain. Sun Tai stood up and walked to the burly man's side, saying, Captain Nyo, I'm Sun Tai. I've been here with my grandfather several times. You should remember me, right? Young master's son. Of course I remember. Captain Nyo nodded. Is your face all right? Sun Tai said smugly. Su-mei, you see? The relationship between the Yun family and our Sun family is beyond your imagination. I'll make you pay for slapping me. Su-mei asked anxiously. It seems he does have a good relationship with the Yun family. Liu Bei, what should we do? Liu Bei remained silent, waiting in place. He was already in a bad mood, and these clowns only added fuel to the fire. Seeing that he remained silent, Sun Tai assumed he was afraid and became even more smug, saying, Su-mei, as long as you make this kid kneel down and kowtow to me to admit his mistake, and you spend the night with me, I might consider letting him off this time. How about it? Su-mei, unable to bear it any longer, said, Sun Tai, do you really think my Su family is easy to bully? I've put up with you for too long. Don't you even look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? You think you're good enough to date me? Sun Tai was furious. Su-mei, you're asking for it. Before he could finish speaking, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Immortal Master, is it really Immortal Master Liu who has come to see me? Everyone looked up and saw an old man in a Zhongshan suit and a young man with short hair hurrying over. The guards' expressions changed slightly. The newcomers were none other than Yun Songhai and his grandson, Yun Feiyang. Elder Yun. Young Master. Yun Songhai strode to the front of the crowd, saw Liu Bei and trembled, immediately bowing in respect. Truly a celestial master. Songhai pays respects to Immortal Master Liu. Boom. Upon seeing this, everyone was so shocked that their mouths dropped open. Immortal Master? This is the first time I've heard this title. Why would Yun Songhai call this young man an Immortal Master? Su-mei trembled slightly. Was this old man the mysterious figure from Yinshan Villa? He actually bowed so deeply to Liu Bei. Master Liu, why didn't you tell me you were coming down the mountain? I would have come to greet you personally. Yun Songhai couldn't hide his excitement. Liu Bei said unhappily, Little Songhai, it's really hard to see you. First, this so-called young master's son humiliated me, and then your guards blocked my way. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Yun Fei said angrily, How dare you? You are so young, yet you call me grandfather like that. Are you trying to humiliate my grandfather? Smack. Yun Songhai slapped his beloved grandson across the face and angrily rebuked him. Shut up. Who gave you the right to speak? How dare you boss around Master Liu like that? Admit your mistake. Grandpa, Yun Feiyang was stunned. His grandfather had always doted on him since he was a child, and had never hit him before. I'll make you admit your mistake. Seeing the anger in his grandfather's eyes, Yun Feiyang, though puzzled, still said to Liu Bei, I'm sorry. Sun Tai stood there dumbfounded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Oh no, who have I messed with? Old Master Yun even hit his own grandson just for saying a few words, but I've done this to Liu Bei. Liu Bei remained silent, but Yun Songhai could tell he was still clearly angry. Master Liu is of a lofty state of mind and rarely gets angry. Angry? What's wrong with these people below? Can anyone tell me what happened? Who is so bold as to provoke Master Liu into such displeasure? Everyone was terrified, and their faces turned ashen. First, Captain Nyo explained that they had seen someone injuring the security guard in the monitoring room, so they rushed down to check. The 4 security guards who had just been injured by Liu Bei also explained what had happened. After listening, Yun Songhai looked at Sun Tai with a sudden coldness in his eyes. Old Sun's grandson, did I let you come to my villa a few times and think this was your own home? You have some nerve. Sun Tai was so frightened that he knelt down with a thud, his voice almost crying. Grandpa Yun, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know this Mr. Liu was your distinguished guest. Shut up. Yun Songhai shouted sternly. Guards. 2 guards immediately stepped forward. Slap him. Yun Songhai roared. Beat him until he comes to his senses. No, Grandpa Yun, I know I was wrong. Sun Tai begged for mercy in fear, but the 2 guards still walked up to him and slapped him. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the mountains. Sun Tai screamed in agony as he was beaten, his face quickly swelling up like a pig's head and blood gushing from his mouth. After slapping him more than 20 times, Yun Songhai raised his hand to signal him to stop. Sun Tai collapsed to the ground, unable to speak clearly, only able to whimper. Send him back to the Sun family and tell them to discipline him properly, or I will personally take care of him. Also, no one from the Sun family is allowed to enter the other courtyard. Yes. The guards dragged Sun Tai away. While Sun Tai's eyes were filled with fear. He knew his family would beat him to death if he went back like this, but it was too late for regrets. Yun Songhai didn't even glance at him, turning to the guards at the intersection and shouting, "Are you all blind? How dare you obstruct the arrival of Immortal Master Lu?" The guards were so frightened that they knelt down and said, "Elder Yun, please calm down. We know we were wrong. You admit your mistake?" Yun Songhai sneered. "I already instructed them that if anyone surnamed Lu came to the door, they should be notified immediately and not stopped. Did you take my words for granted? Elder Yun, that was so many years ago, we just can't remember. Hee. Fei Yong, punish them all severely. If there's a next time, they'll all be expelled from the Yun family," Yun Songhai said domineeringly. "Yes, Grandpa." Yun Feiyong couldn't help but look at Liu Bei again, wondering who this guy was that could make his grandfather so nervous. "Immortal Master, are you satisfied with how Songhai has handled this?" Yun Songhai observed Liu Bei's expression. However, Liu Bei remained expressionless and unmoved, though a chill still lingered in his eyes. Su Mei, as if waking from a dream, said to Liu Bei, "That's enough, isn't it? Elder Yun has already shown great sincerity. It would be disrespectful to continue arguing like this. When have I ever needed to give him face?" Liu Bei said softly. Boom. Yun Songhai was so frightened that he immediately knelt down on both knees. "Immortal Master Liu, I was wrong. As long as you can calm down, you can punish me however you want. I will have no complaints." Hiss. Everyone gasped at the sight. Had this old man gone mad? Had he forgotten who he was? Although he has retired and is now enjoying his retirement, he was once a top figure whose mere presence could send shivers down the spines of the entire southwest region. Now, an octogenarian has to kneel down and beg a young man in his 20s, and it's just a small matter. Yun Songhai wiped away a cold sweat. In his memory, Master Liu had a very stable temper, and he had never even seen him get angry. What did Sun Tai do to make him so angry? No, that's too easy on that bastard. He'll make the entire Sun family pay the price later. All right, it's not entirely your fault. Let's go, I'm thirsty. Liu Beisong opened his mouth and stepped inside. In fact, this was also an unexpected disaster for Xiao Songhai. His inner turmoil was not just about what had just happened, but perhaps it was because the child's wish had been dashed once again. Chapter 20. Where are you? Seeing Liu Bei walk inside, Yun Songhai breathed a sigh of relief before daring to get up from the ground. Yun Feiyong quickly stepped forward to help him up. "Grandpa, you're so old. Why are you kneeling before someone, especially a young person? What will people say if word gets out?" Yun Songhai glared at him fiercely. "What do you know? This is Immortal Master Liu. It is an honor for me to kneel before him. Don't say such things again, or I will not forgive you if you displease Immortal Master Liu." "Immortal Master?" Yun Feiyong asked, puzzled. Why is he called Immortal Master? Or what qualifications does a young man have to bear this title? Is he some kind of fortune teller or charlatan? Yun Songhai slapped him on the head in anger. "Shut up. This is a great disrespect to Immortal Master Liu. If you dare to say another word, I'll beat you to death, you unfilial grandson. In short, treat the Immortal Master well, understand?" I understand." Yun Feiyong scratched his head in frustration, but he couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Liu Bei looked younger than him, so why should his grandfather kneel down? He thought it was a blessing. Unbelievable. Grandpa has never been a fool. What kind of spell did that guy cast on him? Su Mei, who was not far away, heard the conversation between the grandfather and grandson clearly and was extremely shocked. It was truly an eye-opening experience for her. It seems that she has greatly underestimated this man. Judging from Elder Yun's attitude towards him and his relationship with the Li family, his illustrious background is something that ordinary wealthy families cannot compare to. After regaining her senses, she quickly caught up with Liu Bei, then took out her phone and secretly took a picture of him, which she then deliberately posted on her WeChat moments. A wonderful day traveling with Mr. Liu, an indescribable happiness and awe. Meanwhile, at the Shen family, Shen Qingyu arrived at Liu Bei's room early in the morning, only to find that he still hadn't returned. What exactly does he mean? Doesn't he plan to come back? Is it really worth it for such a small thing? Running away from home. You really think I care? We're just a contract couple, and you're trying to play these tricks on me. Shen Qingyu grew angrier the more she thought about it, but she also felt inexplicably panicked. She went downstairs to ask her mother, Zhouwan. Mom, have you seen Liu Bei? Zhouwan shook her head and said, No, I thought he was still asleep. Wasn't he in the room? No. A hint of disappointment appeared in Shen Qingyu's eyes. Zhouwan keenly sensed something was wrong and asked with concern, What's wrong? Did you two have a fight? Qingyu, you've always been strong-willed since you were little. We're little. It's not a bad thing to be strong-willed in the company or when you're doing business. But Liu Bei is your husband. Even if you're not really married, you should still tone down your personality a bit in front of him. Mom, I treat him very well, don't worry. We didn't quarrel. He just went out because he had something to do. Shen Qingyu believed she had been very kind and respectful to Liu Bei and seemed to have never done anything disrespectful to him, except that she had refused his request to share a room last night. Is this wrong? That's good. Zhouwan nodded. Mom, I'm going to the company now. The driver had already prepared the car. After getting in, Shen Qingyu absent-mindedly scrolled through her phone until she saw Su Mei's post on her WeChat Moments. In the photo, Liu Bei's profile is tall and straight, accompanied by an ambiguous caption. Shen Qingyu's mind went blank for a moment, and anger surged into her heart. What on earth was that bitch Su Mei doing? Liu Bei too. He actually disobeyed and dared to meet Su Mei in private. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she dialed Su Mei's number directly. The call connected quickly, and Su Mei said in a pretentious tone, Oh, Miss Shen, what brings you to call me? Su Mei, are you with Liu Bei? Shen Qingyu said, suppressing her anger. I already warned you to stay away from him last time. Yes, Su Mei chuckled. What? Miss Shen, are you checking up on me? But I don't think you're in a position to do so anymore, are you? Liu Bei left the Shen family last night, didn't he? Her body trembled, and she gripped her phone tightly. So, Liu Bei went to find Su Mei after leaving the Shen family last night. Does he really want women that much? That slut Su Mei is trying to win over Liu Bei. She won't let this opportunity pass her by. So they slept together last night and went on a romantic trip today? Thinking of this, Shen Qing's voice trembled as she asked, Su Mei, where are you? Sorry, no comment. Su Mei smiled and said, I don't want our date to be disturbed, and I hope Mr. Shen has the self-awareness to not ruin our wonderful day. Goodbye. Su Mei hung up the phone, and Shen Qing, in a fit of rage, yelled, Su Mei, you bitch, I will never forgive you. The driver was terrified and cautious. He had never seen Shen Qingyu so out of control before. What could have made her so vulnerable? Shen Qingyu took a deep breath and called her secretary. No matter what method you use, find Liu Bei or Su Mei as soon as possible. At this moment, Su Mei learned from the phone call that Shen Qingyu had broken down and was overjoyed. For many years, Shen Qingyu had always been the one to the top in everything, and this time she could finally hold her head high. Liu Bei, such an outstanding and unique man. I will absolutely not give him to you easily. Thinking of this, she caught up with Liu Bei and asked in confusion, Liu Bei, why does Elder Yun call you Immortal Master? Actually, I don't understand either. Some people give me these nicknames randomly. Maybe they're trying to show respect. Liu Bei shook his head. He couldn't stop others from calling him that, but he knew he couldn't bear the title of Immortal. Inside a luxurious mansion halfway up the mountain, Yun Songhai and his grandson warmly entertained Liu Bei and Su Mei, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Su Mei felt a little embarrassed, but she understood that she was able to earn the respect of the Yun family because of the man next to her, Liu Bei. Immortal Master, is there any important matter that brings you to Jiangnan? If there is anything I can do to help you, please feel free to give the order. Nothing serious, Liu Bei said casually, sipping his tea. I just wanted to take a leisurely stroll down the mountain. Do you have a place to stay? If you don't mind, I will let you stay here so that no one will disturb your peace, Yin Songhai said. Su Mei thought to herself, how can that be? I was hoping to take this opportunity to get closer to Liu Bei. Elder Yun, Liu Bei rarely comes down the mountain, so he must want to travel around more. If he wanted peace and quiet, he wouldn't have come down the mountain, right? Miss Su is right. I was inconsiderate. After saying that, Yun Songhai suddenly remembered something, stood up, and said, Immortal Master, please wait a moment. I'm going to fetch something. Please take a look at it. A moment later, he returned carrying a sandalwood box. Upon opening the wooden box, One finds a small bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 handles. Its simple and ancient design, along with its verdigris-covered surface, clearly indicates its antiquity. Immortal Master, this was a gift from an old friend not long ago. Yun Songhai asked doubtfully. He said it's from the Tang dynasty, an incense burner used by an emperor. But I always feel it's not that simple. There's a strange aura about it. Could you take a look? Chapter 21 Regarded as Gods. Liu Bei took the bronze tripod and glanced at it only once. This is not an incense burner, but a cauldron for refining medicine. It was indeed used exclusively by the Tang dynasty royal family for refining elixirs. An alchemy cauldron? The group looked surprised. Liu Bei pointed to the patterns on the cauldron and explained, these patterns are not decorations, but a spirit-gathering array. When refining pills, this array can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve the quality of the pills. Upon hearing this, the group immediately looked closely. Liu Bei pointed to the bottom of the cauldron and said, there should have been inscriptions here, but they've been worn away. If I remember correctly, this cauldron was commissioned by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang to be cast. There were 9 of them, and they were given to the 9 most famous alchemists of the time. Yun Feiyang asked in surprise, how do you know so much? Liu Bei said softly, it's a coincidence. At that time, Shaoli invited me to stay in the palace for a few days, and I happened to be there. He was not lying. In his later years, Li Hongzhang couldn't let go of his empire and his beloved, and became obsessed with elixirs of immortality. The entire nation mobilized to search for his whereabouts. Liu Bei knew his thoughts and refused to meet him, even deliberately avoiding him. But the old man was too afraid of death and, like a madman, spared no expense to find him and ask him about the secret to immortality. Fearing that he would become a sinner by influencing the people of the world, Liu Bei finally appeared and met with him, clearly telling him that even if he was an emperor, he was still immortal and could not live forever, and advised him not to be so stubborn. However, he continued to have people refine elixirs, and he died a few years later. Little Li, you mean Emperor Xuanzong of Tang? Yun Feiyang asked in astonishment. Yes, it's him. Liu Bei nodded. Sumei couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the first time she had ever seen Liu Bei joke. Before, he was always cold and indifferent. I didn't realize you were so funny. Hearing this, Yun Feiyang was a little angry. It turned out that this guy was joking, but he glanced at his grandfather and didn't dare to make a scene. However, Liu Bei continued looking at the cauldron and said, this should be the 3rd cauldron. If I remember correctly, Shaoli bestowed it upon the alchemist Zhang Guolao. If I remember correctly, the bottom of this cauldron was originally engraved with 3rd year of Tianbao, Imperial bestowed cauldron, the 3rd, bestowed upon Zhang Guolao. You can check if it's accurate. Yun Songhai quickly took the small cauldron and carefully examined its bottom. Although the inscription is severely worn, upon close inspection, the characters can still be faintly seen. Just as Liu Bei said, not a single character is different. It really is. Yun Songhai said in a trembling voice, as expected of a celestial master, your knowledge and vision are indeed extraordinary. Yun Feiyang and Su Mei, who were standing to the side, were already dumbfounded. Although he said it in a joking manner, he was able to be accurate to the last word. His knowledge was indeed beyond that of ordinary people. They seemed to understand why Elder Yun called him a celestial master, implying that his abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. This stuff is good. Keep it. Although it can't be used to make a so-called elixir, its effects are several times greater than ordinary pills, and it's quite valuable. Yun Songhai said happily. Immortal Master Liu, so many thoughts have passed over this cauldron. Can it still be used? It can be used. Liu Bei nodded and said, it's just that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin now. Even if you can gather spiritual energy, the effect will be greatly reduced. We can't even gather all the materials, so you don't have to be persistent, lest you end up like Xuanzong. Immortal Master, rest assured, I am not that confused. Yun Songhai smiled and sighed inwardly. 30 years had passed, yet Liu Bei's appearance remained unchanged. He truly deserved to be called a celestial master. 30 years ago, he was a middle-aged man in his 50s, but now he is an octogenarian, which is quite a sad state of affairs. Before we knew it, it was noon. In the viewing pavilion of the villa, the surrounding mountains were picturesque. The table was laden with exquisite Jiangnan dishes, and Yun Songhai personally poured wine for Liu Bei with a respectful attitude. Yun Feiyang accompanied him from the side. Although he was polite on the surface, There was still a hint of resentment hidden deep in his eyes. Why did his grandfather treat him like a grandson? He was the #1 top figure in the southwest region back then. After a few rounds of drinks, Liu Bei's thoughts calmed down considerably, no longer affected by the child's situation, and he looked up at Yin Songhai. Little Songhai, have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Feeling weak in the morning and experiencing a dull pain in your chest when you practice your internal energy? Yun Songhai was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, Immortal Master, how did you know? Your complexion, Liu Bei said softly, is already showing signs of death between your brows, a sign that your lifespan is about to end. What? Yun Songhai was shocked, and Sumei was so frightened that she almost dropped her chopsticks. No, Liu Bei is being too impolite. Anyone would feel uncomfortable hearing such words. Although she still doesn't know Yun Songhai's specific identity, Yun Feiyong's behavior and Sun Tai's fear prove that Elder Yun is no ordinary person. Liu Bei didn't take this kind of person seriously at all. He was clearly a young man in his 20s, yet he acted like an elder in front of an 80-year-old man. Presumptuous. As expected, Yun Feiyong glared angrily. Liu Bei, my grandfather is in good health. How dare you curse him here? Feiyong, how dare you be disrespectful to the immortal master? Yun Songhai shouted sternly, his face already pale. Immortal master, please enlighten me. Liu Bei glanced at Yun Feiyong and shook his head, saying, when you were young, you fought on the battlefield and suffered many hidden injuries. Later, you forcibly suppressed them through cultivation, which extended your lifespan by several decades. But now it has become a source of trouble. Your meridians are already overburdened, yet you still force yourself to circulate your energy every day, like adding weight to a collapsing roof beam. If you continue to cultivate, you will surely die within a year, as your meridians will be completely severed. What? It's that serious? I thought it was just old age. Yin Songhai's face was pale. He had indeed felt his health deteriorating over the past few months. He would feel a dull pain in his chest after each exercise, but he thought it was a recurrence of an old injury. Instead, he practiced even more diligently, trying to suppress it with his internal energy. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a death warrant. Grandpa, don't listen to him, Yun Feiyong said urgently. He's clearly exaggerating. I'll get the top medical experts to take a look at you right away. What do you know? Yun Songhai glared at him and said, how could a celestial master speak falsehoods? Shut up. Yun Feiyong was too scared to speak anymore, but he was still very unhappy. What was his grandfather thinking? Did he really treat this kid like a god? How could I tolerate him saying those things? Liu Bei calmly said, if we stop practicing now and recuperate properly, we can still have 3 to 5 years to watch our grandson get married and start a family. We should have put aside martial arts and cultivation long ago. Yun Songhai rose shakily and bowed deeply to Liu Bei, saying, thank you for your guidance, immortal master. I understand now. Seeing his grandfather's state, Yun Feiyong felt both anxious and angry, and suddenly turned to glare at Liu Bei. You make a lot of sense, but what proof do you have? I think you're just trying to confuse my grandfather. Feiyong, Yun Songhai roared. Kneel down. I won't kneel. Yun Feiyong was quite principled. Grandpa, how can your illustrious reputation be deceived by this kind of charlatan? If he really has the skills, let him show me his true abilities. Yun Songhai was trembling with anger and was about to lash out when Liu Bei waved his hand. Chapter 22 Liu Bei, get out of the car. No need to get angry. Young people are just a bit hot-tempered. Liu Bei put down his wine glass and slowly stood up. However, young people need to be educated to become successful. Otherwise, they are prone to causing trouble. Considering this sumptuous lunch today, I'll teach your grandson a lesson on your behalf. Yun Feiyong sneered. What? Does Immortal Master Liu want to give me a lesson? Does he want to spar with me? All right, I couldn't be happier. I'd love to experience Master Liu's skills firsthand. Liu Bei didn't answer, but simply extended his right index finger and pointed it in the air. In an instant, the temperature inside the viewing pavilion plummeted. Yun Feiyong felt an invisible pressure pressing down like a mountain, and his legs went weak, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. He tried to struggle, but found that all his meridians were sealed, and he couldn't move even a finger. What kind of kung fu is this? Yun Feiyong exclaimed in shock. Liu Beifeng said calmly, your grandfather cultivated for decades, yet he still dared not challenge me. You've only cultivated for less than 20 years, and you've already become so arrogant. With a slight twitch of his fingers, Yun Feiyong immediately felt an increase in pressure, as if his internal organs were being gripped by a giant hand, making it difficult to breathe. Immortal Master, please calm your anger. Yun Songhai hurriedly pleaded. Your grandson was ignorant. Please be merciful. Liu Bei glanced at Yun Feiyong, withdrew his finger, and said, What's the rush? I said I'd teach him a lesson. Do you think I'd kill him? The pressure vanished instantly. Yun Feiyong collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his body drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he truly felt the breath of death. Liu Bei walked up to him and said, Now do you realize what you just did? Yun Feiyong raised his head and looked into Liu Bei's calm and unwavering eyes, and suddenly understood why his grandfather was so respectful. This is not a skill that an ordinary person could possess. He struggled to his feet, knelt upright, and kowtowed 3 times. I'm sorry, Immortal Master. I am completely convinced. I was too impulsive and offended just now. Liu Bei nodded without saying a word. Su Mei, standing to the side, was once again dumbfounded, utterly shocked. She witnessed from beginning to end how Yun Feiyong went from being displeased to submitting. Just who is this guy? Suddenly, she began to wonder, between him and General Li, who was the master and who was the servant. Haha. Kid, now you know what it means to be outdone by others and to be arrogant, right? Yun Songhai laughed and said, Don't get complacent and think you're something special just because you've achieved a little success. Even a powerful being like the Immortal Master knows how to be humble and restrained. So what are you? Yun Feiyong smiled bitterly. It was true. He was far, far behind. Today had truly broadened his horizons. Liu Bei easily shattered all his pride. Seeing this, Su Mei also lowered her head and smiled bitterly. She finally understood that Liu Bei had seen through her little schemes, but he treated them like child's play and didn't bother to care. This man is not someone she can control at all, not even Shen Qingyu, right? A thought began to grow wildly in her mind. What would the future hold for the Su family if she could get his help? Shen Qingyu, don't even think about me giving up on Liu Bei. I'm definitely sticking with this powerful guy. After bidding farewell to the Yun family grandfather and grandson, Liu Bei and Su Mei descended the mountain and left. Watching their departing figures, Yun Feiyong suddenly asked, Grandpa, who exactly is Master Liu? Why is he so powerful? Now that they are eyeing us covetously, why didn't you ask Master Liu for help just now? If he had taken action, he could have easily resolved the crisis facing the Yun family. Master Liu's identity is a mystery. I don't know the specifics either. It was my old leader, Li Songhai, who introduced me to him. Yun Songhai sighed. Master Liu is a mysterious figure who has been living in seclusion for many years and does not concern himself with worldly affairs. It's best not to disturb his peace with such trivial matters. If the Yun family is ever in dire straits, then we can shamelessly ask him for help. Yun Feiyong nodded without saying a word. Liu Bei was riding in Su Mei's sports car when a red Ferrari suddenly darted out from the side and braked sharply to block the road. Squeak! With a screeching sound of brakes, Su Mei jerked the steering wheel, and the sports car nearly stopped just half a meter away from the Ferrari. Shen Qingyu? Su Mei recognized the person and angrily cursed. Does this crazy woman have a death wish? Liu Bei looked up in surprise and saw that it really was Shen Qingyu. She stormed out of the car, wearing a white suit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, her makeup exquisite but unable to conceal the anger in her eyes. Liu Bei, get out of the car. Shen Qingyu's voice was icy. Before Liu Bei could react, Su Mei pressed his hand down. Don't worry about it. I'll go down and talk to her. After saying that, she pushed open the door and got out of the car. She walked up to Shen Qingyu. The two were about the same height, and their auras were fully displayed as they faced each other. Shen Qingyu, what do you mean by this? Su Mei said angrily. Stopping a car in the street is very dangerous, don't you know? Get out of the way. Shen Qingyu didn't even look at her, her gaze fixed on Liu Bei inside the car. Liu Bei, get out of the car. Liu Bei sighed. Seeing the two women's posture, he felt a fight was about to break out, so he had no choice but to get out of the car. Liu Bei, didn't I tell you to stay in the car and let me handle this? Su Mei said, dissatisfied. It's nothing. Liu Bei walked up to Shen Qingyu. What's the rush to see me about? Shen Qingyu looked at him, her eyes suddenly reddening, but she quickly suppressed it. What else do you want to ask me? Liu Bei, what do you mean? Why did you leave home without a word last night? You didn't even take the phone I bought for you. She became increasingly angry as she spoke, and even felt a little wronged. I thought something had happened to you, but look what happened. You're with this woman, going on dates. Have you forgotten who you are? You're my husband, whom I've registered our marriage with. Liu Bei replied, I didn't run away from home. I was just feeling down and wanted to get some peace and quiet. If I really wanted to leave, I would definitely have told you. As for my phone, I might have forgotten it. Su Mei interjected, Shen Qingyu, Liu Bei is an adult. He can go wherever he wants. He doesn't need to report to you, right? If he doesn't even have this freedom, then what's the point of him staying in the Shen family? Shut up. Shen Qingyu glared at her and said, Su Mei, I'm warning you, stay away from Liu Bei. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. What am I planning? Su Mei retorted provocatively. Besides, Liu Bei is a person, not an object. It's his freedom to be with whomever he wants. You. Shen Qing trembled with rage as she glared at Liu Bei, saying, You have to explain yourself clearly today. What exactly do you mean? Liu Bei sighed inwardly as he looked at her angry yet aggrieved expression. Miss Su, you should go back first. I'll talk to Qingyu. Liu Bei, go back. Liu Bei's tone was calm, but his words left no room for argument. Su Mei bit her lip and could only nod. Okay, then we'll keep in touch by phone. She gave Shen Qingyu a deep look, snorted coldly, got into the car, and drove away. Shen Qingyu's expression softened a bit, but she quickly hardened her face again and dragged Liu Bei toward her Ferrari. Get in, get in. Chapter 23, Deepening Conflict. Liu Bei was pulled along by her, but he didn't resist and obediently got into the passenger seat. Shen Qingyu started the car, stepped on the gas, and the sports car shot off like an arrow. She drove for about 5 minutes before stopping on the side of the road and turning off the engine. The car was completely silent. Shen Qingyu gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly turned her head and stared intently at Liu Bei. Liu Bei, tell me honestly, what exactly did you and Su Mei do? Liu Bei truthfully replied, I'm just staying at her house for one night. So you slept with her? Shen Qingyu raised her voice. You'd rather stay at her house than go back to the Shen family. Am I that hateful to you? Or are you so desperate for a woman that you absolutely have to go out and find her? I've told you she's my mortal enemy. It's not that I hate her. Nothing happened between us. We just happened to run into each other and had a few drinks at her house. That's all. Liu Bei explained calmly. Don't overthink it. I won't go against her or you. Really? Shen Qingyu's expression softened. Although the guy responded calmly, almost as if he were just going through the motions, Shen Qingyu knew he wouldn't lie, and her emotions completely calmed down. Are you unhappy because I said last night that I didn't want to sleep together? Liu Bei, we've only known each other for a few days. How can you expect me to accept that kind of thing? If you really want to have sex with me, at least give me more time, right? As she spoke, she felt increasingly aggrieved, and her eyes even reddened. She probably didn't even realize that Liu Bei could affect her emotions so much. You can be angry, you can argue with me, but you can't just leave without a word and go be with my nemesis. Do you know how upset I was when I saw Su Mei's posts on WeChat moments? Looking at her reddened eyes, Liu Bei felt a tender spot in his heart. Moments? What moments? Shen Qingyu took out her phone and handed it to him. Liu Bei was speechless and didn't know what to say. But when she fought with her uncles for the inheritance, she wouldn't give an inch, and the assertiveness she displayed in public, including how she defended him at the Chu family's birthday banquet, almost made him cry. Liu Bei felt somewhat guilty and slowly said, I'm sorry. I just wanted some peace and quiet. Meeting Su Mei was just a coincidence, but I didn't expect it to hurt you. Shen Qingyu turned her head away haughtily. So you were really upset last night? No wonder you were so agreeable when we signed the contract. As soon as you heard I wanted a child, did you just want to sleep with me? Liu Bei was speechless. She had mistakenly thought he had only married her for her beauty. Since things had come to this, it was better to talk things out. Qingyu, didn't you ask me what my conditions were before? Actually, my conditions are very simple. I just want to have a child with you. I didn't expect you to bring it up on your own initiative. It coincided with my own experience, so I didn't say anything more. Now that you have the right to inherit the family, but you refuse to have children with me, there is no point in me staying in the Shen family any longer. What? Shen Qingyu looked at him in disbelief. So you also want this child? Then why did you refuse my arrangement to have the surgery? Because it's impossible to succeed. Liu Bei paused, then continued. Let me tell you some more truths. My situation is special. I can't have children with other women, but I have a chance with you. She trembled and said incredulously, You? What did you say? Why is it only with me? Because of your special constitution, you are a spirit-bearing body. making you extremely easy to conceive, Liu Bei said frankly. Medical methods would be ineffective, so we can only use normal methods. Qingyu, I've always wanted to be a father, and perhaps only you can help me achieve that. Would you be willing to help me? He had previously worried that Shen Qingyu wouldn't understand, so he hadn't revealed the truth. But now that things had developed to this point, he wanted to tell the truth and try again. If Shen Qingyu is unwilling, he should accept it since he has no other choice. I understand. Shen Qingyu's eyes reddened, and she looked up at him with a cold smile. So what you said is somewhat unrealistic, but I can understand it as you being with me just to have a child? That's what I mean. So in your eyes, I'm just a tool, a breeding tool. Shen Qingyu glared at him angrily. Liu Bei, I really underestimated you. You're even worse than those guys who just want to sleep with me. You're a complete bastard. Get off the bus. Get off the bus. I never want to see you again. Seeing her strong and resistant reaction, Liu Bei sighed helplessly. It seemed that there was no hope at all. He didn't force it. He understood that everything was fate. He had no regrets in his life except for his children. But how could a complete person be without regrets? This is his fate. He sighed, said nothing more, shook his head, and got out of the car. Shen Qingyu glared at him resentfully, then stepped on the gas and drove away. As the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan, she was pampered since childhood and felt extremely insulted. Especially a man she thought was all right, and even began to admire and trust, who stabbed her in the heart. Liu Bei, you are a hateful bastard who actually treated me as a breeding tool. So all you did for me was to get me to have your child? How hypocritical. Liu Bei stood by the roadside, sighing helplessly once again, and could only walk away. He had a premonition that his connection with Shen Qingyu was coming to an end. For some reason, having experienced so many separations over the millennia, he felt a different kind of emptiness this time. As we were walking towards the city center, a screeching sound of brakes suddenly came from ahead. Squeak! A black car suddenly stopped 50 meters away. The door opened, and 4 burly men in black jumped out and chased after a young woman who had just rushed out from the roadside greenbelt. The woman was about 24 or 25 years old. Her simple white shirt and jeans were covered in dust, her long hair was messy, and a wound on her left arm was oozing blood. Upon seeing the man in black, she staggered backward, leaning against a roadside tree, clutching a small velvet bag tightly in her hand. Bai Xiaoyu, hand over the stuff. The burly man at the head of the group, wearing sunglasses, said in an icy voice. President Du said that if you hand over the stuff, he might spare your life. The woman, her eyes red, said, Du Tianxiong killed my parents and seized my family property. These are the incriminating evidence I've gathered over many years of surreptitious activity. I'd only hand them over to you if I were dead. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. The man in black kicked out with tremendous force. Bai Xiaoyu, a frail woman, was too badly injured to dodge. She groaned and crashed into a tree, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Liu Bei glanced at it indifferently and continued walking forward. He had seen this kind of thing far too many times. Chapter 24 by Xiaoyu. Hey kid. A burly man noticed Liu Bei and said menacingly, What are you looking at? This is Longwei Group business. Get lost. Liu Bei walked past the 3 without stopping, his expression calm. The burly man suddenly stared at the unassuming sandalwood bracelet on Liu Bei's wrist. The bracelet looked ordinary, but having followed Du Tianxiong for many years, his eye for quality was sharp. The luster of the wood was clearly exceptional. Wait a minute. The burly man blocked Liu Bei's way and said arrogantly, Kid, leave the bracelet behind before you leave. Liu Bei looked up at him. What did you say? I said, leave the bracelet, then get lost. The burly man reached out to take the bracelet off. Enough with the nonsense. He hadn't finished speaking. Snap! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The burly man didn't even see Liu Bei's movements clearly. He only felt a pain in his wrist and was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! He coughed up blood, staring in horror at his twisted and deformed wrist. You. The other 2 burly men's expressions changed drastically, and they simultaneously drew batons from their waists, shouting angrily, You're asking for death. The 2 men lunged at Liu Bei from the left and right, swinging their batons at his head. Liu Bei didn't even look at it and casually waved his hand. Bang bang. The 2 men were sent flying like sandbags. One crashed into a lamppost and broke, while the other fell into a roadside ditch and immediately lost consciousness. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Bai Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. These three were Du Tianxiong's elite henchmen, yet they were so easily defeated in front of this man. Could he be the legendary master? You dare touch us, kid? Do you know who we are? The burly man lying on the ground looked at him in terror. Say one more word, and I'll make sure you never have to speak again. Hearing that chilling voice, the burly man trembled with fear and dared not utter another sound. This man was a ruthless character. Liu Bei withdrew his gaze and then left. Please wait a moment, Bai Xiaoyu hurriedly said, forcing herself to chase after him despite her injuries. My benefactor, thank you for saving me. Liu Bei paused, glanced at her, and saw that her wound was still bleeding and her clothes were stained red. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly pressed a few acupoints on her body to stop the bleeding. No need to thank me, they were asking for it. You should go to the hospital to get your wound bandaged to avoid infection. Bai Xiaoyu was startled, thinking that Liu Bei was taking advantage of her, but then she found that the wound was a little numb and the blood stopped flowing out. You actually know medicine. But I can't go to the hospital now, otherwise Du Tianxiong will definitely find out. Master, since you know medicine, can you help me? Looking at her pleading eyes, Liu Bei asked in confusion. You seem to be just an ordinary person, so why would you attract such a deadly danger? Is what you have in your hands really that important? You'd rather die than hand it over to them, Bai Xiaoyu said with red eyes. Yes, this is something I stole from Du Tianxiong's safe after a long and difficult process. She opened the cloth bag and poured out 2 items, a jade pendant in emerald green and several folded A4 sheets of paper. Liu Bei's gaze was immediately drawn to the jade pendant, and he asked in surprise, What is this jade pendant? I don't know either. I stole it from Du Tianxiong, but I once saw him talking to a very mysterious guest. It was given to him by that guest. I think it was called something like pregnancy jade. I thought it must be very important, so I took it with me. Pregnancy jade? Liu Bei was secretly surprised. It was actually a spirit-bearing jade. Could it be that Du Tianxiong, whom she mentioned, was also looking for a spirit-bearing body? Because ordinary people cannot distinguish the spirit body, they can only rely on the spirit jade to sense it. In the early years, Liu Bei asked people to help him search, but unfortunately, he found nothing. That's right, you seem very interested in this jade. I'll give it to you, in the only request that an expert help me, Bai Xiaoyu said sincerely. I don't need it. Liu Bei shook his head and said, But who is this Du Tianxiong you're talking about? He is a ruthless and vicious social scoundrel who commits all sorts of evil deeds. Bai Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, 3 years ago, my parents' Bai's pharmaceutical company was targeted by Du Tianxiong because they developed a special drug. He first tried to buy it by threatening and enticing me, but my parents refused. Then he staged an accident. My parents died in a car accident, and Bai's pharmaceutical was acquired by Du Tianxiong's Longhui group at a low price. I was studying abroad at the time and escaped the disaster. After returning to China, I went into hiding and applied for a job at Longhui Group to conduct a secret investigation. Over the past 3 years, I've gathered a lot of evidence, but his men discovered it, which is why he sent people to arrest me. Liu Bei nodded slightly, his emotions remaining largely unchanged, only showing some sympathy for the girl. After all, he had seen countless things far more dangerous than these over the course of 10,000 years. This was the fate of everyone. You go and heal your wounds first. I'm leaving. Seeing that Liu Bei did not agree, Bai Xiaoyu suddenly knelt down and pleaded with tears in her eyes. Master, I know you are no ordinary person. Please help me. It doesn't matter if I die, but I will not rest in peace if I cannot avenge my parents. Only you can help me now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be killed by Du Tianxiong before I can bring him down. As long as you agree to help me, I'll agree to any conditions, even you want my body. Liu Bei turned to look at her, initially somewhat moved, but upon hearing the last sentence, he almost laughed out of anger. Why do you think I would be attracted to your body? I don't know, because I really don't know how to repay you. Are you short of money? I've saved about 200,000 yuan over the past few years of work, she said, blushing. I'll give you whatever you need. Liu Bei shook his head slightly. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Bai Xiaoyu couldn't hold back her tears, and they streamed down her face. Hey, why are you crying? It's like I'm bullying you. Liu Bei couldn't stand seeing women cry, especially crying so pitifully. His only weakness was that he was easily swayed by gentleness, but not by force. Why is revenge so difficult? Mom and Dad, It's because your daughter is useless. But I'm so tired, so very tired. For the past few years, she had lived in constant fear around Du Tianxiu. She finally managed to get some leverage over him, only to find that not only was revenge out of the question, but even survival had become a problem. This feeling of utter exhaustion and helplessness completely broke her already tense nerves. Sigh, don't cry. Come on, I'll protect you. Liu Bei sighed helplessly. It was fate that they met in the vast sea of people, and it was just a small favor. Besides, he had nowhere else to go at the moment. Really? You're willing to help me? She asked, overjoyed. Liu Bei nodded slightly. That's great. Thank you so much, expert. Bai Xiaoyu seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly got up to leave with him. She walked for about 2 kilometers before she saw a taxi. Only with Liu Bei's company did she dare to go to the hospital to treat her injuries. Liu Bei was waiting outside when his Nokia phone suddenly rang. Chapter 25 Attack on the Villa. Hello. Liu Bei, it's me. Su Mei's voice came from the other end of the line. You've gone back to the Shen family? No, nothing. Liu Bei said meaningfully. Perhaps we can't go back anyway. Su Mei was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, then overjoyed. It seemed that Shen Qingyu hadn't managed to win him over. That's right. Who does Shen Qingyu think she is? It's one thing to act like a tyrant in her own family, but to put on this domineering CEO act in front of you, what does she think she is? All right, I know you two don't get along, but that doesn't mean you have to speak ill of her in front of me. Liu Bei interrupted. This is between her and me. It has nothing to do with you, and I don't want the Su family to do anything to harm the Shen family. All right, since you've asked, I'll definitely give you face. Su Mei said expectantly, since you're not going back to the Shen family, then come back and stay here. I won't go back. Liu Bei replied. Su Mei, thank you for taking me in last night, but I don't want to get too close to you and make Shen Qingyu mistakenly think that I'm working with you to deal with her. Liu Bei, no, that's not it. I just want to be your friend. If that's really what you think, you shouldn't be putting me in such a difficult position. All right, then I won't force you. Su Mei said dejectedly. But you can't avoid me. You must keep in touch. We'll see. Bai Xiaoyu rented a 2-bedroom apartment, which was quite simple. It was the first time she had brought a man home, and the thought of inviting Liu Bei to stay made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Master, this is my home. It's a bit small, but please make do. If you need anything, just let me know and don't hesitate to ask. Which one is my room? Liu Bei nodded gently. This room, Bai Xiaoyu said, pointing to the guest room. By the way, my name is Bai Xiaoyu. What's yours? I can't keep calling you an expert. That would be too strange. My name is Liu Bei, he said calmly. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Liu. Bai Xiaoyu gave a sweet smile, just like a girl next door. In the evening, after having a simple dinner with Bai Xiaoyu, he returned to his bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and cultivated to pass the time. After some time, a soft knock came at the door. Come in. Bai Xiaoyu walked in carrying a cup of hot tea. She had changed into a pink silk nightgown with a slightly low neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin. Her long, freshly washed hair was still damp, draped over her shoulders, and she exuded a fresh, post-shower fragrance. Brother Liu, I've made you a cup of tea. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she placed the teacup on the bedside table, but showed no intention of leaving. Liu Bei glanced at her and nodded, saying, the tea is ready. You can go and rest now. Bai Xiaoyu bit her lip, then suddenly took 2 steps forward. She raised her head and stared straight at Liu Bei. Brother Liu, what I said today still stands. If you want, I can. As she spoke, she gently placed her hand on the shoulder strap of her nightgown, as if ready to pull it down at any moment. Liu Bei frowned slightly. Xiaoyu, I'm helping you not because you said you'd repay me with your body, and I don't expect anything in return. You don't have to do this. I know, Bai Xiaoyu said. Her cheeks flushed, but I know you men all like this, and besides, I'm still a virgin. That's enough. Liu Bei said helplessly. I'll say it again, I'm not helping you for anything. If you think this is the only way to repay me, then I have no choice but to leave now. Bai Xiaoyu trembled, her hand stopping on the shoulder strap, tears welling up in her eyes. You despise me? It's not that I'm disgusted. Liu Bei shook his head and said, it's just that I don't need it. Not every man is like you think. You're a good girl and a good child. You shouldn't belittle yourself like this. After avenging your parents, live a good life and find someone who truly loves you. That's the best way to honor your parents. Bai Xiaoyu's tears finally fell, and she hurriedly wiped them away. Brother Liu, I'm sorry, I was too shallow. I just didn't know how to thank you. I have nothing left but this still relatively young body. You don't need to give me anything, Liu Bei said softly. Living well is the only way to repay my help, understand? Bai Xiaoyu nodded, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her, gratitude, shame, and a strange, inexplicable flutter in her heart. Liu Bei is indeed different from other men. Brother Liu, you are such a good person. Anyway, he's not a bad person. Go and rest. Your injury hasn't fully healed yet, Liu Bei replied. Bai Xiaoyu silently left the room and gently closed the door. Liu Bei withdrew his gaze and shook his head slightly. Over the millennia, he had seen too many women offer their bodies in exchange, but he refused every time. The Shen family. Shen Qingyu tossed and turned in bed, gazing at the moonlight outside the window with a troubled mind. The scene of their argument during the day kept replaying in his mind, as if an irreconcilable conflict had arisen between them. She never expected that what was originally a contract marriage would make her care so much. She had been taught from a young age to be strong and to be in control. But today, in front of Liu Bei, all that armor she was so proud of shattered. She actually broke down in tears like an ordinary girl. Liu Bei, where are you now? You're such a bastard. You really won't go back to the Shen family, won't come back to my side. This is the first time in 25 years that Shen Qingyu has been unable to sleep because of a man. In the dead of night, Liu Bei was just about to fall asleep when he was woken up by the shrill ring of his cell phone. After the call connected, an anxious voice came from the other end. Master Liu, this is Yun Feiyang, help. My grandfather is dying. What's going on? Liu Bei asked, frowning. Someone has come to attack the villa, Yun Feiyang said, trembling. Several experts have arrived, and my grandfather's old injury has flared up again. He is in great danger. Mr. Liu, I beg you to come. We won't last much longer. Only you can save us now. After hanging up the phone, Liu Bei jumped out of the window and quickly disappeared into the dark night. At Yunshan Villa, dozens of martial artists in tight-fitting clothes stood solemnly all around, exuding a murderous aura. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yun Songhai was seriously injured, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had been forced all the way from the courtyard to the house by his opponent, and his face was as pale as paper. Yun Feiyang and 7 or 8 wounded Yun family guards stood behind Yun Songhai, staring intently at the person who walked in. Opposite them, more than 20 martial artists stood on both sides, with the two leaders exuding an astonishing aura. On the left is a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a powerful aura. On the right was a lean man in his early 40s, with metal finger guards on his hands and a sinister look in his eyes. Qingcheng Lu Rufeng, Iron Master Tai Xiong, I never thought you two would get together. Have you considered the consequences of your actions today? Chapter 26. You think you can just leave because of a misunderstanding? Yun Songhai sat in his chair, glaring at the two of them. Both Qingqing sect and Iron Palm sect were forces that could not be underestimated in the martial arts world. Elder Yun, it is precisely because we know the power of the Yun family that our two sects have joined forces. Even if we tear off the mask, the one who laughs last may not be the Yun family, Lu Rufeng said with a sinister smile. You probably know why we've come. We hope you'll obediently hand over the fragments of the secret realm map, lest you end up with a miserable death in your old age. Yun Feiyang angrily said, Lu Rufeng, you are unworthy of being people of the martial arts world. Coming to our door to rob us is a disgrace to martial arts. Face. Tai Xiong scoffed. Kid, didn't your grandpa tell you the principle that in the martial arts world, the strong are respected? It's a waste for the Yun family to keep the fragments of the secret realm map. Why not hand it over and explore the heavenly martial secret realm together? Lu Rufeng then threatened. Elder Yun, we've already given you plenty of face. We hope you'll be sensible. In your current condition, how long can you hold out? Yun Songhai coughed a few times in anger, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The fragment of the secret realm map was obtained by the Yun family's ancestor at the cost of his life. There's no way I'll give it to you. Forget about it. Fine, then don't blame us for being impolite. Tai Xiong's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he was about to make a move. Just then, a calm voice came from the doorway. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune to steal their treasure. Is this the style of your martial arts world? Everyone looked toward the doorway, where a young man slowly walked in. Yun Songhai and his grandson Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up, and then they were overjoyed. Clearly, the person who came was Liu Bei. Tai Xiong roared. Boy, what did you just say? Lu Rufeng frowned and said, Young man, who are you? This is none of your business. Leave immediately. Master Lu. Yun Feiyong realized what was happening and knew there was hope. He looked at him with burning eyes. Liu Bei remained silent, walked to Yun Songhai's side, and glanced at his injuries. He had been struck in the chest by 3 iron sand palms, the force of which was insidious and had already damaged his internal organs. He tapped his fingers several times, channeling his pure internal energy to temporarily stabilize his injuries. Thank you, immortal master. Yin Songhai said weakly. Tai Xiong sized up Liu Bei and said angrily, Hey, I'm asking you a question. Lu Rufeng sneered. The Yun family has really fallen from grace. They actually call a greenhorn a celestial master. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Boy, who exactly are you, that the Yun family grandfather and grandson revere you as a celestial master? Liu Bei. Liu Rufeng thought for a moment, then asked doubtfully, Never heard of him. Which sect is he from? Without a sect or faction. Humph, so he's just a self-taught amateur. Tai Xiong said disdainfully. Elder Yun, what are you thinking? You blind fool, how dare you disrespect Master Lu? Yin Songhai roared. Liu Bei waved his hand and said calmly, Kneel down and beg forgiveness from the Yun family. You may leave at your own expense. Otherwise die. What did you say? The other party was taken aback at first, then flew into a rage. Immediately, a burly man stepped out from behind and glared at Liu Bei. Kid, you're really arrogant. Looks like you don't know what death means. I'll see what you're capable of. After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Liu Bei. His right hand formed a claw, heading straight for Liu Bei's throat. Liu Bei squinted and casually waved his hand. Thud! The male protagonist was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, vomiting blood, and then died. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. The way the other person looked at Liu Bei had completely changed. To release internal energy outwards and still achieve such speed and power, one would need to be at least at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. But you're so young. Upon hearing Lu Rufeng's words, Tai Xiong also looked at Liu Bei with surprise and doubt. This young man looked to be only in his early 20s, yet he was actually at the peak of the Grandmaster level. How is that possible? Liu Bei said calmly. Leave now, and what I just said will still hold true. Lu Rufeng's eyes flickered, and his tone changed as he smiled. So it's Grandmaster Lu. My apologies for my rudeness. But the fragment of the secret realm map is of great importance. Even a Grandmaster shouldn't keep it all to himself, right? Many people have heard the news and are eyeing the heavenly martial secret realm. Even if we don't come tonight, someone else might come instead. You've misunderstood. What you're talking about is worthless in my eyes. Liu Bei asked Yewoduk. But what exactly is it that so many people are eyeing? Yun Songhai explained. Immortal Master, you may not know this, but there are 4 fragments of this secret realm map, each named after a different dragon: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. My Yun family's ancestral treasure is the Azure Dragon Remnant map. Only when all 4 maps are combined can we find the exact location of the heavenly martial secret realm. Tianwu Secret Realm? Lu Rufeng added from the side. It is said that the Tianwu secret realm was left behind by ancient martial arts masters and extraordinary individuals. It contains not only ancient martial arts manuals and divine weapons, but also the Tianwu inheritance that can help people break through to the Grandmaster level and reach a higher realm. Liu Bei suddenly realized why these people were so crazy. In this era of declining martial arts, the opportunity to break through to a higher cultivation level was enough to make any martial artist risk their life. So you've teamed up to rob us? Liu Bei looked at them coldly. Tai Xiong sneered. So what if it is? Old man Yun is seriously injured, and no one in the Yun family can stop us. Us? Kid, even if you are a Grandmaster, with so many of us, you might not come out on top. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 martial artists simultaneously drew their weapons. A murderous aura filled the entire hall. The Yun family guards were pale-faced. Even with a Grandmaster present, it was hard to say what would happen with this lineup. Does having more people mean you're more useful? Liu Bei took a step forward, and an invisible pressure suddenly erupted. Boom! The 7 or 8 martial artists closest to the target were struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting blood and flying backward. Lu Rufeng and Tai Xiong's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly used their internal energy to resist, but they were still forced to retreat repeatedly by the shock. This is... Lu Rufing's voice trembled. Peak Grandmaster? No. Could it be that he has already stepped into the innate realm? Even a peak Grandmaster couldn't achieve something like injuring an inner strength martial artist with sheer aura without actually attacking them. There's only one possibility. He's a powerful being at the innate realm. Fear flashed in Tai Xiong's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Attack together." He's alone. The remaining dozen or so martial artists gritted their teeth and charged forward. Liu Bei's figure flashed, turning into several afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of muffled thuds, more than a dozen martial artists fell to the ground, unable to move. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Lu Rufeng and Tai Xiong were once again dumbfounded. This was no longer martial arts. It was divine skill. No wonder that old man Yun Songhai called him a celestial master. Liu Bei returned to his original spot, as if he had never moved. Now, it's your turn. Lu Rufeng's face turned deathly pale. He suddenly cupped his hands and said, "Immortal Master Lu's strength is unparalleled. I admire you. Today's matter was a misunderstanding. I will leave now." "Stop," Liu Bei said calmly. "You injured someone, stole your things, and you think you can just walk away with a misunderstanding?" Chapter 27. I'm sorry. I just made it very clear. Only by kneeling down, begging for forgiveness, and crippling your cultivation can you leave. Tai Xiong's face turned ashen. You're going too far. Then die." Liu Bei took a step forward and was already in front of Tai Xiong, striking down with his palm. Tai Xiong roared, unleashing his full power with both palms, using the iron palm's strongest move, iron palm mountain splitting. Boom. With their palms clashing, Tai Xiong screamed in agony as the bones in both arms shattered. He was sent flying backward, crashing into a wall and dying on the spot. Lu Rufeng felt a chill run down his spine. His legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. "Now, it's your turn to make a choice." Liu Bei turned to look at him. I choose to confess my sins and abandon my cultivation." Lu Rufeng made his choice without hesitation, and then swiftly struck his dantian with a palm. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and said, "Elder Yun, it was I, Lu, who was blinded by greed and committed a terrible mistake tonight. I beg you and Immortal Master Lu to show mercy and spare my life." Yun Songhai said coldly, "Since your cultivation is ruined, I'll spare your life for now. Get out of here." "Yes." Lu Rufeng fled in panic, and Liu Bei single-handedly resolved the crisis facing the Yun family. Yun Feiyong helped Yun Songhai to his feet, and the grandfather and grandson bowed respectfully, saying, "Master Lu, we are deeply grateful. If you ever need anything in the future, the Yun family will go through fire and water for you. Don't be so formal." Liu Bei waved his hand. "Since you're injured, go get treatment." After saying this, he walked up to Yun Songhai, took out a golden needle, and said, "I will administer acupuncture to you, and you will recover in 3 days. However, since you possess a treasure, I'm afraid you will still be unable to avoid such things in the future. You should be more careful." Yun Songhai smiled wryly and said, "Thank you for your help, Immortal Master. Recently, many martial artists have suddenly come to Jiangnan. They must all be here for the secret realm. Of the 4 fragmented maps, besides the Azure Dragon map belonging to my Yun family, the White Tiger map is in the Ma family in the northwest, the Vermilion Bird map is in the Chun family in Lingnan, and the Black Tortoise map is said to be in the hands of an overseas Chinese, but I heard that someone has already started to find it. The whereabouts of all 4 maps have been found." Liu Bei said thoughtfully, "It seems that not only your Yun family, but the entire martial arts world is likely to be in turmoil." "Yes." Yun Songhai sighed softly. The Yun family ancestors once taught that the heavenly martial secret realm only appears once every 100 years. This year marks the 100th anniversary, and no one will be willing to miss the opportunity. Right now, this ancestral incomplete map has become a scourge. Immortal Master, if you don't mind, the Yun family is willing to offer you the Azure Dragon map. With your strength, you might be able to find the heavenly martial secret realm." Liu Bei shook his head and said calmly, "What they are desperately trying to obtain is nothing but material possessions in my eyes. I have no interest in wasting my energy on it." The grandfather and grandson were speechless. What others dreamed of and were willing to risk their lives for, they considered worthless. This mindset is truly admirable. After stabilizing Yun Songhai's injuries, Liu Bei left the villa without lingering. It was nearly midnight when he returned to Bai Xiaoyu's apartment building. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he sensed several menacing auras and frowned. The door was ajar, and from inside came harsh shouts and suppressed sobs. "You bitch, where did you put the stuff? If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you." The man's voice was full of ferocity. "I'd rather die than give it to you." Bai Xiaoyu's voice trembled with pain. "If you have the guts, kill me. I've already given you what he wanted, and he won't get away with it. You're being stubborn, aren't you? Hold her down." Sizzle. Hearing the sound of clothes tearing, Liu Bei pushed open the door and entered. The living room was a mess. Bai Xiaoyu was pinned to the ground by two burly men. Her pajamas were torn, her body was covered in bruises and swelling, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her cheeks were swollen. Her eyes were filled with fear and tears, yet she bit her lip tightly. Three people stood nearby, the leader being a scarred man who was holding a cloth bag he had just pulled out of the cabinet, containing the evidence and the spirit jade. He stared lewdly at Bai Xiaoyu's exposed skin and said to the men holding her down, "He got the stuff, but this chick is pretty hot. Since we're already here, why don't we just take her out? Scarface, you go first, and let the brothers have a taste when you're done. Don't worry, everyone will get a share." Scarface laughed loudly, but suddenly a chilling killing intent enveloped the entire room. Scarface and his men froze, turning around in horror. Liu Bei stood at the door, his face calm, but his eyes were like an unfathomable, icy pool. Who are you?" Everyone was startled. Scarface tried to remain calm, but his voice trembled. Having spent many years in the underworld, he had never experienced such terrifying oppression. Liu Bei didn't answer, his gaze falling on Bai Xiaoyu. When she saw Liu Bei, the despair in her eyes instantly turned into hope, and tears streamed down her face. "Brother Liu, I thought you left without a word. I'm sorry, I had to go out for something. I'm sorry you had to go through all that trouble." Liu Bei felt somewhat guilty. Since he had promised to protect Bai Xiaoyu, he shouldn't have let this happen. "Let her go." Liu Bei's voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. "You're asking for it, go." Scarface, regaining his senses, roared angrily. His two henchmen released Bai Xiaoyu and, along with two others, pounced on Liu Bei, their punches and kicks vicious and aimed straight for vital points. Liu Bei moved, without leaving a trace or making a sound, just a few simple steps and a casual swing. Click, bang. The sounds of bones shattering, blood spurting, and the ground collapsing rang out almost simultaneously. The four burly men were sent flying backward at an even greater speed, crashing into walls and furniture. Before they could even scream, they collapsed, motionless, their fate unknown. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Scarface's pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He knew he'd kicked a hornet's nest. He threw the cloth bag at Liu Bei's feet and turned to run towards the door, clearly trying to escape. "Did I let you leave?" A cold voice rang in his ears, and Scarface was horrified to find that Liu Bei had blocked his way. "Be big, brother. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Here's your stuff back. You can take the person with you. I'll get out of here right now." Scarface's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Liu Bei looked at him, then at Bai Xiaoyu, who was trembling and curled up on the ground, trying to cover her body with a rag. "Which hand touched her?" Liu Bei asked. "Oh, never mind." Liu Bei seemed too lazy to ask any more questions, and simply raised his hand and pointed in the air. "Ah!" Scarface screamed in agony as his entire right arm seemed to have been crushed by an invisible force, twisting and deforming instantly, the bones shattering into countless pieces. He rolled on the ground in agony. Liu Bei walked to Bai Xiaoyu's side, took off his coat, and gently draped it over her shoulders to cover her scars and exposed skin. "I'm sorry I'm late." His voice softened. Bai Xiaoyu shook her head, her eyes blurred with tears, and tried to stand up, but her legs were too weak. Liu Bei supported her, and a gentle breath entered her, temporarily relieving her pain and weakness. "Thank you, Brother Liu. I thought you had abandoned me." She burst into tears. Chapter 28. Don't mention this person to me. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. Liu Bei comforted her. "Silly child, don't think too much." "What about them?" Bai Xiaoyu gradually calmed down. Liu Bei looked at them coldly and said impatiently, "Get out of here. Go back and tell Du Tianxiong that if he dares to cause trouble for Xiaoyu again, he'll be waiting to die." If it weren't for the fear of dirtying the floor and and scaring by Xiaoyu. These people would already be dead. Scarface and his men, enduring the pain, scrambled to their feet, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, and fled in a disheveled state. Liu Bei, helped by Xiaoyu to the sofa, found the first aid kit, and skillfully treated her wounds. Looking at his focused profile, Bai Xiaoyu's fear gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of peace. Thank you so much, Brother Liu. Since my parents passed away, it seems like no one has ever protected me like you have, she said gratefully. Liu Bei glanced at her, unsure of what to say. All right, get some rest. Keeping this around could cause problems. I'll go with you to deliver it to the relevant authorities tomorrow. Well, these incriminating facts aren't enough to kill him, but they're enough to put him in jail for many years, Bai Xiaoyu said worriedly. I'm just worried that someone will protect Du Tianxiong. Liu Bei pondered for a moment and replied, It's all right. I have a way. Don't think too much about it. Get some rest. Bai Xiaoyu forced a smile. Now that things had come to this, she could only leave it to fate, because she had already done the best she could. The next day, Liu Bei accompanied Bai Xiaoyu to the relevant department. Before leaving, he had already spoken to the Yun family, hoping that the matter could be dealt with fairly. Upon hearing this, Yun Songhai immediately instructed his grandson to carry it out as if it were an imperial edict. At the same time, Du Tianxiong is busy attending an important bidding conference, which is attended by leading companies from various industries. Su Mei represented the Su family at the event, and whether by coincidence or intentional arrangement by the organizers, her seat was placed right next to that of the Shen group. At this moment, Shen Qingyu appeared with her team, and was stunned when she saw that she was standing close to Su Mei. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. These two mortal rivals are no secret in Jiangnan, and many people are curious to see what happens. Du Tianxiong was just watching the excitement like everyone else when the luster of the spirit jade on his wrist suddenly began to flicker, which startled him. He distributed 10 spirit jade pieces to his subordinates, ordering them to search for spirit-bearing bodies, but they found nothing. The man had said that if they encountered a spirit-bearing body, the jade would react. But after so many days there was no reaction at all, and he even suspected that the spirit jade was fake. But now there is a real reaction. Could someone at this scene be a pregnant spirit? He looked around, and then his gaze fell on Shen Qingyu. Could it be Miss Shen? It seems that Ling Yu only reacted after she arrived. Suppressing my excitement, I went over to greet him first, just to make sure he was right there. Miss Shen, I heard that you have now taken the position of chairman of Shen's group. I have been wanting to congratulate you in person. I am so glad that we have finally met. Congratulations. Du Tianxiong politely extended his hand to Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu was slightly taken aback. Du Tianxiong didn't have a good reputation in the industry and didn't have much interaction with the Shen family, so she simply shook hands to make a show of it before walking to her seat. Sensing Shen Qingyu's disdain, Du Tianxiong gritted his teeth inwardly, then looked at the spirit jade on his wrist, its shimmering light becoming even brighter. It really is her. I never expected that the Shen family's daughter would be a spirit-bearing being. Su Mei saw Shen Qingyu sit down next to her, acting like a queen and pretending not to see her at all. Not angry, she took the initiative to speak with a light laugh. Mr. Qin doesn't look too well. Didn't you sleep well last night? Don't bother me, I don't talk to bitches. Shen Qingyu said with a dark face, looking straight ahead without looking at her. You, Su Mei said sarcastically. Liu Bei was taken away by you. It's your own fault for not seizing the opportunity. What does it have to do with me? Back then, everyone was engaged to Liu Bei, but you knew his identity in advance, so you had the upper hand. Now that you have successfully obtained power in the Shen family, why should I give Liu Bei to you? Don't mention this person to me. If you like to do whatever you want, it's none of my business, Shen Qingyu said coldly. Huh? Su Mei was surprised, then delighted. You said it yourself, Shen Qingyu. Don't regret it. I will definitely not be polite. Beneath Shen Qingyu's cold and calm exterior, she was actually clenching her fists, her emotions far from calm, especially seeing Su Mei's ecstatic expression. Su Mei thought to herself that this woman was really crazy. How could she give up such a powerful person as Liu Bei so easily? She was really stupid. Shen Qingyu, I overestimated you. Just wait for my Su family to rise to power, and the title of the richest family in Jiangnan will change hands. Just as the bidding meeting was about to begin, people from relevant departments walked in, causing a commotion at the scene. They glanced around, and then their gaze fell on Du Tianxiong. Du Tianxiong felt a chill run down his spine, a bad premonition creeping over him. Sure enough, they walked straight over, took out their identification, and said, Du Tianxiong, we have received a report that we suspect you are involved in several illegal cases. Please come with us. What? Du Tianxiong's voice trembled. He was starting to panic. Take away. 2 days later, news of Du Tianxiong's arrest spread, along with a list of his various crimes, causing quite a stir in Jiangnan's social circles. Upon hearing the news, Bai Xiaoyu rushed to Liu Bei's room with great joy. Brother Liu, that's great. Du Tianxiong's crimes have been exposed. He can't escape this calamity now. Thank you. Without you, I probably wouldn't even be alive today, let alone avenge my parents. Liu Bei replied, Actually, I didn't do anything special. It's just that your efforts over the past few years haven't been in vain. Now that you've avenged your great enemy, what are your plans next? I don't know. Her eyes were somewhat lost. For years she had lived for hatred, with only this goal in her mind. She hadn't considered what to do after taking revenge. It's okay. Take your time thinking about it, Liu Bei replied. Well, Brother Liu, let me treat you to a big meal. To her shame, Liu Bei had helped her so much, but she had never properly thanked him. Just as Liu Bei was about to agree, his phone rang. Hello, Liu Bei, I'm so annoyed. Can you come out with me for a walk and some drinks? Su Mei asked in a coquettish tone, but her voice was also somewhat downcast. What if I say no? No. If you don't agree, I'll come find you and pester you until you agree, Su Mei said irritably. Liu Bei said helplessly, shopping is out of the question, but drinking is fine. Okay, I'll come pick you up. She was overjoyed, thinking to herself that although Liu Bei was cold and aloof, he was actually not difficult to get along with. No need, just give me an address and I'll come over. Okay, then come to my club. Putting down his phone, Liu Bei looked up at Bai Xiaoyu and said, Let's go, someone's treating us. Chapter 29, Will you be angry? Ah, Brother Liu, since you have an appointment, then I won't bother you. Bai Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I won't bother you. He's just an ordinary friend, not even a real friend. Bai Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, then drove her Honda to Su Mei's club. Brother Liu, who is your friend? This club is very famous in Jiangnan, and the prices are shockingly high. Bai Xiaoyu looked at the club sign and couldn't help but remind her that the last time she entertained someone, a simple meal cost over 100,000 yuan, and it was fortunate that the company paid for it. It's fine, we don't have to pay for it anyway. Liu Bei remained calm and walked in first. The club manager, clearly having received instructions, immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Liu Bairu as Miss Liu described. Excuse me, are you Mr. Liu Bairu? Liu Bei nodded, and the manager continued with a smile. President Su is already waiting for you. Please follow me. The two followed the manager to a quiet and elegant private room. Pushing open the door, Su Mei was already waiting inside. Today, she was wearing a wine-red velvet dress that made her skin look as white as snow, and her makeup was exquisite, exuding a charming yet languid aura. Her eyes lit up when she saw Liu Bei, and she was about to get up to greet him, but her gaze fell on Bai Xiaoyu next to Liu Bei, and she paused slightly. Liu Bei, you're here. Su Mei's smile remained unchanged. And who is this beautiful lady? Bai Xiaoyu. Liu Bei introduced simply, Xiaoyu, this is Su Mei. The moment Bai Xiaoyu saw Su Mei, she recognized her as the young lady from the Su family in Jiangnan who frequently appeared in financial magazines and news. Somewhat shocked, Brother Liu actually knew someone of Su Mei's caliber? And judging from Su Mei's attitude towards Liu Bei, they were more than just ordinary friends. The eagerness and subtle flattery in his eyes seemed more like admiration. Composing herself, she bowed slightly, a little awkwardly, and said, Hello, Miss Su. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaoyu, you're too kind. Since you're Liu Bei's friend, you're my friend too. Just call me Sister Mei. Please have a seat. Su Mei greeted him and personally pulled out the chair for Liu Bei, her movements natural and intimate. Bai Xiaoyu pursed her lips, feeling a little down. She clearly realized that she was not from the same world as Liu Bei and Su Mei. Liu Bei's identity is probably far more mysterious and prestigious than one might imagine. The three of them sat down, and a sumptuous feast was quickly served. Liu Bei, you'd better make it up to me this time, Su Mei said, pouring wine and complaining in a slightly coquettish tone. Compensation. Liu Bei frowned, puzzled. What do I owe you? Because Shen Qingyu holds a grudge against me. She's been going against me like crazy, Su Mei complained. A few days ago at the bidding meeting, our Su family prepared for this bid for so long, and put in a lot of effort. As a result, even if Shen Qingyu didn't make any money, she still went against the Su family and snatched the bid documents, causing us heavy losses. Liu Bei was speechless. What did this have to do with him? You guys are clearly mortal enemies. Su Mei then changed the subject, her tone worried, and said, Actually, it's not just this project. The Su family has seemed successful in recent years, but in reality, it's all bark and no bite, and we've encountered a bottleneck. Traditional industries are struggling to grow, while emerging fields are fiercely competitive. The Shen family has been too aggressive in recent years, putting us at a disadvantage in every way. Our living space in Jiangnan is getting smaller and smaller. Liu Bei said calmly, Why are you telling me all this? I don't know anything about business. You may not understand, but you can still help me. She looked at Liu Bei, her beautiful eyes sparkling with expectation. I've already inquired around. Elder Yun has extensive connections and influence in several provinces in the southwest. There's also General Li's Li family in the capital, which is a top-tier family. Liu Bei then realized the real reason she invited him to this meal, and couldn't help but frown. Sensing his displeasure, Su Mei quickly explained, Liu Bei, I'm not taking advantage of you. It's just like a friend helping each other. You can refuse. I'm just using my resources and connections reasonably, and I consider you a good friend. That's not too much to ask, is it? Will you be angry? Bai Xiaoyu was even more shocked. She could tell that Su Mei's request was enormous, involving the Yun family and even top wealthy families in the capital. Did Brother Liu have such power? Even Su Mei was asking him for help. You're quite clever, but I really don't want to get involved in your relationship with Qingyu, so I can't help you. Liu Bei said helplessly. This has nothing to do with Shen Qingyu. Su Mei said anxiously. I didn't steal the Shen family's business or damage their industry. I just wanted to cooperate with the Yun family or the Li family to give the Su family a chance to break through. Liu Bei calmly took a sip of wine. Whether it's the Yun family or the Li family, my relationship with them is not for making deals. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Mei's eyes, but she quickly forced a smile and said, All right, then I won't force you. You don't need to take it to heart. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Bai Xiaoyu regained her composure and picked up her wine glass to hide her unease. She felt like an unwanted outsider, watching Su Mei fawn over Liu Bei in every way. The joy she felt from avenging her great enemy and the courage to get close to Liu Bei were gradually cooling down. The distance between her and Liu Bei was perhaps far greater than the distance between this luxurious club and her humble rented room. Liu Bei noticed Bai Xiaoyu's self-conscious behavior and suddenly wondered if he had been too heartless. He could have done it with just a word, yet he rejected Su Mei's request for help, which she had only managed to ask after mustering her courage. On a sudden inspiration, he put down his wine glass and said, It's not that there's no room for negotiation. As long as you agree to two things, I will speak up for you, whether it's the Li family or the Yun family. Su Mei's eyes lit up, and she said with delight, Okay, I'll agree to anything you ask. The first thing is that Xiaoyu has just lost her job, and Du Tianxiong has been arrested, but his people might seek revenge on Xiaoyu again. I need you to be her protector and provide her with job or career support, Liu Bei replied. Su Mei readily agreed. I thought it was something big, but it's too simple. Little Yu, from now on you'll be working with me. You can choose any position in the Su group, or if you want to start your own business, I'll support you. From now on, you are a member of the Su family. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to think twice. But what is your relationship with Du Tianxiong? Bai Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised, but felt a warmth in her heart. Sister Mei, I used to work at Du Tianxiong's company, but I have a blood feud with him. After hearing her explanation, Su Mei said incredulously, So you're the one who brought down Du Tianxiong. No wonder he was taken away at the bidding meeting that day. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. I will definitely not let anyone hurt or retaliate against you in the future. Thank you, Sister Mei, and Brother Liu. You are all such kind people, Bai Xiaoyu said, moved. You're welcome, Liu Bei. What's the second thing? Su Mei asked. You and your daughter should go to the Shen family to apologize, and you must not oppose them or steal their business. Liu Bei replied. You can refuse, but I don't want to help the Su family become powerful so that they can then deal with the Shen family. If it's difficult for you, you can refuse and pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 30, He's Just a Clown. Su Mei's face was unpleasant. She and Shen Qingyu disliked each other, and neither was willing to admit defeat. For years, she had relied on her status as the richest woman in the Shen family to dominate her. and now she had to bow down and apologize? This made her very uncomfortable. You previously had the people of Yinshan set up a curse on the Shen family, trying to make them extinct. How despicable and ruthless you were. Shouldn't you admit your mistake and apologize? Liu Bei replied, if you can't even do that, don't come to see me again. Su Mei's heart tightened, afraid that Liu Bei would be angry, and she quickly said, okay, I agree. But are you doing this to get revenge for Shen Qingyu? Think what you want. Liu Bei remained expressionless. In truth, he didn't know whether he was trying to vent Shen Qingyu's anger or afraid that she would misunderstand and think he was working with the Su family against the Shen family. Then I'll ask my dad for permission. Su Mei walked to the window and immediately called Su Tianlong. She thought Su Tianlong would also be in a difficult position, but he was surprisingly agreeable. Silly girl, what is this request? If we can get Liu Bei, such a powerful figure, to help the Su family, I would kneel down and kowtow to the Shen family, let alone apologize to them. You must thank Liu Bei properly. It would be best if you could invite him home, and I will personally entertain him. Su Mei replied, okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, she walked back and said, my dad promised, Liu Bei, so don't go back on your word. Liu Bei nodded. After all, with just a word from him, both the Li family and the Yun family would carry it out unconditionally. Meanwhile, at Gangnam prison, Du Tianxiong knew how bad his situation was, and he only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that person come to find him. Boss Du, I heard from the people below that you found the spirit vessel? Mr. Zhou, that's right. I have indeed found the spirit being, and she is in Jiangnan. Du Tianxiong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, Zhou Xinghua, the second son of the Zhou family in the capital. The Zhou family's power far surpassed that of all the aristocratic families in Jiangnan. Now, only the Zhou family could save him. Zhou Xinghua was startled and stared intently at him, saying, really? Of course I wouldn't dare to lie to President Zhou. Tell me quickly, who exactly is she? Zhou Xinghua asked impatiently. Mr. Zhou, it's not too late to tell you after you've rescued me, Du Tianxiong said with a smile. Zhou Xinghua said sternly, are you threatening me? Mr. Zhou, I've gone to so much trouble to help you find people, I can't let it all go to waste, Du Tianxiong replied. I'm just doing business with you, and besides, is this really that difficult for your Zhou family? Zhou Xinghua gradually calmed down. It wasn't difficult before, but you offended the Yun family. Now the Yun family is paying close attention to this matter, and I can't save you even if I want to. Du Tianxiong asked, puzzled, what Yun family? Does such a force exist in Jiangnan? Besides, I've never had any dealings with the Yun family. Why are they targeting me? Idiot, Zhou Xinghua cursed. You've been in Jiangnan for so long, and you don't even know the Yun family? You don't even know the most prestigious family in the southwest. Boom. Du Tianxiong trembled and said incredulously, you? What did you say? The Yun family in the provincial capital? No, I really have no grudge against the Yun family. So someone asked them to help you deal with this? Can't you even figure that out? Zhou Xinghua said irritably, your situation is very troublesome right now. No, how could a girl like Bai Xiaoyu know someone from the Yun family? He said with a grim expression, President Zhou, your Zhou family is not bad either. You must find a way to get me out of here. As long as I can get out, I will definitely tell you who the spirit is, otherwise I would rather die than tell you. Although Zhou Xinghua was angry, he still agreed with a dark face for the sake of the spirit body, saying that he needed some time. After a satisfying meal, Liu Bei and Bai Xiaoyu took their leave. Su Mei needed to prepare for her visit to the Shen family to apologize, so she didn't try to stop them. As soon as the two reached the lobby on the first floor, Liu Bei saw a familiar face, Zhou Mingxian, whom he had met at the Chu family's birthday banquet. He was bowing and scraping as he followed a young man in an Armani suit as they walked in from outside, followed by several bodyguards, displaying the airs of a wealthy young master. The young man's name was Zhao Hai. His family was in the jewelry business and had extensive connections in the Jiangnan circle. He had collaborated with Su Mei several times, and their relationship was fairly good. Brother Hai, we really need your help this time, Zhou Mingxian said with a big smile. As long as you can put in a good word for our Zhou family in front of Miss Su, we will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Since Liu Bei and Shen Qingyu had a falling out at the Chu family's birthday banquet, the Zhou family lost their most important partner, and their business has plummeted. That's why they sought Zhao Hai's help, hoping to curry favor with the Su family. Su Mei and Shen Qingyu are sworn enemies, so she might help the Zhou family. Zhao Hai, with a cigar between his fingers, arrogantly exhaled a smoke ring. Mingxian, no offense, but your Zhou family has indeed been doing poorly lately. However, since you've asked, I can help you, but whether it works out depends on Miss Su's mood. Thank you, Brother Hai. Whether it works out or not, you'll always be my brother. Zhou Mingxian happily pledged his loyalty, but suddenly looked up and saw Liu Bei walking towards him and froze on the spot. Liu Bei. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. It could be said that the Zhou family's current predicament was all Liu Bei's fault. If it weren't for him, how could Shen Qingyu treat her childhood sweetheart like this? However, I heard that he and Shen Qingyu have now been kicked out of the Shen family. Heh, he's just a country bumpkin who can't be presented to the world. Shen Qingyu's initial interest faded as she saw through his useless nature and naturally began to despise him. Liu Bei, I've finally met you. Coming to his senses, he deliberately raised his voice and exclaimed, Oh, isn't this Liu Bei, Miss Shen's gigolo husband? No, I heard that Miss Shen has already kicked you out of the Shen family. How can they afford to come to such a high-end club? Could they have sneaked in to steal something? Liu Bei looked at the clown calmly, while Bai Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback. What did this mean? Did Brother Liu get married? Miss Shen, could you be Shen Qingyu, the daughter of the richest family in Jiangnan? I heard that this famous young lady from Jiangnan got married recently. Could her husband be Brother Liu? Mingxian, Zhao Hai asked Iwoda. You just said he's Shen Qingyu's cheap husband? That's right, Hai Gu, a good-for-nothing who lives off a woman, and he's from the countryside. Zhou Mingxian sneered, but I heard he offended Qingyu and has already been kicked out of the Shen family. I bet they don't even have a place to stay right now. They might be sleeping under a bridge tonight, haha. Many guests in the hall looked over and whispered among themselves. Bai Xiaoyu realized that he was deliberately humiliating Liu Bei, and she was angry and wanted to argue, but Liu Bei gently raised his hand to stop her. Ignore him, he's just a clown. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxian immediately exploded, because he recalled the scene of losing face at the Chu family that night. Liu Bei, without Qingyu backing you up, you still dare to be so reckless? Liu Bei remained silent, simply watching him calmly, as if observing a clown performing on stage. Liu Bei, this is not a place for you. One meal at this club could feed you for a year. Can you afford it? Zhao Hai looked down at Liu Bei and smiled at Zhou Mingxian. Mingxian, you don't understand. Maybe he's here to apply for a waiter job. After all, he was kicked out by the Shen family, so he has to find a way to make a living, right? The two of them sang in unison, which made several onlookers laugh along with them. Liu Bei glanced at the two of them indifferently. I'm eating here, I don't need to pay. Chapter 31. Hurry up and bring them home. Zhou Mingxian and Zhao Hai were both stunned for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha, Hai Ji, did you hear that? Zhou Mingxian laughed so hard, he almost fell over. He said he doesn't have to pay for his meals here. Zhao Hai shook his head and laughed, looking at Liu Bei with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Kid, did you lose your mind after being dumped by Shen Qingyu? Do you know whose place this is? This is Miss Su Mei's club. Even I have to swipe my card to pay here. Who do you think you are, daring to talk such big? Just then, footsteps came from the stairwell. Su Mei came down from the second floor. The employee had just said that someone had humiliated Liu Bei. She wanted to see who was so bold as to act so presumptuously on her turf. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to meet her, completely unaware of Su Mei's cold expression. President Su, you've come at the perfect time, Zhao Hai said with a smile, pointing at Liu Bei. Look who this is? Liu Bei, that gigolo from the Shen family. He actually came to your clubhouse and shamelessly said that he doesn't have to pay for meals here. Isn't that ridiculous? Zhou Mingxian quickly stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire, saying, President Su, this kind of trash shouldn't be allowed in. He's sullying the threshold of your club. Why don't you just throw him out? The two were engrossed in their conversation, completely unaware that Su Mei's expression was growing increasingly cold. Once they shut up, Su Mei coldly asked, Are you done? Zhao Hai was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Su Mei turned to look at him and raised her hand. Smack! A resounding slap landed hard on Zhao Hai's face. Zhao Hai was knocked off balance. Half of his face swelled up instantly, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Mingxian looked at Su Mei in disbelief. President Su, did I give you permission to speak? She turned around and slapped Zhou Mingxian across the face again. Snap! This slap was even harder, and Zhou Mingxian was knocked back 3 steps, falling to the ground with a thud, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Sume walked to Liu Bei's side, and in front of everyone, her voice clearly resounded throughout the entire hall. Listen up, Liu Bei is a distinguished guest personally invited by me, Sume, and is the most honored guest of the Su family. Don't even mention that he doesn't have to pay for meals here. If he's willing, I, Sume, would give him the entire club without batting an eye. She coldly looked at Zhao Hai, who was still covering his face, and Zhou Mingxian, who was slumped on the ground. Zhao Hai, from today onwards, all cooperation between the Zhao family and the Su family is terminated. You'd better watch yourself. No, how could this be? President Su, please let me explain. I didn't know Mr. Liu was your distinguished guest, and it has nothing to do with me. It's all Zhou Mingxuan's fault. Zhao Hai panicked. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Zhou Mingxian looked terrified and confused. Weren't Su Mei and Shen Qingyu mortal enemies? Shouldn't she also dislike Liu Bei? How did things turn out like this? I saw it clearly, and you still want to deny it. Get out of here, all of you. If they ever dare to step into the club again, break their legs. As soon as he finished speaking, several security guards rushed over, grabbed the two still dazed people, and dragged them outside. As for the bodyguards they brought, they were just for show and didn't dare to move at all. President Su, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Hai shouted in terror. I didn't know he was your guest. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhou Mingxian cried and begged for mercy. He had wanted to help Zhao Hai seek a cooperation and support opportunity with the Su family, but he offended Su Mei and was kicked out before he could even meet her. How was he going to explain this when he got back? But their attempts to back down were ultimately futile, and they were eventually thrown out the door. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Liu Bei with shock and confusion. Su Mei turned to look at Liu Bei, her face immediately softening into a gentle smile. I'm sorry, Liu Bei, that you suffered such injustice in my place. It's all right. It has nothing to do with you, Liu Bei said softly. Besides, I'm not angry. After all, it's quite interesting to have something fun to watch. Su Mei was slightly taken aback, then said with a wry smile. Anyway, it's good that you're not angry. Okay, let's go then. After saying that, he calmly left with Bai Xiaoyu, who was still in a daze, amidst various strange looks. Even after getting into the car, Bai Xiaoyu's hands were still trembling as she gripped the steering wheel. She looked at Liu Bei in the back seat through the rearview mirror and gradually calmed down. Brother Liu, I just heard them say that you're married, and to the daughter of the richest man in the Shen family? Liu Bei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, That's right. You know Shen Qingyu too? No office worker in Jiangnan should be unfamiliar with this famous woman. She is outstanding and beautiful, and she and President Su are regarded as role models by many women. Liu Bei smiled without saying a word. Bai Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. The women around him were all so outstanding, beauties of the caliber of Shen Qingyu and Su Mei. In comparison, a woman like her seems exceptionally ordinary, yet Liu Bei happens to live in her rented little apartment. Brother Liu, when are you planning to move out of my house? Huh? Liu Bei asked in surprise. Have I bothered you? Well, you are an unmarried girl, and it wouldn't be good for me to keep living there. I'll move out then. Bai Xiaoyu quickly said, Brother Liu, that's not what I meant. It's just that you're so capable. I feel that small house is too much of a waste for you. If you don't mind, I would certainly like you to stay. Girls really have a lot on their minds. Liu Bei finally understood what she meant and said softly, You don't need to think too much. I used to live in the countryside. Your house may be small, but it offers a peaceful retreat amidst the bustling city. I actually quite like it, but I'm worried it might cause inconvenience for a woman like you. Bai Xiaoyu was inexplicably happy to hear this and said with a smile, Really? If you like it, then stay as long as you want. I wish you could stay with me. What I mean is, she said, blushing, I have you here to take care of me. Liu Bei nodded. It was indeed Bai Xiaoyu's small apartment, located in the bustling city yet undisturbed. Although the Shen family is a good family, there are always inconveniences due to the large number of people coming and going in the manor. Yun Songhai's villa was too quiet and far from the city center. In his eyes, it was no different from the thatched hut in Pingshan village. He would definitely not choose to live there once he left the seclusion and entered the world. Bai Xiaoyu's rental house was just right. Night. Shen Qingyu ran into Shunyu as he was leaving home, and Xinyu stopped to greet her. Qingyu, I haven't seen Liu Bei these past 2 days. Your sister-in-law seems to be pregnant. He knows medicine, so let him go and take a look. Shen Qingyu was slightly taken aback, and for some reason felt a little uneasy. You can just go to the hospital for this kind of thing. Why bother him? Qingyu, something's not right with you. Xinyu frowned and said, Did you have a fight with Liu Bei? No wonder my buddy told me today that he saw him going to see Su Mei. I didn't believe him. What's going on with you guys? Hurry up and take him home. Chapter 32, Drawing a Clear Line. Take him home. Shen Qingyu suddenly felt a little bitter. Since their big fight last time, although she was very angry with Liu Bei, she tried her best not to think about him. But my mind is always out of control. Whenever I have free time, I can't help but think of him, and then I feel upset. But now, what reason does she have to take Liu Bei home? Is it to have a child as he wishes? Isn't such a compromise a bit too humiliating? Qingyu, what are you daydreaming about? The Su family and our Shen family have never gotten along. Liu Bei is so outstanding. If Su Mei snatches him away, you won't even have time to cry. Seeing her absent-minded silence, Xinyu continued to remind her. Shen Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you and your second brother look down on Liu Bei the most? Why are you so eager for him to come back now? Things are different now. I admit I was prejudiced against him before, but I have to admit this guy is amazing. He's a martial artist with the cultivation of a grandmaster, and he also knows medicine and feng shui. Wouldn't it be foolish not to cherish and win over such a talent? Since Liu Bei resolved the Shen family's feng shui issue last time, Xinyu and Shen Kai have been completely convinced of his abilities, and even the entire Shen family highly approves of this son-in-law. Shen Qingyu was speechless. She was already annoyed enough, and now she was even more annoyed. Just then, the butler rushed in from outside. Seeing this, Xinyu asked, Butler, what's the matter that's so urgent? Young master and young lady, it's good that you're here. The Su family father and daughter have come to visit. I need to inform the master immediately. You should also go and inform the others, the butler replied. What? Su Tianlong and Su Mei have come to our Shen family. The two were secretly alarmed. This was definitely a rare guest. After all, the two families have been fighting openly and covertly for so many years, each wishing the other could be killed. Half an hour later, at the main building of the Shen family, led by old Master Shen, a group of Shen family members came forward to greet the Su family father and daughter according to the proper etiquette for guests. Su Tianlong and Su Mei's demeanor was completely different from usual, and the Shen family did not sense any malice from them. President Su, may I ask what brings you and your daughter here so suddenly? Old Shen asked. Mr. Shen and everyone else, I am here today to apologize for the previous misunderstanding. Su Tianlong got straight to the point, his attitude sincere and without any pretense. Shen Jianya frowned and said, President Su, if I may be frank, our two families have been arguing for so many years, and we are really confused by your sudden apology. Haha, there's no need to elaborate on the relationship between our two families, but I've come here to apologize sincerely this time. Su Tianlong said with a wry smile. In previous business competitions, our Su family did use some unscrupulous methods, which caused losses to the Shen family. But to be honest, our Su family also suffered a lot at the hands of the Shen family. Shen Qingyu glanced at Su Mei and said coldly, Chairwoman Su, you're being too kind. Business competition is all about ability, so there's no need for apologies. My niece is right, Su Tianlong nodded. But there is one thing I did go too far. I shouldn't have invited the Yinshan sect to use feng shui and evil arts to harm the Shen family. To express my apology, I am willing to transfer 20% of the shares of Su's new energy technology to Shen's free of charge as an apology and guarantee. A 20% stake in Shining technology. Shen Jianbang was shocked. That was the Su family's most profitable sunrise industry in recent years. This sincerity made them feel unreal and even worried that something might go wrong. Even old Shen couldn't believe it and said with suspicion, Chairman Su, what exactly do you want? Apologizing for no reason and giving us such a big gift, it's really hard to feel at ease. Mr. Shen, this is absolutely true. There was no trickery involved. Please believe in the sincerity of my daughter and I in coming to apologize. Su Tianlong said solemnly. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check. If there are no problems, then we can verify it. The Shen family members exchanged bewildered glances. The other party seemed very sincere, but such a windfall was bound to raise suspicions. Shen Qingyu looked at Su Mei again and said in a low voice, Miss Su, shall we go outside and talk alone? All right, Mr. Shen is the host, and I am the guest, so naturally I will follow his lead. The two women walked onto the lawn outside. The moonlight was cold and the streetlights were dim. Sume, there's no one else here. Shen Qingyu's gaze was sharp as she coldly looked at her and said, "Stop with your hypocritical rhetoric. Tell me, why did the Su family suddenly apologize? Don't tell me about having a change of heart. Even you don't believe that kind of talk." Sume smiled meaningfully. She knew she couldn't hide it from Shen Qingyu, because the two knew each other too well. She wouldn't believe such an unusual thing either. "That's right, it wasn't us who wanted to apologize. Someone forced us to. Mr. Shen is so smart, you should be able to guess who it is, right?" Liu Bei. Shen Qingyu subconsciously thought of this person, and her heart felt as if it were being clenched tightly. "Yes, it's him," Sume readily admitted, with a half-smile. "To tell you the truth, I want Liu Bei to agree to help the Su family make connections. His condition is that I have to go to the Shun family to apologize and promise not to oppose them again." Shen Qingyu was slightly taken aback. Sume wanted to use Liu Bei to establish a connection with Li Xinjiang's Li family in the capital? Why would Liu Bei make this request? Did he still care about her? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but show a happy expression. Noticing her expression, Sume continued in a sarcastic tone. "Shen Qingyu, you're so smart. How could you possibly guess why he would do this? You don't actually think he cares about you, do you?" Shen Qingyu regained her composure, frowned, and said coldly, "He must be disgusted by your despicable methods and wants to vent his anger for the Shen family." He. Sume laughed sarcastically. "Don't deceive yourself. Is it possible that he did this to sever ties as compensation for leaving you or the Shen family?" "What? No, this is impossible." Shen Qingyu trembled slightly. Sume continued, "Or perhaps he feels he owes you and the Shen family something, so he's in a hurry to use this method to draw a line?" "Draw a clear line?" Shen Qingyu suddenly looked up. "Otherwise what?" Sume said meaningfully. "If it weren't for that, why wouldn't he show himself?" Shen Qingyu's face was pale, her small hands clenched into fists. Yes, if he cared about her, why was he avoiding her? Seeing this, Sume added fuel to the fire, saying, "He's treating this apology as a deal to end your relationship. He made my father and me bow down and apologize to the Shen family. Once that's over, does that mean your relationship with him is over too? Does he not owe you anything anymore?" "Of course he doesn't owe me anything." Shen Qingyu's eyes reddened. This was originally a contract marriage, a transaction in itself. What she thought might take a year to accomplish, Liu Bei obtained in just a few days. In all calculations, Liu Bei owed her nothing. On the contrary, it seemed that she had given Liu Bei nothing at all. But Sume's words made her feel particularly uncomfortable. Did Liu Bei really want to end their relationship with such a relaxed attitude? Is Chapter 33 difficult? Sume carefully observed her reaction, feeling a sense of vengeful pleasure, as well as a bittersweet pang of shared misery. Wasn't she herself also yearning for Liu Bei, but unable to obtain him? The more she understood Liu Bei, the more she realized that this man was not someone anyone could control. She couldn't let Shen Qingyu have. A man like Liu Bei seemed to be someone she could only look up to. Composing herself, Sume continued, "Shen Qingyu, it seems he has truly captured your heart. No wonder, after all, Liu Bei is an extraordinary man. What woman wouldn't be moved? It's a pity you pushed him away. Once someone like him decides to leave, he never looks back." Sume's words were like a dull knife, repeatedly cutting into Shen Qingyu's heart. Does Liu Bei really think this way? To completely sever their connection in this manner? Seeing Shen Qingyu's distraught appearance, Sume secretly rejoiced. Given Shen Qingyu's proud nature, she should have given up on Liu Bei by now, right? "I've finished speaking." Sume composed herself and continued. "We really came here tonight to apologize and admit our mistakes, and our compensation is sincere." After saying that, Sume went back into the house. Her father was still sincerely apologizing because the Shun family had never really believed it and always felt that the weasel was up to no good by offering New Year's greetings to the chicken. "Dad, let's go. Miss Shen has accepted our Su family's apology. From now on, we will maintain a peaceful relationship with the Shen family and will never do anything that would harm their interests again." Su Tianlong nodded, stood up, and said, "Elder Shun, everyone, we apologize for disturbing you tonight, so we'll take our leave now." Just as the father and daughter were about to leave, Shen Qingyu walked in from outside, her face as cold as ice. "Etc. Is there anything else, Miss Shen?" Su Tianlong asked. Shen Qingyu walked over and picked up all the things they had brought. She stood in front of them and said coldly, Our Shen family accepts your apologies, but will waive the gifts. Our Shen family doesn't care for it, so please take it back. Butler, see the guests out. Su Tianlong sighed, not knowing what else to say. After they left, Shen Kai hurriedly asked, Qingyu, what exactly did Su Mei say to you? What are they up to? Shen Qingyu was upset and didn't want to explain. She shook her head and said, it's just as you saw. They really did come to apologize. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. Shen Qingyu locked herself in her room and soaked in the bathtub for a full hour, but it didn't quell her restlessness. Every word Su Mei had said that night kept repeating in her mind. Liu Bei is ending their relationship in this way. Liu Bei, don't even think about it. Even if you want to end this, you have to tell me to my face. Shen Qingyu gritted her teeth and dialed her secretary's number. Find out where Liu Bei is living now and what his relationship with Su Mei is. Yes, Mr. Shen. The next morning, Liu Bei accompanied by Xiaoyu to the cemetery in the western suburbs of Jiangnan. Holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, Bai Xiaoyu slowly knelt before her parents' joint grave. 3 years of forbearance and hard work had finally yielded results. Dad, Mom, Du Tianxiong, who killed you, has been brought to justice. Your daughter has avenged you. Her voice choked with emotion, and tears silently streamed down her face. Liu Bei stood behind her, watching quietly. He had seen this scene far too many times before. Life and death, separation and reunion, love and hate, were nothing more than fleeting ripples in the grand scheme of his life. But at this moment, the cold-hearted man is willing to give this resilient girl a quiet companionship. After finishing the worship, Bai Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and stood up when a slightly surprised voice came from not far away. Xiaoyu? Bai Xiaoyu? Is it really you? Bai Xiaoyu turned her head and saw a well-dressed young couple walking hand in hand, the woman holding a bouquet of flowers. She was somewhat surprised to recognize the person. The speaker was Lin Weiwei, her classmate. However, the two didn't have a good relationship back then because Lin Weiwei was a bit vain and always liked to compare herself to others. Before the Bai family's misfortune, Bai Xiaoyu came from a wealthy family and had good personal qualities, so she was inevitably popular with her male classmates. Therefore, Lin Weiwei targeted her openly and secretly quite a bit. Bai Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue with her, and after graduation, they went their separate ways and lost contact. She never expected to meet her again in this cemetery. Weiwei, it's been a long time. Bai Xiaoyu forced a smile. She didn't want to engage in excessive small talk in this setting. Lin Weiwei looked Bai Xiaoyu up and down, noticing that she was wearing a simple dress, and the man beside her looked even more ordinary. A barely perceptible glint of superiority flashed in her eyes. She had long heard that the Bai family was in trouble and that Bai Xiaoyu was having a hard time, and sure enough, it was true. What a coincidence, Xiaoyu. Are you here to pay respects to your aunt and uncle? Lin Weiwei asked politely. Is this your boyfriend? No, he's just my friend. Bai Xiaoyu quickly explained, as if afraid that Liu Bei would be angry. My friend. Lin Weiwei was particularly sarcastic, thinking that Bai Xiaoyu was afraid of losing face in front of her and dared not admit that the ordinary Liu Bei was her boyfriend. Xiaoyu, I heard that you've had a tough time these past few years since your aunt and uncle passed away. As your classmate, I'm really sad for you. Bai Xiaoyu smiled without saying a word, thinking to herself, Lin Weiwei has become so much better? She has indeed grown up and matured. But why does she look so superior? If you have any difficulties in life, you can tell me. We're old classmates, and I'll definitely help you if I can. Bai Xiaoyu felt a sense of condescending pity and smugness from Lin Weiwei. She felt very uncomfortable. It seemed she had overthought things. How could someone's inherent personality be easily changed? Thank you. I'm fine. I don't need any help. Lin Weiwei feigned concern and said, Xiaoyu, don't be stubborn. Look at what you're wearing. Haven't you found a stable job yet? How about I ask my boyfriend, Sun Hao, to get you a position at his company? It might just be a clerical job, but at least it's stable and should be better than what you're doing now, right? Sun Hao chimed in. Yes, our company is currently hiring. Although the requirements are a bit high, I'll put in a good word for you, and it should be fine. As for the salary, it'll be around 4,000 or 5,000, which should be pretty good for you. The two of them spoke in unison, seemingly with good intentions, but in reality, every word they uttered was meant to belittle Bai Xiaoyu and elevate themselves. Bai Xiaoyu turned pale with anger and was about to retort. Liu Bei, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but speak up. Xiaoyu is doing very well now. She will soon have a new career with a starting capital of no less than 10 million. We appreciate your kindness. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao and Lin Weiwei were both stunned, then reacted as if they had heard a joke. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoyu, your friend is really joking. A business worth tens of millions? Do you know what that means? Sun Hao scoffed. Brother, this isn't how you show off. Do you know how hard it is to start from scratch in Jiangnan? 10 million? Do you even know how much 10 million is? Oh, is it difficult? I think it's quite simple. After all, it's just a phone call. Liu Bei could easily see through their thoughts. Although he disdained pretentiousness, it didn't mean he wouldn't. Chapter 34. I'll go get the divorce certificate when I have time. Ha, what did you say? Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Xiaoyu, your friend is hilarious. Is he a comedian? The two covered their mouths and laughed incessantly. Bai Xiaoyu said with an ugly expression, Weiwei, can't you show some respect for my friend? Lin Weiwei said with a laugh, Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect, it's just so funny. Yeah, I feel it's a shame this guy isn't performing on the Spring Festival Gala, Sun Hao added. And he got it all sorted out with just one phone call. Who does he think he is? The Shen family, the richest family in China. Bai Xiaoyu stood to the side with a dark expression. Brother Liu was indeed not from the Shen family, the richest family in the country, but just the son-in-law of the Shen family. But they said they were fine, yet they couldn't humiliate Liu Bei. She was about to speak when Liu Bei stopped her. There was no need to waste words with them, so he took out his phone, dialed Su Mei's number, and put it on speakerphone. Hey, Liu Bei, it's rare for you to call me first. I'm so glad. Su Mei's voice, sounding somewhat surprised and playful, came through the phone. Liu Bei replied, Su Mei, have you finalized the details of the business plan you mentioned arranging for Xiaoyu last time? It's in progress, she replied. Xiaoyu wants to finish the business her parents started, so she plans to invest 50 million to establish a new biotechnology company, which will be controlled by Xiaoyu. I was just about to talk to Xiaoyu in detail after everything was arranged. What's wrong? The smiles on Sun Hao and Lin Weiwei's faces froze instantly, their eyes widening. Su Mei? That's Su family's eldest daughter, Su Mei? Invested 50 million? And holds controlling stake in Xiaoyu's name. How is this possible? He knows Miss Su. Bai Xiaoyu was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Su Mei to act so quickly, and she certainly hadn't expected Liu Bei to help her out in this way. It's nothing, just asking. I'm hanging up now. Liu Bei put away his phone and looked at Sun Hao and Lin Weiwei, who were frozen in shock. Now, do you think Xiaoyu still needs your jobs that pay 4 or 5,000? Sun Hao's face flushed red and then turned pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Weiwei was so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Thinking about her boasting and giving alms just now, she felt like a complete clown. Bai Xiaoyu recovered her senses and looked at Lin Weiwei meaningfully, saying, Weiwei, it seems you haven't changed at all after all these years. Liu Bei glanced at them and said, Let's go. As they watched them leave, the two gradually came to their senses, their cheeks burning as if they had been slapped hard across the face. Weiwei, who is that guy? I could tell from the voice on the phone just now that it was indeed Miss Su. How should I know? Lin Weiwei's face flushed red. She had thought that Bai Xiaoyu's downfall would give her a chance to show off in front of her, but instead, she had shot herself in the foot. As Bai Xiaoyu walked out of the cemetery, she let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, Brother Liu, thank you. It's all right. I can't just eat and stay at your house for free, Liu Bei said softly. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu found out Liu Bei's whereabouts from her secretary. He was downstairs at Bai Xiaoyu's house. It's all Lily's fault. She couldn't even find a room number, so I had to wait downstairs. She sighed in the sports car, feeling a little uneasy for some reason, wondering what she should say to Liu Bei when she saw him later, whether to ask him directly or to ease the tension first. After returning from the cemetery, Bai Xiaoyu felt noticeably more relaxed. Brother Liu, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll go buy the groceries later. Anything is fine. I'm not picky about food. Bai Xiaoyu smiled, parked the car, and was about to unbuckle her seatbelt when she suddenly cried out and swayed to one side. What's wrong? Liu Bei asked with concern. The seatbelt is stuck and I can't unfasten it. Bai Xiaoyu frantically fiddled with the safety buckle, pulling it several times, but the buckle wouldn't budge. As she moved, her neckline opened slightly due to the force of her turn, revealing her delicate collarbone and a faint, alluring curve. Don't rush, let me see. He leaned closer to Bai Xiaoyu, his fingers tracing the location of the clasp. The distance between them instantly closed, and Liu Bei could even smell her faint fragrance. Bai Xiaoyu held her breath, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looking at Liu Bei's focused profile so close to hers, her heart involuntarily quickened. Ding ding. Just as Liu Bei was about to use a clever trick to unlock the buckle, there was a gentle knock on the passenger window. Liu Bei and Bai Xiaoyu turned to look at the same time. Shen Qingyu was already standing outside the car. Her long hair was tied up and her makeup was exquisite, but her face was expressionless, only a cold, pale one. Her gaze was clearly fixed on the interior of the car through the window. Time seemed to stand still for a second. Shen Qingyu gripped the car keys so tightly her fingers turned white, her face expressionless. Liu Bei stopped moving, straightened up, rolled down the car window, and asked in surprise, "Qingyu, what are you doing here? It seems I've arrived at the wrong time and disturbed you." Her gaze swept over Bai Xiaoyu's still flushed face, over her slightly disheveled collar, and finally landed on Liu Bei's face, as if she were looking at a stranger. "I was just passing by and wanted to let you know that the Shen family has received the Su family's apology, and I understand your intentions." She looked away, gazing into the distance, as if looking at it for even a moment would taint her eyes. "Liu Bei, let's end things here. Contact me when you have time to get the divorce certificate." After saying that, she didn't wait for Liu Bei's response, turned around and left, her face showing a resolute look. "Miss Chen, it's not what you think." Bai Xiaoyu finally realized what was happening, hurriedly unbuckled the seatbelt that Liu Bei had helped her unbuckle, and pushed open the car door, wanting to chase after him to explain. But Shen Qingyu had already walked quickly to her sports car, opened the door, and sat down, all in one smooth motion without the slightest hesitation. "Qingyu." Liu Bei also got out of the car and called out, as if she had misunderstood something. However, the only response was the roar of a sports car engine and the screeching of tires against the pavement. The car shot off like an arrow, merging into the traffic without hesitation. Bai Xiaoyu stood there, looking in the direction the car had disappeared, then turned back to look at Liu Bei, who was frowning, her heart filled with regret and unease. "Brother Liu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Miss Chen misunderstood. "It's none of your business." Liu Bei sighed softly, offering no further explanation. He was simply wondering if their contract, which lasted a year, would have any repercussions if they divorced so soon, even though she had already secured her inheritance rights to the Shen family. "The entanglements of human nature in this mortal world are truly affecting my Taoist mind. It's better to stay in the mountains. I should go back to seclusion as soon as I break through this bottleneck. Let's go. Don't overthink it. This is between us." Liu Bei turned around and walked towards the stairwell. Bai Xiaoyu watched his back and then looked in the direction Shen Qingyu left, wondering if Brother Liu was really as indifferent as he appeared. Chapter 35. Proposing marriage to Shen Qingyu? At this moment, Shen Qingyu was driving very fast, and the scenery in front of her was rushing past and blurring into a blur. She bit her lip hard until she tasted a metallic, bloody flavor in her mouth, barely managing to suppress the sob that threatened to burst from her throat. No wonder this guy left the Shen family without hesitation and was eager to sever ties with himself. It turns out he has so many female confidants outside, including Su Mei and young girls. "Liu Bei, I used to think you were a gentleman, that you were different from other men because you came from the mountains. I wish I could gouge my own eyes out. I was so wrong about you." Recalling Su Mei's words last night, she still had some doubts, but now she understood. Liu Bei really wanted to end things with her, and had even made arrangements for a new life. But she, like a joke, reflected on whether she had gone too far, and even wondered if she should let go of her pride. "Shen Qingyu, you're ridiculous." She jerked the steering wheel, pulling the car to the side of the road. She slumped over the wheel, her shoulders trembling violently. Even so, she didn't make a sound, letting the scalding tears silently soak her sleeves. A few minutes later, she looked up, wiped away her tears, and looked at her reflection in the rearview mirror, her eyes red and swollen, yet unusually cold. "It's over. Liu Bei, from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. The Shen group is where she should devote herself wholeheartedly." She restarted the car, her eyes now filled with a cold, resolute determination. In the following days, Bai Xiaoyu went to work with Su Mei, and Liu Bei kept his word. He contacted the Yun family and indicated that he could take care of the Su family within reasonable limits. As for the specifics, he let Su Mei handle it herself, since he had no interest in business. After Bai Xiaoyu went to work, he had some free time at home. He would watch TV and the news to keep up with the current social situation. This was his habit every time he left the seclusion and entered the world, and it was one of his few pleasures. 10,000 years is too long, so long that the rise and fall of dynasties and civilizations have all become fleeting clouds. Only by observing the subtle changes in each era can he feel the flow of time. Suddenly, the TV broadcast a news report about Du Tianxiong, who had been sentenced to life imprisonment. His once arrogant face was now filled with dejection. Liu Bei glanced at it indifferently, showing no interest. What he didn't expect was, in the western suburbs of Jiangnan, there is a secluded private estate. Du Tianxiong had changed out of his prison uniform and was now wearing a gray tracksuit. His hair was shaved very short, his eyes were sunken, and his eyes were bloodshot. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. He was Zhou Xinghua, the second master of the Zhou family in the capital. Boss Du, do you know how much effort the Zhou family went through to get you out? Zhou Xinghua sat on the sofa, staring at him coldly, and said, if your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll immediately send someone to send you back. Du Tianxiong bowed and said, thank you, Master Zhou. I admit defeat this time. From now on, the Zhou family will be my second parents. I would give my life to the Zhou family. All right, enough nonsense. Just tell me where the spirit body is. Zhou Xinghua said impatiently. Du Tianxiong sneered. Master Zhou, how could I dare to lie to you? I have indeed found the spirit-bearing body, and that is Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu? She is the daughter of the Shen family, the richest family in Jiangnan, and is now the chairman of Shen's group. This woman is indeed very talented. She has made great contributions to the Shen family's current success in recent years. Moreover, she is also very young and beautiful. Are you sure it's a spirit being? Zhou Xinghua asked with delight. If there's no problem with the spirit jade you gave me, then it's confirmed, Du Tianxiong explained. Because the spirit jade only reacts when she appears. Great, great. I didn't expect to actually find it. Zhou Xinghua said excitedly. Second master, why do you spend so much effort searching for a spirit-bearing body? Du Tianxiong asked curiously. Zhou Xinghua calmed down and said in a deep voice, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The fact that the Zhou family patriarch was nearing the end of his life was a top secret within the family. The patriarch was the Zhou family's greatest asset in maintaining its strength. If he were to pass away, the Zhou family's foundation would inevitably be shaken, and it would only be a matter of time before they fell from grace. In the past 2 years, the Zhou family has secretly searched the world for a way to prolong the life of their ancestor by nurturing a spirit body. Ancient texts record that a spirit-inflicted body is a rare and special constitution containing innate spiritual energy. If one could obtain it, it would have miraculous effects on both cultivation and lifespan. Composing himself, Zhou Xinghua continued, is she married? It seems they're married. I heard that she brought a man back not long ago and even cured the critically ill old Master Shen, Du Tianxiong explained. But I don't know exactly who he is. Pity. Zhou Xinghua sighed inwardly, thinking that it would have been more effective if he had remained innocent, but fortunately it didn't have much of an impact. Upon learning the whereabouts of the spirit being, Zhou Xinghua dared not waste any time, as the ancestor was waiting and it was unknown how much longer he could hold on. The next morning at 10 a.m., Zhou Xinghua led his men to the Shun family manor. 3 black Mercedes-Benzes escorted a stretch Lincoln, showcasing the grandeur of a top-tier family in the capital. Last night, Zhou Xinghua sent someone to the Shun family in advance to let them know that he would visit them today. The Zhou family was well known, and the Shun family took the news very seriously. Although they had no prior dealings with the Zhou family, they still treated the guests with the utmost respect and hospitality. Old Master Shen and his family greeted them at the door. Shen Qingyu stood to the side, dressed in a simple white business suit with her long hair tied up, exuding a cool and aloof air. Zhou Xinghua stepped out of the car, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a refined and scholarly appearance. Mr. Zhou's presence is a great honor for the Shen family. Mr. Shen greeted him politely, saying that he had recovered much of his health after recuperating these past few days. Mr. Shen, you're too kind. Zhou Xinghua smiled slightly and shook hands with Mr. Shen. Please forgive my unannounced visit. No, please come in. The group entered the main building's reception room, where servants served tea and refreshments before respectfully withdrawing. Mr. Shen, everyone, Zhou Xinghua said with a smile after taking a sip of tea. I have come here today with a very important matter to discuss with the Shen family. Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Zhou. Old Shen nodded. Shen Qingyu sat to one side, lost in thought. It was indeed puzzling that the Zhou family, who lived in the capital, would suddenly come to Jiangnan to visit the Shen family. My third brother, Zhou Xingwen, is 28 years old this year. He is a young and talented man and is still unmarried. Zhou Xinghua's gaze swept over Shen Qingyu. And Miss Shen Qingyu is both beautiful and talented. She and my third brother are a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhou Xinghua continued, my Zhou family is willing to offer him a generous gift and promises that for the next 10 years, the Zhou family will fully support the Shen group with its resources in Jiangnan and even the entire south, helping the Shen family to reach new heights. What does Elder Shen think of this sincerity? Is this true in chapter 36? After Zhou Xinghua finished speaking, his subordinates presented him with a gift list. Shen Jianya took the gift list and opened it. The list was densely packed with real estate, stocks, antiques, jewelry, etc. Each item was very valuable. A rough estimate put the total value at least 1 billion yuan, which can be described as a great deal of sincerity. The members of the Shen family looked at each other, somewhat stunned by the sudden marriage proposal and the overwhelming sincerity. The Zhou family in the capital is a true behemoth. If they could form a marriage alliance, it would naturally be of immense benefit to the Shen family. But Shen Qingyu is already married. Shen Qingyu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Just as she was about to speak, old Master Shen spoke first. Mr. Zhou's kindness is too much for the Shen family to bear. However, Qingyu got married not long ago, and I suppose you were unaware of the news while you were in the capital, which is why this misunderstanding occurred. Marriage. Zhou Xinghua feigned surprise. That's fine. My Zhou family isn't old-fashioned. It's just half a divorce certificate. These are not problems. A wave of nausea washed over Shen Qingyu. What did the Zhou family take her for? Mr. Zhou, I am very satisfied with my husband, and I will not divorce him, especially for such an absurd reason. I appreciate the Zhou family's kindness, but if there is nothing else, please leave. Her attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhou Xinghua's smile gradually faded, and his eyes sharpened. Miss Shen, I can understand that young people are stubborn, but you should know that not everyone is qualified to propose marriage to the Zhou family. You should think carefully about the consequences of refusing the Zhou family. This is a blatant threat. Shen Jianya's expression changed, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Zhou, please calm down. Qingyu is young and doesn't know any better, but you really came too late. After all, she is already married. If she were to divorce because of this, it would sound terrible if word got out. I hope you can understand. Zhou Xinghua sneered. Fine, I've made my stance clear. I want an answer today, yes or no. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Old Master Shen's face darkened. Mr. Zhou, are you threatening the Shen family? Mr. Shen, you flatter me. Zhou Xinghua stood up, straightened his clothes, and said, I am just stating a fact. The Zhou family has never failed to obtain what it sets its sights on. Miss Shen, I'm giving you one last chance. If you agree to this marriage, the Shen family will rise to prominence. If you refuse, you'll bear the consequences. I refuse. Shen Qingyu met his gaze without fear and uttered 3 words with unwavering resolve. Zhou Xinghua stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, but the laugh was chillingly cold. Good, very good. The Shen family certainly has backbone. I apologize for disturbing you today. I hope the Shen family will not regret their decision today. After saying that, he left without another word. The reception room was deathly silent. After a long silence, old Master Shen sighed. The Zhou family's visit is ill-intentioned. It seems they won't let this go easily. Shen Kai frowned and said, the Zhou family came all the way from the capital to propose marriage. What are they thinking? Yes, it's so sudden. Our 2 families have never crossed paths before. Could it be that you saw Qingyu on TV and Zhou Sanshao fell in love with her at first sight? Xinyu added. Shen Qingyu gritted her teeth and said, no matter what the reason, the Zhou family cannot bully us and treat the Shen family like a pushover. That's right. So what if the Zhou family is powerful? This is Jiangnan. What do we have to be afraid of? They're threatening and intimidating us. Shen Jianya added irritably. This family is remarkably united. General Shen felt that this matter was not so simple and said earnestly, Qingyu, what exactly did our benefactor go to do? He hasn't been home for many days. You should report this matter to him and discuss it with him. He has a lot of ideas, so let him know what's going on. Shen Qingyu hesitated, having given up all hope for Liu Bei, but she didn't know how to explain it to her family. Who would have thought that his family would approve of him so much in such a short time, putting her in a dilemma? But now Liu Bei's image in her heart is completely ruined, and her pride and self-esteem will never allow her to beg Liu Bei to come back. That would make her seem too lowly, and even if Liu Bei came back, it would seem like he was doing her a favor. Qingyu, Grandpa is talking to you. Liu Bei hasn't been home for a long time. You two didn't have a fight, did you? Shen Qingyu added. No, Grandpa. Don't worry, I'll tell him what happened. Shen Qingyu could only try to fool them for the time being, hoping to keep it a secret for as long as possible. When Du Tianxiong saw Zhou Xinghua return with a dark expression, he cautiously asked, Master Zhou, how did it go? Did the Shen family agree? Zhou Xinghua said coldly, no. If the Shen family refuses to listen to reason, then they should be forced to drink the punishment. Don't blame the Zhou family for being ruthless. Shen Qingyu will not escape the grasp of the Zhou family. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The secret guards can be deployed now. Tonight, I, Shen Qingyu, will bring them back unharmed. As for the rest of the Shen family, deal with them cleanly, making it look like an accident. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xinghua closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. No one can stop the Zhou family. That night, Su Mei unexpectedly had a sumptuous meal and drinks brought from the restaurant to Bai Xiaoyu's house, saying she wanted to have a drink with someone. Bai Xiaoyu knew that Su Mei wanted to get close to Liu Bei. Otherwise, why would someone of her noble status condescend to be a guest in her small rented apartment? Liu Bei, thank you so much. With the help of the Yun family, our Su family quickly finalized 2 important projects. My dad even wants me to invite you to our home to thank you in person. Su Mei raised her glass and expressed her gratitude to Liu Bei. Liu Bei nodded without saying a word, focusing on enjoying the sumptuous dishes and wine. Su Mei smiled, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I heard that someone went to the Shen family today to propose marriage to Shen Qingyu. I wonder if they succeeded. Liu Bei, what's the current situation between you and Shen Qingyu? Liu Bei paused, looking at her with some confusion. Is that so? Yes. I heard she comes from the prestigious Zhou family in the capital. I have to say Shen Qingyu is really lucky. First she married you, and now she's already won the favor of the Zhou family in the capital. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Su Mei said sourly, I'm not bad either, so why do these good things always fall on her head? Xiaoyu, do you think Shen Qingyu is better than me? Sister Mei, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't know anything. Bai Xiaoyu lowered her head awkwardly, wondering if Shen Qingyu had misunderstood because of what happened that day. Liu Bei remained silent, because he didn't know the specifics of what was going on, nor did he know how to interpret it. But Shen Qingyu is a rare spirit-bearing body, so it would be a lie to say, I don't feel sorry for her. Seeing this, Su Mei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because she felt that Liu Bei still cared about Shen Qingyu. Chapter 37 Qingyu's Incident. Alright, let's not talk about her anymore. Let's talk about something happy. We're going to drink until we drop tonight. If I get too drunk, I'll sleep with Xiaoyu tonight. How about that? Bai Xiaoyu smiled and said, Of course I have no objection, as long as Sister Mei doesn't mind that my room is small. The 3 continued drinking and chatting, completely unaware that the Shen family was facing an impending crisis. At midnight, the suburban manor was quiet and still. The streetlights at Shen family manor were on, and bodyguards patrolled from time to time. More than 20 figures, like ghosts, silently scaled the high wall and infiltrated the manor. They were dressed entirely in black, their faces covered with black masks, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Their movements were swift and professional, and they landed without a sound. These are elite assassins secretly trained by the Zhou family for many years, codenamed Dark Guards. Each one is a hand-picked martial artist, rigorously trained, a killing machine serving only the Zhou family. The first to suffer were the bodyguards patrolling the perimeter. They worked in pairs, lying in wait within the manor before striking swiftly and decisively. These bodyguards worked together seamlessly and acted decisively. Although the Shen family's bodyguards were also elite, they were no match for these martial arts assassins. The screams didn't begin until they entered the building. The series of screams, like thunderclaps, shattered the tranquility of the manor. Inside the main building, Shen Jianya had just come out of his study, and was about to go back to his room to rest when he heard a scream. His expression changed, and he quickly walked to the window. "What's going on?" His response was a silenced gunshot. Puffed. 3 bullets pierced the glass and accurately struck Shen Qingyu in the chest. Shen Qingyu's body trembled, and he looked down in disbelief at the blood blooming on his chest. He opened his mouth as if to shout something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, then fell straight backward. Big brother, Shen Jianbang, who was running to find him, watched helplessly as his brother fell into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with rage. He rushed over and helped Shen Qingyu up. "Brother, brother, hang in there." Shen Jianyu's eyes widened. His lips moved, but no sound came out. His eyes gradually became unfocused, and eventually, they completely lost their light. "Brother," Shen Jianbang roared. Just then, 3 men in black surrounded them from both sides of the corridor. With red eyes, Shen Jianbang put down his brother's body and stood up. "Who are you? How dare you break into my Shen family in the middle of the night?" The men in black remained silent, but simultaneously made their moves. Although Shen Jianbang was furious, he was powerless to fight back against these assassins, and 3 daggers pierced his body at the same time. Shen Jianbang froze, slowly lowering his head to look at the tip of the knife protruding from his chest. Blood dripped down the blade, blooming into glaring red flowers on the floor. At the same time, Shen Qingyu was awakened by the noise outside. She walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and saw a dark shadow moving downstairs and a corpse on the ground. Her heart stopped. She frantically grabbed her phone and, for some reason, thought of Liu Bei and wanted to call him, only to find that she didn't even know his number. He didn't take the phone and SIM card I bought for him before, which made me feel a little sad. At that moment, 2 masked men in black rushed in, holding daggers in their hands, the blades gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "Who are you?" Shen Qingyu stepped back and picked up the vase on the table. The men in black remained silent, flanking the group from the left and right. Shen Qingyu smashed the vase at someone, turned, and ran. She rushed to the balcony, trying to climb from the balcony to the next room. But the man in black was faster. He lunged forward and grabbed her wrist. "Let me go." Shen Qingyu struggled and used her other hand to grab the black-clad man's eyes. The man in black dodged to the side, then covered her mouth and nose with his other hand, which contained drugs, and she immediately passed out. The man in black quickly hoisted her onto his shoulder and said into the Bluetooth headset, "Success. Get out of here quickly and don't expose yourself." At this moment, Liu Bei was still drinking with the 2 women. Perhaps because someone had proposed marriage to Shen Qingyu, he felt inexplicably irritable, so he drank quite a bit. Suddenly, Su Mei's phone rang. Seeing the number, she was somewhat surprised and said, "It's actually Shen Yu calling me." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei looked up at her. Su Mei answered the phone. "Young Master Shen, why are you bothering me so late at night?" "Su Mei, I've heard you've been getting close to Liu Bei these past few days. Can you contact him?" Shen Yu asked, his voice trembling with tears. Su Mei sensed something was wrong in his tone and asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" "Tell Liu Bei that something bad has happened to the Shen family. Assassins have infiltrated the Shen family. My father and second uncle are dead, and Qingyu has been kidnapped by them. It seems they're after Qingyu. They want to take her away." "What?" Su Mei was startled and stood up. Although she looked down on Shen Qingyu, the matter was of great importance. If she did not tell Liu Bei the truth, he would definitely blame her. "What happened?" Liu Bei asked, frowning. "An assassin infiltrated the Shen family and kidnapped Shen Qingyu," Su Mei said, her face grim. Liu Bei stood up abruptly and walked out with a gloomy expression. When Liu Bei returned to the Shen family manor, the scene before him stirred a ripple in his heart, which had remained calm for millennia. The manor gates were wide open, and the gatekeeper lay dead in a pool of blood. Corpses were scattered across the lawn and paths. Blood stained the meticulously manicured grass, turning a dark red hue in the moonlight. In front of the main building, Mr. Shen sat in a wheelchair, tears streaming down his face. Shen Yu and Shen Kai knelt on the ground. Before them lay the corpses of Shen Jianyu and Shen Jianbang. The 2 brothers lay side by side, their chests covered in gruesome wounds, the blood already congealed. "The son-in-law is back," someone called out, and everyone immediately looked up at Liu Bei. "My benefactor." Old Master Shen's voice was hoarse. "No need to say more, I understand." Liu Bei's voice was icy cold. "I will seek justice for the Shen family in this matter. Liu Bei, please save Qingyu. He's been taken away by those bad guys. At this moment, Zhou rushed in front of him and grabbed his arm tightly. Mom, please, you must save Qingyu. She's my only daughter. If anything happens to her, I can't go on living. Don't worry, I'll bring her home. Liu Bei nodded. Do you know who did this? Those assassins were all masked and dressed in black, but they were extremely skilled, Shen Qingyu said with red eyes. That means they are no ordinary people. They are from the Zhou family. It must be the Zhou family. They came to propose marriage today, but were rejected, and they even threatened the Shen family. They must be retaliating. That's right. It must be the Zhou family. Otherwise, why would they only take Qingyu away? Although the two brothers often did foolish things, their analysis this time was particularly reasonable, and even old Shen believed it was the Zhou family. The Zhou family, what ruthless methods. They're taking advantage of the fact that my Shen family has no strong members. Liu Bei's tone was filled with chilling, killing intent. The Zhou family. Are they from the capital? Chapter 38 Searching. That's right, it's the Zhou family from the capital. Like the Li family, they are both top-tier families in the capital. Qingyu suddenly remembered something. Right, Liu Bei, weren't you working for General Li before? You can ask the Li family to help rescue Qingyu. Yes, I know what to do. Liu Bei said in a deep voice. You should also mobilize your connections in Jiangnan. If Qingyu is still in Jiangnan, I can go to rescue her immediately. All right, let's go find them right away. We must make those assassins, Zhou Xinghua, pay the price. Old Shen nodded repeatedly. Liu Bei's appearance gradually stabilized the Shen family, which was in chaos and grief. Liu Bei went to Shen Qingyu's room and dialed Yun Feiyang's number. Feiyang, tell your grandfather to use all available resources to find Shen Qingyu as soon as possible. Immortal Master, what has happened? The Shen family was infiltrated by assassins who kidnapped Qingyu. There are indications that the Zhou family in the capital was behind it. If they are still in Jiangnan, we must find them as soon as possible to rescue her. Liu Bei gave a brief explanation, then hung up the phone and called the Li family in the capital. If it really was the Zhou family's doing, they would most likely take Shen Qingyu to the capital. That way, the Li family can also go to rescue people immediately. It's been a long time since we've seen such murderous intent. You'd better not hurt Shen Qingyu. The Shen family, together with the Yun family, and even Su Mei, mobilized the Su family's connections and resources to launch a full-scale search for Shen Qingyu in Jiangnan, turning the city upside down in the early hours of the morning. About half an hour later, Yun Feiyang sent a message. Master, we found out from the airport that someone used a special channel to board a flight to the capital tonight. The person's information is confidential, and even the airport doesn't have the authority to view it. We don't know who it is, but their whereabouts are extremely suspicious. We've sent so many people to cast a wide net, but haven't found a single clue about Miss Shen. She may have been taken away by them using this method. Liu Bei's eyelids darkened, and he said in a low voice, it seems highly likely that the Zhou family was behind this. I understand. To be absolutely certain, have your men continue searching in Jiangnan and the surrounding areas. I will personally go to the capital. Once you confirm that Qingyu is there, then you can stop the search. Understood, Yun Feiyang replied. Then do you need me to arrange a private jet for you? It can take off in as little as an hour. Okay, you can arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Liu Bei's expression grew even more gloomy. He hoped that good news would come from the Li family in the capital. When Shen Qingyu woke up, she found herself on the plane. Zhou Xinghua was sitting opposite her, leisurely sipping his red wine. It really is you. She woke up instantly, and after realizing her surroundings, she shouted angrily, Zhou Xinghua, you sent people to kill so many people in my Shen family. What do you want? Where are you taking me? Zhou Xinghua gently swirled his wine glass and said with a faint smile, Miss Chen, there's no need to be agitated. Why don't you have something to drink first? We still have at least an hour before we land. Answer my question. Shen Qingyu stood up, her eyes red, glaring at him. What exactly do you want? Sending assassins to the Shen family. Is this how your Zhou family operates? Methods. Zhou Xinghua's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned colder. Miss Shen, without evidence, how can anyone know that it was the Zhou family who did it? Actually, I didn't want it to come to this. I gave you and the Shen family a chance today. You just didn't know what was good for you. If you had accepted the Zhou family's marriage proposal back then, it would have been a wonderful thing for everyone. But you refused so thoroughly, leaving no room for negotiation. So, I have no choice but to ask you in another way. So you captured me here to force me to marry your third brother? Shen Qingyu felt a chill run through her body, her voice trembling. No, Zhou Xinghua shook his head, looking at her meaningfully. To be honest, that's just a plausible excuse. As for the real reason, you'll know when we get there. Miss Shen, you are a smart person. You should understand your current situation. Any resistance is futile except to cooperate obediently and suffer less. So, I advise you to sit down and eat something first. Shen Qingyu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. He's right. Right now, she's completely under his control. With the strength of a weak woman like her, resisting on an airplane at 10,000 meters altitude is pointless. She frantically searched for a way to escape, but no matter how clever she was, it was an unsolvable problem. Despair, like an icy tide, slowly engulfed her. Am I really finished? Why did they go to such lengths to capture me? Feeling increasingly powerless, Shen Qingyu turned pale and finally slumped into a chair in despair. Meanwhile, the Zhou family manor was shrouded in the silence of the deep night. The patrolling guards, covering more than 200 acres, walked along the manor in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, the deafening roar of an engine shattered the silence. Several black cars sped to the manor gate and screeched to a stop. The doors opened simultaneously, and dozens of figures quickly stepped out, their movements efficient and their demeanor menacing. Who goes there? The guards immediately became alert, quickly gathering around and pressing the emergency alarm button simultaneously. Li Jinnan, the head of the Li family, stood personally beside the car. He was over 50 years old, with a cold and stern face, sharp eyes like an eagle, and an aura of authority that he had long held, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. The Li, patriarchally, the captain of the guard recognized the person. His expression changed drastically, and his voice became 3 degrees lower. Why did you bring so many people? Open the door. Li Jinnan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried immense weight. I want to see Zhou Xingxing. The other party was too powerful, and the captain of the guards dared not stop them outright. He could only bite the bullet and say in a low voice, Patriarchally, it's the middle of the night, and the patriarch has already retired for the night. If you have urgent business, could you please come again tomorrow? I'll say it one last time. Li Jinnan interrupted him, his voice icy cold. Open the door, or I'll have it torn down. The moment he finished speaking, 8 elite members of the Li family, dressed in black combat uniforms, stepped forward simultaneously. These people had calm and sharp eyes, and their aura was as sharp as a knife. They were clearly trained martial artists. The captain of the guards trembled, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Quickly inform the patriarch. 2 minutes later, Zhou Xingxing's face was gloomy, and he led 4 elderly men with long, deep breaths out quickly. Brother Jinan. Zhou Xingxing's voice was filled with suppressed anger. In the middle of the night, you're making a big fuss trying to force your way into my Zhou family? What do you mean by this? Do you think my Zhou family is a pushover, easy to bully? Li Jinan looked directly at him, his expression unchanged. Brother Xingxing, the matter is urgent. Please forgive me. Is it an emergency? Zhou Xingxing sneered. What could be so urgent that it would make you, the dignified head of the Li family, disregard even the most basic rules and force your way into my Zhou family's gate in the dead of night? Shen Qingyu. Li Jinan uttered 3 words. Chapter 39 personally arrives in the capital. Zhou Xingxing's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, but his face showed confusion and anger. Shen Qingyu? Who is she? The daughter of the Shun family in Jiangnan, and the wife of my mentor, Li Jinan. Li Jinan's gaze was sharp as he stared intently into his eyes. Tonight, the Shun family in Jiangnan was attacked, suffering heavy casualties, and Shen Qingyu has gone missing. All clues point to your Zhou family. Absurd. Zhou Xingxing roared in fury. My Zhou family has never had any dealings or grudges with the Shun family of Jiangnan. Why should we target them? Li Jinan, where did you hear these rumors? Are you trying to frame my Zhou family? Whether it's a rumor or not, a quick search will tell. Li Jinan squinted and said, Brother Xingxing, I've come here on my father's orders to find someone. If Shen Qingyu isn't with the Zhou family, my Li family will apologize to you and bear all the consequences. But if she really is here, this is a huge problem, one that your Zhou family cannot afford to deal with. Damn it. Zhou Xingxing cursed inwardly. How could a daughter of the Shen family, far away in Jiangnan, be involved with the Li family? Moreover, it was old Master Li himself who ordered Li Jinan to come and find her overnight. My mentor's wife? The second brother did mention on the phone that Shen Qingyu was already married. Could it really be such a coincidence? No, this concerns the life and death of our ancestor and is the Zhou family's greatest asset in its rise. Even if the Li family intervenes, we absolutely cannot hand him over. Zhou Xingxing steadied himself, his anger intensifying. Li Jinan, I've said it once, the person you're looking for isn't in my Zhou family. Are you sure you want to tear off all ties with the Zhou family for some unknown woman from Jiangnan? She's no ordinary woman, Li Jinan said firmly. I advise you to think carefully. She's not someone anyone can mess with, not even the Zhou family. Hell, what arrogance. Zhou Xingxing's face was extremely ugly. Brother Jinan, do you really think our Zhou family is easy to intimidate? Besides, we haven't done anything at all. All right, a clear conscience fears no accusation. Li Jinan stopped wasting words. In that case, let us go in and search. If we really can't find anyone, I will leave immediately with my men, which will be an explanation to my father and my mentor. Go ahead. Zhou Xingxing snorted coldly and stepped aside, secretly relieved that his second brother had not yet returned to the capital. But if we can't find the person, Brother Jinan, you must give the Zhou family a satisfactory explanation. All right. Li Jinan waved his hand. Go in. Search thoroughly. Don't miss any corner. The Li family's elite troops surged into the courtyard like a tidal wave, launching a thorough search. Time ticked by, as his men returned one after another, reporting in hushed tones that they hadn't found it. Li Jinan's face gradually darkened. Zhou Xingxing said smugly, Brother Jinan, have you found the person you're looking for? Li Jinan did not answer, but instead suddenly asked, Where is Zhou Xinghua? My second brother is away on a business trip and won't be back until tomorrow, Zhou Xingxing said with a dark face. What? Do I have to report to your Li family where my family goes? What a coincidence, Li Jinan asked. What a coincidence, Zhou Xingxing retorted sharply, refusing to back down an inch. Li Jinan, we've searched you. We've made enough noise. Now, shouldn't you give the Zhou family an explanation? The last group of subordinates withdrew and slowly shook their heads at Li Jinan. Master, we have repeatedly searched all areas, including secret rooms and hidden passages, but we have not found any trace of Miss Shen. Sure, confirmed. The brothers are very thorough. All right. Li Jinan took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety and a trace of doubt, and cupped his hands to Zhou Xingxing, saying, Brother Xingxing, I'm sorry to have bothered you tonight. Rest assured, the Li family will give you an explanation for this matter. But I still have to remind you, your Zhou family cannot touch Shen Qingyu, so you'd better watch yourself. Li Jinan and his men quickly left. As the car disappeared, the feigned anger on Zhou Xingxing's face vanished instantly. Immediately notify the second son. After the plane lands, go directly to Shilin Temple. Without my orders, he is absolutely not allowed to return to the Zhou family manor and erase all traces along the way. Yes. Beijing Capital International Airport, 4 a.m. The hatch opened, and Liu Bei was the first to step out. Yun Feiyang followed closely behind, his expression respectful yet tense. The Li family members had been waiting for a long time. Leading the group was an elderly man with white hair and a cane, Li Ping, son of General Li, who was now over 85 years old. Standing beside him was the current head of the Li family, his son Li Jinan, who was over 50 years old. Li Jinan had never met Liu Bei, but Li Ping had visited his mentor in Pingshan village when he was 15 and again 30 years ago, when he accompanied his father, Li Tsonghai. Before leaving, his father repeatedly warned Li Ping, Your mentor is an extraordinary person. Do not make any rash comments about what you see or hear. Just remember to be loyal. The moment Li Ping saw Liu Bei walk down the gangway, he was terrified, his old eyes filled with disbelief and horror. So many years have passed, yet Liu Bei's appearance remains unchanged, as young and handsome as when we first met. My father's words still echoed in my ears. Mr. Liu is beyond our comprehension. We need not know too much about him, and we must not inquire about him. Just remember that he is the mentor of our Li family for generations. Our descendants must repay him with their lives and remain loyal to him forever. Li Ping composed himself, and under the astonished gaze of his grandson Li Jinan, he took a few shaky steps forward and knelt down on the spot. Li Ping pays respects to his revered teacher. Dad, what's wrong? Li Jinan was shocked and quickly tried to help him up. Liu Bei looked to be only in his early 20s, yet his 80-year-old father was performing such a grand ceremony. The sight was simply too shocking. "You bastards!" Li Ping turned his head and angrily shouted at the group of equally dumbfounded Li family children. "I've already knelt down. What right do you have to stand?" The Li family members were startled. Although they were shocked and confused, no one dared to disobey the old man, and they all knelt down. "Greetings, greetings to my revered teacher." The voices were uneven, revealing a mixture of bewilderment and awe. Seeing this, Yun Feiyong, who was standing next to him, gasped in shock, his heart pounding wildly. The Yun family and the Li family have a very deep connection. His grandfather, Yun Songhai, was once a soldier under General Li Songhai and was a direct descendant promoted by General Li. The Yun family's current status is inseparable from the support of the Li family. But he never expected that even the Li family would treat Liu Bei with such respect. Who exactly is Liu Bei? Liu Bei seemed oblivious to the scene before him, or perhaps he was already used to it. No need for formalities. "Do you have any news about Qingyu?" Li Jianan quickly stood up and reported with a grave expression. "Master, we went to the Zhou family overnight and searched the entire manor, including possible secret rooms, but we couldn't find Miss Shen." Zhou Xingxing denied any involvement, and Zhou Xinghua was not at the manor either, reportedly on a business trip. "Can't find it." Liu Bei's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing across them. "Since you can't find it with your eyes, then ask in another way. Lead the way. I'll go to the Zhou family myself." He had to find Shen Qingyu as soon as possible. Every moment of delay increased her danger. Since things have come to this point, it's better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Chapter 40. Where is Shen Qingyu? The Zhou family's house was still brightly lit. The Li family had just left, but the manor could not return to peace. Zhou Xingxing stood by the window of the main building, his expression shifting between light and dark. "Patriarch," a trusted elder whispered. Just who is Shen Qingyu that Li Jianan would personally send someone to her side, even invoking the name of the Li family patriarch? Zhou Xingxing sneered. Who cares about her background? As long as things go smoothly with the second son and the ancestor successfully extends his life, my Zhou family will surely rise to a higher level. At that time, even the Li family. Before the words were even finished, the piercing alarm shattered the night sky once again. "What's going on?" Zhou Xingxing turned around abruptly. A guard rushed in, his face grim, and said, Master, the Li family is here again." "What?" A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Xingxing's eyes as he gritted his teeth in anger. "Does Li Jianan really think my Zhou family is a pushover?" He led the group out of the main building and saw several cars parked outside the manor gate. Li Jianan stood beside the car, and next to him stood an elderly man with a cane and a young man dressed in simple casual clothes with a calm expression. Why did old Master Li personally intervene in the middle of the night? What exactly is the Li family up to? Zhou Xingxing's gaze fell on Liu Bei, and he frowned. This young man looked unremarkable, with no martial arts aura about him, just like an ordinary college student. "Li Jianan," Zhou Xingxing said coldly. "Are you ever going to stop? Do you really think the Zhou family is easy to bully?" Li Jianan didn't say anything, but simply stepped aside to make room for him. Liu Bei stepped forward slowly, looking calmly at Zhou Xingxing. "Where is Shen Qingyu?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire manor, as if it were ringing in everyone's ears. Zhou Xingxing was shocked. This young man was no ordinary person, but he remained outwardly calm. "I have already made it very clear that Shen Qingyu is not in the Zhou family. The person you are looking for has nothing to do with my Zhou family," Li Jianan said in a deep voice. "Zhou Xingxing, stop pretending to be confused. Where is Shen Qingyu? Hand her over, and there's still room for negotiation." "What Shen Qingyu? I have no idea what you're talking about," Zhou Xingxing said angrily. "You dare to come and demand people without any evidence. This is simply outrageous." Liu Bei stepped forward, his tone growing even colder. "I'll ask you one more time, where exactly is Qingyu? Who are you?" Zhou Xingxing frowned and said, "Do you have the right to speak?" "Shen Qingyu's husband, Liu Bei." Zhou Xingxing was slightly taken aback. Was this the mentor that Li Jianan had mentioned when he came earlier? "Young man, I understand you're anxious because your wife is missing, but I'll say it one last time. The person you're looking for isn't in the Zhou family. If you insist on this, don't blame me for being impolite." "I don't believe it. Qingyu is definitely in your hands," Liu Bei said coldly. "Damn it. I think you're deliberately trying to make trouble for the Zhou family," Zhou Xingxing said to an old man behind him. It seems that our Zhou family has been underestimated. They dare to come and demand people without any evidence. If we don't give them some response, they'll really think that our huge Zhou family is easy to bully. The third elder stepped forward slowly, releasing the aura of a mid-stage grandmaster. Boy, this is the Zhou family in the capital, not Jiangnan. If you know what's good for you, get lost now, or else. Otherwise what? Liu Bei asked calmly. Otherwise, I won't mind disciplining you. A cold glint flashed in the third elder's eyes, and his right hand formed a claw, grabbing Liu Bei's shoulder. This seemingly casual claw strike actually contains the essence of the bone-crushing claw. If it lands firmly, the shoulder bone will surely shatter. However, Liu Bei didn't move an inch. He merely raised his eyes and glanced at the third elder. With just one glance, the third elder's hand stopped abruptly 3 inches from Liu Bei's shoulder. An invisible force bound his entire body, rendering him unable to move even his fingers. What kind of sorcery did you use? The third elder exclaimed in horror. Liu Bei did not answer, but simply waved his hand gently. Bang! The third elder was struck as if by a heavy blow. He flew backward and crashed onto the lawn 10 meters away, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. The entire room fell silent. Everyone in the Zhou family was stunned. The third elder, a mid-stage grandmaster, had actually been sent flying just like that. Zhou Xingxing's expression changed drastically, and he said in a trembling voice, Boy, who exactly are you? The Li family members behind him also gasped in shock. To be able to easily defeat a grandmaster with a wave of one's hand, their cultivation and strength that day were terrifying. They seemed to understand why the old man had shown him such deep respect, especially since he was a man enshrined in the Li family's ancestral precepts. There must be a reason for it all. Where is Shen Qingyu? Liu Bei asked again, his voice still calm. I told you, I'm not at the Zhou family's house. Zhou Xingxing regained his senses, gritted his teeth, and gave a wink to the other 3 old men behind him. The 3 understood each other and stepped forward simultaneously. The 3 of them instantly unleashed their auras, revealing themselves to be at the grandmaster level. Moreover, their positioning was mysterious, subtly forming a combined attack. Seeing this, Li Jianan couldn't help but remind him, Master, be careful. These are the elders who guard the Zhou family's residence. They seem to have reached the grandmaster realm, which is a whole realm stronger than the elder from before. Li Ping then asked, Master, do you need any help? No need for that. Liu Bei shook his head and said, just a grandmaster. Young man, you have quite the nerve. You're incredibly arrogant. The leading elder said in a deep voice, but the Zhou family is not a place for you to run wild. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Liu Bei shook his head slightly. I'll ask one last time, where is Shen Qingyu? Insolence, the grand elder roared. Form the array. The 3 elders attacked simultaneously, one from above, one from the middle, and one from below, their perfect coordination sealing off all of Liu Bei's escape routes. It's hard to imagine how much strength it would take to break such a killing formation, which requires the combined efforts of 3 grandmasters. Faced with this fierce attack, Liu Bei simply raised his right hand slowly. Then, give it a gentle squeeze. Buzz! A terrifying, invisible force instantly enveloped the 3 elders. The 3 elders felt their bodies sink, as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain. All their attacks instantly collapsed. What was even more terrifying was that their internal energy solidified and became completely unable to circulate. This is a domain. The Grand Elder was horrified. What is a domain? It is the area within which power covers a certain range, and within that range, one can control everything at will. But to form such a terrifying domain, one must be at least at the peak of the innate realm. Liu Bei ignored their shock and flicked his right hand lightly. Bang bang. The 3 elders were flung away like sandbags, crashing heavily into the artificial hill in the distance, shattering it to pieces. The 3 collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, and were no longer able to fight. All 4 Grandmaster elders suffered a crushing defeat. Hiss! Everyone gasped again, their scalps tingling. He effortlessly broke through the encirclement of 3 Grandmasters with a wave of his hand. Is this even human? Chapter 41. Was he really that confident? The way everyone looked at Liu Bei changed completely. Zhou Xingxing's face was deathly pale, and he trembled all over. He finally realized that this young man was someone they could not possibly contend with. Can you tell me where Qingyu is now? Liu Bei looked at Zhou Xingxing, his tone calm, but carrying a chilling, murderous intent. Even Zhou Xingxing, the head of the family, who had long held a high position, couldn't help but feel nervous. His lips trembled as he said, I really don't know. Before he finished speaking, Liu Bei took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Xingxing, his right hand gripping Zhou's throat. Master of the family. The Zhou family guards around gasped in surprise, but none of them dared to step forward. I don't like wasting time. Liu Bei looked at Zhou Xingxing's face, which was flushed red from suffocation. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Shen Qingyu? Fear finally showed in Zhou Xingxing's eyes. He could sense that the person in front of him really wanted to kill him. At Shilin Temple. He managed to utter a few words. Shilin Temple? Li Zhinan frowned. Isn't that a private Taoist temple? Why did you arrest her? Liu Bei loosened his grip slightly. Zhou Xingxing gasped for breath. Because she is a spirit being. Liu Bei was secretly surprised. They actually knew that Shen Qingyu was a spirit-bearing body. He suddenly remembered the spirit-bearing jade that Bai Xiaoyu had found from Du Tianxiong. Could it be that the Zhou family had asked Du Tianxiong to help them find a spirit mother? Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. What do you want with the spirit mother? It's because the Zhou family patriarch's lifespan is nearing its end, and he needs a spiritual body to nourish his cultivation and prolong his life, Zhou Xingxing replied. That's why. Liu Bei released his grip, and Zhou Xingxing collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. So Qingyu is at Shilin Temple now? Liu Bei questioned. That's right. She should have already been taken to see the ancestor by my second brother. Tell your second brother and the others that if anything happens to Qingyu, I will make sure the Zhou family is wiped out. These words, though spoken softly, resonated like thunder in the hearts of everyone in the Zhou family. Zhou Xingxing's face turned ashen. He knew the Zhou family had bitten off more than they could chew. He recalled Li Zhinan's words. Even the Zhou family couldn't touch Shen Qingyu. Liu Bei ignored the Zhou family members and said to Li Zhinan, lead the way to Shilin Temple. Yes. The convoy set off again, speeding towards Zilingwen. After regaining his composure, Zhou Xingxing quickly took out his phone to notify Zhou Xinghua and told them to get ready. Liu Bei and the Li family, you brought this on yourselves. You've alarmed the patriarch. I don't believe you'll leave here alive. Immediately gather all the elite warriors and rush to Shilin Temple to join forces with the ancestor to eliminate Liu Bei. Shilin Temple is a private Taoist temple located deep in the mountains of western suburbs. It is never open to the public, and the Zhou family patriarch has been in seclusion here for decades. At this moment, in a dimly lit secret room of the Taoist temple, Shen Qingyu's hands and feet were tightly bound by ropes, rendering her unable to move. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with terror. Standing before her was a gaunt old man, Zhou Laozu. Who are you, and what do you want? Old Master Zhou was over 200 years old, his face covered with age spots and deep wrinkles, his eyes sunken in their sockets, yet gleaming with a terrifyingly greedy light. His hands were withered and dry, like chicken claws, with long, black, hooked nails that looked as if they could tear flesh apart with a gentle scratch. It really is a spirit-bearing entity. Haha, heavens are on my side. Old Master Zhou stretched out his withered, claw-like hand and trembled as he gently touched Shen Qingyu's cheek, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. A rare find indeed. The Zhou family has actually found it. His touch sent shivers down Shen Qingyu's spine. She shrank back desperately, crying in fright. Let me go. Let you go. Old Ancestor Zhou smiled sinisterly, revealing sparse, yellowed teeth. Do you know how precious your pregnant spirit body is? My lifespan is nearing its end, and I desperately need your innate spiritual energy to prolong it. If I were to share a bed with you and absorb your primordial yin, not only would my lifespan be extended, but my cultivation would also advance further. What did you say? You want to sleep with me again? Shen Qingyu's face showed even greater fear, and she trembled. It was another spirit-born body. Could it be that Liu Bei hadn't lied to her before, and that she really did have some kind of special constitution? But this old man was a monster that was neither human nor ghost, so having him in her room was worse than death. Old Zhou chuckled wickedly. Good boy. As long as you cooperate honestly, I will treat you well. No, please. Tears welled up in Shen Qingyu's eyes as she struggled. I'm already married. Please let me go. Marriage? Old Ancestor Zhou scoffed. What does it matter? A spirit like you is not something an ordinary person is worthy of. He approached step by step, his withered claws reaching for Shen Qingyu. But suddenly Zhou Xinghua's anxious voice came from outside. Ancestor, ancestor. Old ancestor Zhou paused, a flash of anger in his eyes. What is it? Ancestor, something terrible has happened. Zhou Xinghua replied from outside the door. The Li family has broken into the Zhou family, injured 4 elders, and forced them to reveal Miss Shen's whereabouts. They are currently on their way to Shilin Temple. My elder brother asked me to remind you to make preparations as soon as possible. What? Old ancestor Zhou's face darkened. How dare the Li family be so audacious as to break into the Zhou family and even attack? The one who made the move was not a member of the Li family, but a young man, said to be Shen Qingyu's husband, named Liu Bei, Zhou Xinghua explained. This man's strength is unfathomable. The 4 elders were seriously injured in a single move against him. Liu Bei, ancestor Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Qingyu. It seems that your husband is quite capable, as he was able to injure my 4 disciples. Upon hearing Liu Bei's name, Shen Qingyu's eyes instantly lit up with hope. Liu Bei, is it really Liu Bei who has come to save me? Save you? Old ancestor Zhou said sinisterly. You're just here to die? You wait for me obediently. I'll come back and share a room with you after I kill him. After saying that, he walked out. Shen Qingyu had just breathed a sigh of relief when she tensed up again. This monster looked so scary, it must be difficult to deal with. Although Liu Bei had some skills, could he be a match for him? As for the Li family, although he was General Li's follower, would the Li family really break ties with the Zhou family for the sake of a follower? Although she longed to leave this dark and terrifying place, she also didn't want Liu Bei to die for her, especially since their previous conflict hadn't been resolved yet. For a moment, Shen Qingyu felt a mix of emotions. Inside Shilin Temple, Zhou Xinghua and Du Tianxiong stood in the courtyard, looking ahead. Dozens of Zhou family assassins following Zhou Xinghua exuded a murderous aura. The morning mist was like a veil, and the mountain wind was biting. Several cars sped over and roared in, finally stopping at Guanqian Square. Liu Bei got out of the car and looked up at the Taoist temple. Li Ping and the rest of the Li family followed closely behind, watching Zhou Xinghua and his group of assassins standing upright in the courtyard. Master, he is Zhou Xinghua, the second son of the Zhou family. The others should be assassins and secret guards trained by the Zhou family. They are said to be martial artists who have undergone rigorous training and have considerable combat power, Li Zhinan reminded him. Oh, so what? Liu Bei said calmly. Remember, today is my private matter. You don't need to interfere. Just watch from the sidelines. Li Zhinan hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Was he really that confident? Chapter 42, Ancestor Zhou appears. The Zhou family is no ordinary family. Not to mention the secret guards. Zhou Xingxing just said that this place is where the Zhou patriarch is in seclusion. What would happen if the patriarch showed up? The weight of the words ancestor was immense, but he dared not disobey Liu Bei. Stop! As they approached, Zhou Xinghua shouted, This is the forbidden area of my Zhou family. No one is allowed to trespass, not even your Li family. Leave immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Liu Bei stopped the furious Li Zhinan and looked at him, saying, You're Zhou Xinghua? It seems you're the one who had Du Tianxiong find the spirit body, which led to the discovery of Qingyu. You have no way out after what you did to the Shun family tonight. Du Tianxiong, unaware that Liu Bei had seen his face on television, sneered. Young man, so what? This is Zhou family territory, and with old ancestor Zhou here, you are the ones who deserve to die. Liu Bei shook his head and said, Ancestor Zhou? Then let him hurry up and come out. Liu Bei, do you really think you have victory in your grasp? Our Zhou family is not so easy to deal with. Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw Zhou Xingxing leading nearly 100 secret guards and assassins rushing over. In a short while, the huge courtyard in front of the temple was completely surrounded. The Zhou family had more than 100 martial artists, and their combat strength was no less than that of a martial arts sect. This is why the Zhou family is a top-tier family. Whether in terms of economy or other aspects, they are top-notch in almost every area and have no weaknesses. In contrast, the Li family only had a little over 20 people in total. Although Liu Bei said they didn't need to take action, the disparity in numbers still made people uneasy. Zhou Xingxing now seemed to have gained confidence, pointing at Liu Bei and saying domineeringly, Liu Bei, you injured 4 elders of my Zhou family, causing the dignified Zhou family to lose face. Today, you will pay the price. Kneel down and admit your mistake now. Cripple your cultivation, And when the ancestor shows up, I might say a few good words for you and leave you with a whole corpse. Liu Bei's gaze swept over the dense crowd of Zhou family members, his expression remaining calm. He looked directly into the depths of the Taoist temple. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Is it from the old Zhou ancestor inside, or from these scoundrels under your command? Li Ping scoffed. Nonsense. The 4 grandmasters posed no threat to my master. So how can you think these guards can kill him? Zhou Xinghua squinted and said, Old Li, you're really getting old and senile. Is it worth it for the Li family to turn against the Zhou family for an unknown nobody? I admit that Liu Bei is indeed capable, possessing such strength at such a young age. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful he is, he could never be a match for my ancestor. Li Ping fell silent, a hint of worry creeping into his eyes. The Zhou family patriarch hadn't appeared in public for decades, and rumors circulated that he had passed away. After all, it wasn't unusual for someone so old to die. His methods were already astonishing back then. If he hadn't died and had stayed here in seclusion, what level of strength would he have reached? Enough with the nonsense. If you're going to kill you all or the Zhou family patriarch before you release them, then hurry up, Liu Bei said impatiently. Where is old ancestor Zhou? Quickly send him out to die. The Zhou family members were taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, has this kid gone mad? How dare he speak to the ancestor like that? You are ignorant and arrogant. You are not worthy to die at the hands of the ancestor. You must first get past the secret guards. Zhou Xingxing roared angrily, realizing that he hadn't been prepared and that only 4 elders were dealing with him. But now that all the secret guards are here, even if they use a human wave tactic, they can kill him and save face for the Zhou family. Dozens of assassins responded to the call and pounced on Liu Bei like wild beasts. They worked in perfect coordination, with 10 men in each group attacking simultaneously, surrounding Liu Bei completely. Faced with this fierce offensive, Liu Bei simply raised his hand and flicked it at the 3 groups of assassins charging at the forefront. The movement was light and casual, like brushing dust off a sleeve. Boom! The 9 assassins were struck as if by a heavy blow, vomiting blood and flying backward. They crashed into their comrades behind them, triggering a chain reaction that instantly threw their formation into chaos. The power of releasing true energy is so formidable. My mentor is truly unfathomable. The Li family members watched in stunned silence, their scalps tingling with dread. Yun Feiyang raised the corners of his mouth and said, What difference is there between an ant and a group of ants in front of a celestial master? Ants. Everyone smiled bitterly. The secret guards, who were feared by countless forces and were the Zhou family's trump card, were they really ants in front of Liu Bei? Zhou Xingxing's expression changed drastically. He finally realized that he might have seriously underestimated this young man. Everyone charge. Click. A series of cracking sounds rang out. Dozens of people were sent flying like kites with broken strings, spitting blood in midair. When they landed, none of them could stand up again. The remaining guards stopped in shock, their eyes filled with fear. Zhou Xingxing's face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled. You. What level are you at? Liu Bei did not answer, but looked into the depths of the Taoist temple again and said coldly, Ancestor Zhou, I will count to 3. If you do not hand over Qingyu, the Zhou family will cease to exist in the capital after tonight. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying a chilling authority. The Taoist temple was silent, with only the whistling of the mountain wind blowing through the eaves. Zhou Xinghua regained his senses and shouted, Please, ancestor, kill this arrogant brat and uphold the prestige of the Zhou family. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura, as vast as the sea and as majestic as a mountain, suddenly surged into the sky from the depths of the Taoist temple. Soon everyone felt short of breath, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. The ancestor has come out. Zhou Xingxing's voice trembled with excitement. Liu Bei, you're going to die. Sensing this aura, the Li family members turned pale and became increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, a dark figure flew down from the roof of the dojo and appeared in everyone's sight. He was wearing a black cloak that completely covered his body, clearly not wanting to show his true face. This person was none other than Zhou Laozu. Greetings, ancestor. Those members of the Zhou family who were able to stand knelt down respectfully to pay their respects. Liu Bei squinted to sense the aura emanating from the other party. It turned out to be the innate realm. No wonder he could live to this age. Young man, I heard what you said. Ancestor Zhou spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. You are the first person in more than 200 years to dare to speak to me like this. Liu Bei said expressionlessly. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I will spare your life if you hand over Qingyu. Spare my life? Old Ancestor Zhou laughed loudly. Ha! Good. What an arrogant junior. He then slowly raised his withered right hand, his 5 fingers loosely clenched. This seemingly slow movement actually draws the energy of heaven and earth together in a frenzy. Heaven and earth are the furnace, and creation is the craftsman. As he practiced his technique, the airflow within a radius of 100 feet flowed into his palm like rivers flowing into the sea. The wind and clouds changed color, the grass and trees bowed their heads, and even the clouds in the sky began to swirl. Zhou Tian Dragon Capturing Hand. Chapter 43, A True Clash of Titans. Zhou Tian Dragon Capturing Hand. As the last word was uttered, a giant golden hand, 10 feet in size, appeared out of thin air. The giant hand has clear textures, with palm lines like crisscrossing ravines, each line containing immense power. This is terrifying. Is this what the innate realm is like? So strong. Dad, can our mentor hold on? Hearing Li Jinan's words, Li Ping said earnestly. Ancestor Zhou was a prominent figure back then. He had been in seclusion for so many years, and everyone guessed that he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. His strength is unfathomable. This time, it's really hard to say. Upon hearing this, the Li family members felt a chill run down their spines. If Liu Bei was no match for old Ancestor Zhou, then even if the Li family helped, it would be futile, and they would only be putting themselves in danger. At this moment, the giant golden hand grabbed down towards Liu Bei, distorting space wherever it passed, its power extremely formidable. Retreat quickly. Li Jinan cried out in horror and led his men to retreat dozens of feet. The Zhou family members also retreated, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. This was the strength of the Zhou family patriarch. This was the power of the world's strongest. Faced with this devastating blow, Liu Bei finally made his move. He made a sword shape with his right hand and lightly slashed it into the air. Sword come. The 2 words resonated with the heavens and earth. Within 100 feet around him, the grass and trees trembled and leaves fluttered down. Thousands upon thousands of leaves rose with the wind, gathering at his fingertips like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Countless blades rotated, compressed, and condensed, eventually transforming into a 3-foot-long sword. The sword intent soared into the sky, tearing a crack in the dark clouds. This is using leaves as swords? Someone cried out in alarm. What kind of method is this? It's unheard of before. A hint of surprise flashed in old Ancestor Zhou's eyes, but his attack intensified instead of diminishing. The giant golden hand pressed down even faster. Liu Bei raised his sword to the sky, the tip pointing directly at the giant hand's palm. Break. The sword strikes like a dragon, without any fancy moves or earth-shattering momentum, just a simple thrust. But at that very moment, the sword tip made contact with the palm, and a deafening tearing sound echoed through the sky. A hole was actually pierced through the palm of the giant golden hand. At the edge of the hole, the golden light dissipated and the Tao patterns collapsed. How is that possible? Old Ancestor Zhou's expression changed slightly. His Zhou Tian Dragon Capturing Hand technique is based on the power of heaven and earth, integrating yin and yang and the 5 elements, and has already touched the level of laws. Even innate experts of the same level must temporarily avoid its sharp edge. But this young man in front of me actually used a leaf as a sword and shattered it with a single strike. The others were even more dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. I thought Ancestor Zhou was strong enough, but I didn't expect my master to be even stronger, Li Ping said in a trembling voice. Yun Feiyong raised the corners of his mouth proudly and said, "That's right. How can an immortal master be imagined by ordinary people? I even doubt whether there is anyone in the world who can be his match." Upon hearing this, many people gasped in shock. Impressive tactics. The solemnity in old Ancestor Zhou's eyes deepened. But do you think this is all the strength I possess? He took a deep breath, and his innate true energy circulated wildly within his body. I have been in seclusion for decades and have reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Today, I will show you what the true power of the innate realm is. Ancestor Zhou formed hand seals with lightning speed. With each seal, a point of energy expanded. Heaven and earth palm. As the final seal was formed, Ancestor Zhou roared, and the surrounding power suddenly contracted, transforming into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky. Its power was at least twice as strong as before, leaving everyone speechless. The power of this palm strike has completely exceeded the scope of a martial artist, hasn't it? This palm technique is too powerful. It could probably level a mountain, a Li family guard said in a trembling voice. Li Zhenan's face turned deathly pale. If this palm strike were to land, not only would they be reduced to dust, but the entire Shilin temple would probably be reduced to ashes. The Zhou family members trembled with excitement. With their ancestor possessing such divine power, could Liu Bei possibly overcome this challenge? Faced with this earth-shattering palm strike, Liu Bei curled the corners of his mouth. Not bad. I haven't encountered an opponent of this caliber in many years. He tossed the green-edged sword into the air and formed a hand seal. The mysteries of heaven and earth are the origin of all things. Liu Bei began to release a layer of golden light, which gradually became dazzling and illuminated the surroundings. Boom! An unprecedentedly loud bang erupted, and the golden light became even more dazzling, like a small sun. The light lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. The giant palm of Ancestor Zhou was completely shattered, and his true energy dissipated. Ancestor Zhou was sent flying backward, crashing into half of the Taoist temple and being buried in the ruins, with blood gushing out from the cracks in the rocks. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned silence, utterly speechless with shock. They finally understood what a true clash of titans was all about. The Zhou family's supreme ancestor, a mid-stage innate realm expert, was actually defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by a young man who looked to be only in his 20s, an unknown nobody. No, impossible. Zhou Xingxing collapsed to the ground, staring at Liu Bei and muttering to himself, "What kind of monster are you? Even a cultivation prodigy couldn't possibly possess such heaven-defying strength at this age." Yes, how is that possible? Our ancestor has cultivated for over 200 years. How could he lose to a mere 20-something-year-old brat? Zhou Xinghua said, his voice trembling. Hearing the brother's words, Li Ping couldn't help but chuckle to himself. How ignorant they were to regard their mentor as a mere brat. He remembered Liu Bei looking exactly like that when he was 15. He is now 85 years old, yet Liu Bei remains the same. This suggests that Liu Bei may have cultivated an art of immortality to maintain his unchanging appearance. Just when everyone thought that old Ancestor Zhou was dead, the ruins suddenly exploded. Old Ancestor Zhou burst forth, covered in blood, his Taoist robe tattered and utterly disheveled. But his eyes burned with a mad flame. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, but his aura surged wildly. I never thought that after 200 years of hard cultivation, I would be forced to such a state today. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of his vital essence. His essence and blood turned into a blood mist in the air, which he then inhaled into his body. Since we're going to die anyway, let's die together. A resolute glint flashed in the eyes of Ancestor Zhou, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I will sacrifice my innate body, draw upon the power of the stars, and perish together with you. His innate true energy began to burn wildly. His body expanded at a visible speed, and cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. He was burning his life essence, about to self-destruct his innate body. The self-destruction of a master of innate strength is powerful enough to destroy an area within a 10-mile radius. At that moment, everyone present, including the entire Shilin temple, will be reduced to ashes. Oh no, he's trying to take us all down with him. He's gone mad. Li Zhenan shouted in alarm. Retreat. The Zhou family members also fled in terror. Liu Bei frowned slightly, and a swift shadow flew in front of old Ancestor Zhou before he raised his hand and pointed. You don't even have the right to die with me. Chapter 44. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Old Ancestor Zhou's swollen body came to an abrupt halt. His burning true energy solidified. The violent energy within his body calmed down, and even the crazed expression on his face froze. Liu Bei tapped Zhou Laozu's brow with his finger again. The movements were gentle, like popping a bubble. Puff! With a soft sound, a bloody hole appeared between Zhou Laozu's eyebrows. The hole wasn't large, but it pierced through the entire skull. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, the madness faded, and it was replaced by deep confusion and bewilderment. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The inflated body deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to its original shape. Then, it fell straight backward. Bang! This Zhou family patriarch, who had lived for over 200 years and cultivated to the mid-stage of the innate realm, thus perished. Upon seeing this, the surroundings fell into dead silence once again. The entire Zhou family knelt on the ground, their faces ashen and their expressions blank. Li Jianan and the others stood there dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. With a single finger, he froze the innate expert who was about to self-destruct. With another finger, he took his life. What level of skill is this? What level of strength is this? Can you take me to find Qingyu now? Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, everyone gradually came to their senses. Zhou Xingxing and Zhou Xinghua stared palely at the corpse of old ancestor Zhou, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What? Something happened to Qingyu. Liu Bei's face darkened. If she loses even a single heir, I guarantee that the Zhou family will be wiped out by dawn. Zhou Xinghua was so frightened that he hurriedly said, No, Shen Qingyu is a spirit-bearing body. The ancestor will not harm her. She is in the dark room. Then hurry up and lead the way. Seeing that Liu Bei's eyes still held murderous intent, Zhou Xinghua dared not disobey and hurriedly led him into the dark room. Everyone quickly followed, and Zhou Xingxing took the opportunity to come to the Li family father and son. Old Li, Brother Jianan, you must put in a good word for our Zhou family with Mr. Liu later. The Zhou family will definitely repay you handsomely afterwards. Old Li sneered. Now you know fear? Too late. How can we interfere with what our mentor has done? Li Jianan sighed and said, Old Zhou, I made it very clear to you before that Miss Shen is not someone your Zhou family can touch. Since things have come to this, you should pray for your own good fortune. At this moment, Shen Qingyu was anxiously waiting in the secret room, her hands and feet bound by ropes and unable to move. Besides worrying about his own safety, he was even more concerned about the situation outside, wondering if Liu Bei would be killed by that old monster. Suddenly the door opened, and her heart skipped a beat. When she saw that the person who came in was Zhou Xinghua, her heart sank. Is Liu Bei dead? Thinking of this, her eyes welled up with tears, and a sense of sadness inevitably surfaced. Qingyu, suddenly hearing Liu Bei's voice, she looked up and saw that familiar figure walking quickly towards her. Qingyu, how are you? Are you all right? Liu Bei strode up to her and saw the bloodstains on her wrists, her pale face, and the tears in her eyes. A feeling of pity he had never felt before welled up in his heart. After regaining his senses, he quickly untied the ropes binding her. How are you? Are you hurt? Shen Qingyu stared at him blankly for a long time, then suddenly burst into tears. She threw herself into Liu Bei's arms, hugging him tightly, her tears soaking his clothes. All the fear, despair, and grievances erupted completely at this moment. Liu Bei, you finally arrived. That old monster was so terrifying. I thought you were dead. Liu Bei stiffened slightly, then gently wrapped his arms around her and awkwardly patted her back. It's all right. It's all over. That old man is dead. Shen Qingyu paused in her sobs, lifted her head from his embrace, and looked at him with teary eyes. Dead? Could you kill him? Liu Bei nodded and reached out to wipe away her tears. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. I'll take you out. He bent down and picked Shen Qingyu up in his arms. Shen Qingyu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her face in his shoulder, and sobbed softly. At this moment, all the unease and fear seemed to be soothed by the sense of security brought by Liu Bei. Stepping out of the secret room, the sun had already risen, shining on the devastated Shilin temple. Seeing Liu Bei carrying Shen Qingyu out, Zhou Xingxing and Zhou Xinghua exchanged a glance and knelt down at the same time. Seeing this, the guards who were still standing also knelt down. Thump! The two kowtowed deeply. Mr. Liu, our Zhou family was blind and offended Miss Shen, committing a grave mistake. We beg you to show mercy and give the Zhou family a way out. Zhou Xingxing's voice was shrill. Zhou Xinghua kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Mr. Liu, it was all the ancestors' idea. We were just following orders. Shen Qingyu lifted her head from Liu Bei's embrace and trembled at the scene before her. What had Liu Bei done to terrify them so much? She suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, Liu Bei, how is my family? My grandfather and the others? Liu Bei was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, Your grandfather is fine, but nearly half of the Shen family died, including your two uncles. What? Shen Qingyu shuddered, got off Liu Bei, and glared at the Zhou brothers. Uncle, second uncle. Tears welled up again, but this time, they were tears of grief and hatred. Although she had fought a lot for the inheritance rights before, it was still a family matter. Now that she had been brutally murdered by thieves, how could she not be in pain? She abruptly turned to look at the Zhou brothers kneeling on the ground, her eyes blazing with fury. It was you who sent people to the Shen family, killing so many people. Zhou Xinghua trembled all over and said in a panic, Miss Chun Wei. What, can't you speak? She said through gritted teeth, her eyes red. Liu Bei, please help me. Kill them all, avenge the Shen family who died tragically. Upon hearing this, the Zhou brothers' expressions changed drastically. Miss Chun, please spare me. We're sorry, we apologize. It was all our ancestors' fault. We are willing to pay compensation, even if it means giving up half of the Zhou family's assets. Zhou Xingxing kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead bleeding from the effort. Mr. Liu, Miss Shun, please spare the Zhou family's life. Sigh, why didn't you listen to advice if you knew this would happen? Li Jianan sighed, hesitated for a moment, walked to Liu Bei's side and whispered, Master, killing them is easy. After all, the Zhou family is a top family in the capital. If they are all wiped out overnight, it may cause too much of a shock, and things may get out of control. Why not? Make them pay the price they deserve, both to seek justice for the Shen family and to gradually eliminate them if they commit similar offenses in the future. Liu Bei turned to look at Shen Qingyu. The fate of the Zhou family rested entirely on her word. Shen Qingyu bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. She hated it. She wished she could kill every member of the Zhou family. But she also knew that what Li Jianan said was true. If such a behemoth as the Zhou family were to be wiped out overnight, it would probably shake the whole country. After a long pause, she said in a trembling voice, Then let them pay the price. Chapter 45. Are you still leaving? Liu Bei nodded and looked at Zhou Xingxing. 70% of the Zhou family's assets will go to the Shen family. The remaining 30% will be left for you to eke out a living. Any objections? Zhou Xingxing felt as if he had been granted a pardon and kowtowed repeatedly. No objection, no objection. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for sparing my life. As for those involved in this matter, these assassins certainly cannot be spared. His gaze fell on Zhou Xinghua and the guards. Zhou Xinghua trembled, looking up in terror. Mr. Liu, you personally participated in this matter, Liu Bei said coldly. Damn it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and clapped. Zhou Xinghua's eyes widened, and he fell straight down, dead. Second brother. Zhou Xingxing cried out in sorrow, but dared not utter the slightest complaint. Liu Bei's gaze then fell on Du Tianxiong at the back of the crowd, who was huddled in a corner, trying to hide. And you? Du Tianxiong looked up in terror. No, no, it has nothing to do with me. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Bei flicked his finger, and a stream of air pierced his heart with the precision of a bullet. Du Tianxiong collapsed to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then fell silent. Finally, Liu Bei looked at the guards. Those whose hands are stained with blood shall die. He raised his right hand and made a forceful sweeping motion, causing the scattered leaves on the ground to rise and be controlled by Liu Bei at will. With a wave of his hand, the scattered leaves fell like raindrops on the guards, and with a series of shrill screams, they all collapsed into pools of blood. This skill is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It is the work of a celestial being. Everyone gasped, their lips twitching. With a wave of his hand, he killed over 100 martial artists, leaving them speechless with emotion. Zhou Xingxing collapsed to the ground, looking as if he had aged 10 years. These were forces that the Zhou family had spent countless efforts cultivating, and now they had all been wiped out by Liu Bei, which was tantamount to cutting off the Zhou family's claws and teeth. From now on, the Zhou family will be nothing but a toothless paper tiger. No, if they take out 70% of their assets to compensate the Shen family, they won't even be a tiger anymore. The foundation that the Zhou family has built up over generations will be completely destroyed. Unfortunately, there's no going back. He could only swallow his regrets. After all, the Zhou family had run into Liu Bei, a true monster. At this moment, Shen Qingyu suddenly collapsed. Liu Bei quickly caught her and checked her over. Fortunately, she was not seriously injured. She had just been in a coma due to excessive fright and stimulation. Master, is Madame all right? Should we take her to the hospital first? Li Ping hurriedly said. It's all right, Fei Yong. Let's go back to Jiangnan. Her family is still waiting for her. Liu Bei instructed. Yes, immortal master. Yun Feiyang nodded. Liu Bei looked at Zhou Xingxing and said, remember what you promised. My patience with the Zhou family has reached its limit. Zhou Xingxing kowtowed, trembling. Yes, yes. Liu Bei carried Shen Qingyu and turned to leave, with everyone following behind, leaving only Zhou Xingxing and a mess on the ground. A once powerful family that had stood for a century collapsed. At 7:30 a.m., as dawn broke, the Li family watched the plane soar into the sky and gradually came to their senses. The turbulent night had finally returned to peace. This short night is destined to be the most unforgettable night of my life. Dad, it's rare for our mentor to come to the capital. Why don't you ask him and his wife to rest for a few more days before they leave? I still want to learn more from him. Li Zhinan felt a little regretful, wondering when he would see Liu Bei again. Li Ping smiled wryly and said, with such a big change happening in your family, how can you stay for long? My mentor probably won't be going back so soon after he comes out of seclusion. Let's invite him to the capital for a reunion when we have the chance. By the way, keep quiet about what happened last night. My teacher is used to peace and quiet, so don't let anyone disturb him. My son understands. On the plane, just before arriving at Jiangnan Airport, Shen Qingyu, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly let out a frightened sound. No, don't touch me, please don't touch me. Don't come any closer. She suddenly opened her eyes. She had clearly been having a nightmare. Liu Bei reassured him. Don't be afraid, it's all over now. Shen Qingyu stared at Liu Bei for a full 10 seconds before snapping out of her daze and suddenly hugging him. Wow, Liu Bei, I dreamed about that old monster. He forced me to sleep with him. The once powerful female CEO is now more vulnerable than any girl. The terrifying figure of old Master Zhou has left a deep, haunting shadow on her heart, like a nightmare. Don't be afraid, he's dead. It was just a nightmare. Liu Bei gently patted her shoulder, and a peaceful aura flowed into her body, gradually calming her down. Where do we go now? Back to the Shen family. We'll be in Jiangnan soon. Shen Qingyu pursed her lips, only then realizing the intimacy between the two of them. She quickly blushed and moved away from Liu Bei. Thank you. Thank you for risking your life to come to the capital to save me. Otherwise I would have been. Liu Bei nodded without saying a word. Shen Qingyu wanted to say something more, but she opened her mouth and then swallowed it back. I thought I would have nothing to do with this man anymore, and that the divorce certificate was just a matter of time. Her pride wouldn't allow anyone to treat her as a breeding tool, not even Liu Bei. But after experiencing this ordeal, when she was in despair, Liu Bei appeared and pulled her out of hell. Putting all these things together left her bewildered, unsure of how to interact with Liu Bei. Soon after, the plane landed at the airport. Yun Feiyang had arranged for a driver to wait for them at the airport. After they came out, they went straight back to the Shen family home. At the entrance of the manor, old Master Shen sat in a wheelchair, with Shun Yu and Shun Kai standing on either side. Zhou Wan and several other women from the Shen family were also present, all with expressions of grief and anticipation on their faces. Upon seeing a car drive back, Zhou Wan was the first to rush forward. The car door opened, and Liu Bei and Shen Qingyu got out together. Qingyu, Zhou Wan cried as she rushed over, hugging her daughter tightly. My daughter, you're back. You scared me to death. Shen Qingyu hugged her mother, her eyes red and trembling as she said, Mom. Tears streamed down old Master Shen's face as he trembled and reached out his hand, saying, It's good you're back, it's good you're back. Shen Yu and Shun Kai stood to the side, their eyes red-rimmed. They looked up at Liu Bei and gritted their teeth, saying, Brother-in-law, we want to become your disciples and learn your skills so we can take revenge on the Zhou family. Forget about revenge, Liu Bei said calmly. I already avenged the Shen family last night. What? It's all done reporting. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. The Shen family had just suffered a tragedy in the first half of the night, and he had already taken his revenge in the second half. How is that possible? Isn't it too fast? That's the Zhou family from the capital. Liu Bei was right. The revenge has been taken. Shen Qingyu released her mother and said, Zhou Xinghua and those assassins are all dead. In order to make amends to the Shen family, the Zhou family head is willing to give 70% of the assets to the Shen family. I know these things can't make up for the loss of loved ones, but this is the best solution I can do. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Although Shen Qingyu didn't say it, they understood that this must have been done by Liu Bei. Old Shen stood up excitedly from his wheelchair, then knelt down on the ground with a thud. He looked at Liu Bei with red eyes and said, "My benefactor, you have saved the Shen family once again. We have no way to repay your great kindness. I can only kowtow to you on behalf of the Shen family." Boom. Everyone was shocked, not expecting the old man to perform such a solemn ceremony. They were about to kneel down when Liu Bei stopped them. "All right, no need to be so polite. The Shen family has suffered such a big tragedy. You all need to pull yourselves together and take care of yourselves. There's still a lot to do." Upon hearing this, everyone helped the old man back home. The Shen family has many things to do right now, especially handling the funeral arrangements for the deceased. Liu Bei doesn't need to help with these things, and just as he was considering going back, Shen Qingyu called him back. "Are you still leaving?" Chapter 46. Give her some time. Liu Bei hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "The Shen family's crisis has been resolved, so what have I done by staying?" Shen Qingyu frowned. "Have you forgotten that we are still legally married? You've been away for a while, and my family has been asking me about the situation, suspecting that we've had a fight. Now that you're back, could you please not leave yet?" After she finished speaking, she looked at Liu Bei nervously. Was this a gesture of goodwill? What should we do if he still insists on leaving? Fortunately, after a moment of contemplation, Liu Bei finally nodded. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you can continue to stay in that room, and you must always keep the phone I gave you with you. Otherwise I won't be able to contact you." "You. Good. You must be tired. Go and get some rest." She smiled with relief. Liu Bei returned to his familiar room, which was exactly the same as when he left, but his state of mind was inevitably somewhat different this time. In fact, if Shen Qingyu is unwilling to have children for him, there is no point in him staying in the Shen family. On the contrary, it will affect his Dao heart. His greatest wish in life was to have a biological child, but the spirit body was right in front of him, and he could not have his wish. How could his mentality not be affected? After taking a shower, her chaotic thoughts were cleared, but then her phone rang. It was Su Mei. "Liu Bei, how is the situation?" "It's all taken care of," he replied. "It's all settled. Please tell Xiaoyu that I'll be staying at the Shun family's house for the next few days and won't be going back." "You." "Okay." I told her to let me know if she needs any help. Su Mei wanted to ask him about his relationship with Shen Qingyu, but it was obviously inappropriate in the current situation, so she wisely kept quiet. When I woke up, it was already dark. When Liu Bei walked out of the room, he saw Zhou Wan alone in the living room, looking worried. "Liu Bei, you're awake. I didn't wake you for dinner because you worked so hard last night. If you're hungry, have something to eat first," Zhou Wan greeted him. He nodded and said, "Yes, where's Qingyu?" "Everyone at home is busy with the funeral arrangements. The old man may have been too traumatized and is feeling unwell. Qingyu is watching over him," Zhou Wan explained. "I'll go take a look." Liu Bei arrived at the small building where Old Master Shen lived. The atmosphere inside was somber. Old Master Shen was lying on the bed, his face pale, with an 4 drip in the back of his hand. Shen Qingyu and Shen Yu stood up as they stood by him. "Liu Bei, you're here. Grandpa just fell asleep," Shen Qingyu said softly. "The doctor said it was a sudden attack of anger, and given his advanced age, he needs to rest." Liu Bei nodded, carefully observed the old man's complexion, and then reached out to place his pulse. "It's not just a case of being overwhelmed by anger. Your grandfather was already seriously ill, and this incident triggered a relapse." "Liu Bei, will Grandpa be in danger?" The group felt a chill run down their spines. If the old man were to collapse again, it would be an even heavier blow to the Shen family, adding insult to injury. "It's all right, I'm here." Liu Bei took out the needle pouch from his pocket. Last time, it was Liu Bei who saved the critically ill old man, so none of them would question his medical skills. Liu Bei took out the golden needles, his movements swift and steady. He inserted the 9 golden needles into the vital acupoints on the chest and abdomen in sequence, channeling a wisp of pure true energy into the needles to gently guide the stagnant blood and qi in the old man's body along the meridians. About 15 minutes later, the old man's originally pale face gradually regained color, and his breathing became steady and long. As Liu Bei finished acupuncture, the old man slowly opened his eyes. "My benefactor." He quickly tried to sit up. "Don't get excited, lie down and rest." Liu Bei helped him sit up, and Shen Qingyu poured him a glass of warm water and handed it to him. The old man took a sip of water, caught his breath, and said gratefully, "My benefactor, thank you for your help again." "No need to stand on ceremony," Liu Bei said softly. "Your body just needs rest right now. You shouldn't overexert yourself or get too excited." I know this has been a big blow to you, but you have to try to think more positively. The old man nodded and waved for Shen Qingyu and the others to leave, leaving only Liu Bei in the room. My benefactor, Qingyu told me everything that happened last night. I never imagined that Qingyu was some kind of spirit being, which brought such a disaster upon us. Even if we escaped this time, what about next time? Liu Bei vaguely understood his meaning. If he were still living in the Shen family, perhaps this tragedy would not have happened. Moreover, a spirit body is indeed a treasure for cultivators. If others knew about it, it would definitely attract covetousness. The old man still wanted him to protect Shen Qingyu. My benefactor, why have you been away from the Shen family for so long since your marriage to Qingyu? Have you had a falling out with Qingyu? Seeing that he remained silent, old Shen continued to inquire. Liu Bei nodded, meeting the old man's gaze frankly. Since you asked, I won't hide it from you. My marriage to Qingyu did indeed have other reasons at the beginning. Qingyu is a spirit being born in this world. I did have ulterior motives in marrying her. I wanted a child. But Qingyu was very resistant to this, and even hated me because of it. So I moved out during this period to give her some space. The old man remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. So that's how it is. Qingyu has been strong-willed and stubborn since she was a child. She felt that you were treating her like a tool, and with her pride, she definitely couldn't stand it. But my benefactor, Qingyu, is kind-hearted. After all, your marriage was hasty and you don't have a deep emotional foundation. Once you establish a true marital relationship, she will definitely be willing to bear children for you. Liu Bei pondered for a moment and realized it made sense. Perhaps he had been too hasty. After all, he had waited for 10,000 years, and he should have been more patient with Shen Qingyu. The old man then said sincerely, My benefactor, no matter why you got married, now that you are husband and wife, I hope you can get along well. I entrust Qingyu to you. Otherwise, given her condition, if she were to be targeted by thieves again, I'm afraid only you could protect her. Yes, I know. Just rest and get some rest. Liu Bei was actually moved by the old man's words and decided that once the Shen family's funeral was over and things were back on track, he would have to talk to Shen Qingyu again. As he walked out of the room, Shen Qingyu was waiting for him outside. The two walked back together. Mom said you haven't eaten yet. Come back and have a drink together. Good. Well, thank you. Shen Qingyu suddenly dared not look him in the eye. Chapter 47 Funeral. You've already thanked me. Liu Bei was a little uncomfortable with her becoming so polite, or rather, there seemed to be something between them now. No, not just because of this time. She said meaningfully, I owe you many thanks. You helped me obtain the inheritance rights, and even the power of the Shen family. Actually, since I brought you down the mountain, you have helped me a lot, but I feel like I have never done anything for you. Liu Bei paused for a moment, then said lightly, That's because I need too little. Shen Qingyu hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He was always indifferent and seemed to have no desires, but the only request he ever made was for a child. She has no answer to this request right now, so she doesn't know what to say. The two went back for dinner and had some drinks. Liu Bei could see how tired she was. She had just experienced a thrilling and exciting event, and now she had to face her deceased relatives. How could she sleep well? So Liu Bei deliberately let her drink more so she could get a good night's sleep. 2 days later, the funeral held by the Shen family took place at the cemetery. As Shen Qingyu's nominal husband, Liu Bei attended. He simply didn't like such lively occasions, so he didn't accompany Shen Qingyu to greet the guests, but instead found a quiet corner to stay alone. The funeral was scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., but by 8:30 a.m., the cemetery parking lot was already full of luxury cars. The catastrophe that befell the Shen family shocked the entire Jiangnan region and even surrounding cities. Shen Qingyu, dressed in a long black dress, looked haggard but still maintained a proper demeanor as she busied herself with her two cousins. Now, the Shen family's reputation depended on them. The Zhao family has come to offer their condolences. The Liu group came to offer their condolences. Qinhe group came to offer their condolences. The master of ceremonies' voice echoed in the morning hall. Representatives from various prominent families and businesses filed in, offered incense, bowed, said a few polite words, and then stepped aside. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive, but perceptive people could sense the subtle changes within it. Look, only the third son of the second branch of the Zhao family came. The head of the family didn't even show up. The Liu family also sent a member of a collateral branch. The Shen family is really doomed this time. These people are shrewd. None of them want to be tied to a sinking ship. A low murmur arose from the crowd. Though the sound was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of the Shen family members. Qingyu and Shen Kai stood to the side, their faces ashen. They weren't fools. They could naturally see the attitudes of these families. In many people's eyes, the Shen family, having suffered such a calamity, was already a sinking ship, not worth investing any more emotions or resources in. Shen Qingyu remained calm. She had experienced too much these past few days, and the coldness of the world could no longer stir her emotions. Moreover, with the compensation from the Zhou family, the Shen family's strength would not only not decline, but would actually increase by leaps and bounds, at least several levels higher. However, more than anything, she wanted the dead to come back to life. At that moment, a piercing engine roar attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. A line of 12 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars drove into the parking lot. This is the Zheng family's motorcade from the provincial capital. Upon seeing the license plate, some people were surprised and wondered who this person was, with such a grand entrance. The convoy stopped, and more than 20 bodyguards dressed in matching black suits quickly got out of the cars and lined up in 2 rows. Next to get out of the car was a young man in his 30s, with slicked-back hair and a custom-made Armani suit. He had an arrogant expression, and after getting out of the car, he first looked around, a half-smile playing on his lips. It's Zheng Xiaofeng, the eldest young master of the Zheng family in the provincial capital. Why did he come in person? The Zheng family is one of the 3 top families in the provincial capital. After all, the Shen family is the richest family in Jiangnan, so it's not surprising that they have a relationship with the Zheng family. Many people were whispering and discussing it. At this moment, the other car door opened, and a face that many people are familiar with stepped out. Zhou Mingxian. Previously at the Chu family, Zhou Mingxuan's troublemaking with Liu Bei angered Shen Qingyu, who terminated all cooperation with the Zhou family, causing the Zhou family's business to plummet and forcing them to seek powerful backers everywhere. I heard that he offended the Su family a while ago. He appeared with Zheng Xiaofeng. Could it be that he went to the provincial capital to curry favor with the Zheng family? Zhou Mingxian was in high spirits today. After getting out of the car, he first respectfully gestured to Zheng Xiaofeng to let him in before following behind him, his face full of flattery. Shen Qingyu frowned when she saw this scene, because she knew that the Shen family and the Zheng family in the provincial capital had never had any dealings. What was Zhou Mingxuan's intention in coming with him? Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Zheng Xiaofeng swaggered towards the morning hall. Wherever he went, the crowd parted to make way for him. No one dared to block his path. The MC raised his voice and announced, Mr. Zheng Xiaofeng from the Zheng family in the provincial capital has arrived, and Mr. Zhou Mingxian from the Zhou family in Jiangnan has arrived. Zheng Xiaofeng walked to the entrance of the morning hall, but did not go in immediately. Instead, he stopped, took out a cigar from his suit pocket, and slowly lit it. Young Master Zheng, please come in. Since the visitors were guests, the brothers Shen Yu and Shen Kai went forward to greet them. Zheng Xiaofeng then stepped into the morning hall and went straight to the memorial tablet. He took 3 incense sticks from the bodyguard, lit them casually on the candles, gave them a perfunctory shake, and then inserted them into the incense burner. Miss Shen, please accept my condolences. Zheng Xiaofeng suddenly looked at Shen Qingyu beside him. I heard that the Shen family suffered heavy losses this time, which is truly heartbreaking. Shen Qingyu nodded slightly. Young Master Zheng is very kind. You're welcome, Zheng Xiaofeng said with a half-smile. Actually, I'm not here just to offer my condolences. Oh, so what do you want to do? She asked, frowning in confusion. The Shen family has suffered a great calamity, and the number of family members has decreased sharply, especially your 2 uncles, who are even more crucial, Zheng Xiaofeng said slowly. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain the status of the richest family in Jiangnan, and it will definitely fall into ruin in a short time. Our Zheng family is willing to lend a helping hand and acquire all of the Shen family's assets at 60% of the market price. If any members of the Shen family are willing, they can work for the Zheng family's enterprises, and we will guarantee them a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. 60%. This is practically robbery. Is young Master Zheng serious? Or is he deliberately trying to humiliate the Shen family? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Buying at 60% of the market price, this wasn't just profiteering, it was blatant humiliation. Zhou Mingxian couldn't help but show a smug look on his face. Shen Qingyu, You will definitely regret what you did to me back then. Then, Xinyu was furious and shouted, Young Master Zheng, what do you mean? My Shen family treats you as a guest. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame us for not welcoming you. Don't get excited, Zheng Xiaofeng sneered. I know you're definitely not satisfied with this price, but you have to understand that the Shen family's current decline is just a problem. If we don't act now, they'll only become less valuable in the future, eventually turning into a mess. Chapter 48. Why did you hit me? Zhou Mingxian chimed in. Young Master Zheng is right. Qingyu, don't be so stubborn. Without your two uncles protecting you, it's impossible for you to shoulder the burden of the Shen family on your own. Given the current situation, selling off the Shen family's assets is the wisest course of action. Shen Qingyu looked coldly at her childhood friend who had once regarded him as a good friend. Zhou Mingxian, do you think everyone else is as stupid as you? Zhou Mingxian said angrily. Qingyu, stop being so stubborn. If you agree, I can plead with young Master Zheng to give you a senior management position in the Zheng family business. With your abilities and Zheng Xiao's support, your future is limitless. It's better than watching the Shen family gradually perish, right? Zhou Mingxian. Shen Qing's face turned pale with anger. I'm telling you, the Shen family will not fall. It will only get better and better. Please leave, you are not welcome here. Xinyu followed up, get lost. You think you can take this opportunity to acquire the Shen family's assets? Do you really think the Shen family has no one to rely on? Haha, still so stubborn even now. Zheng Xiaofeng was too lazy to pretend anymore and sneered. Since Ms. Shen is so ignorant and insists on dragging the Shen family into an abyss, then you can't blame me. What do you mean? It's very simple. If you don't agree today, my Zheng family will mobilize the entire clan and many partners to attack the Shen family and see how long the Shen family can last. You, Shen Qing clenched her small fists and said coldly, do you really think the Shen family is a sick cat to be bullied by anyone? Otherwise what? I advise you to be smart and agree obediently. Considering how beautiful you are, I certainly won't treat you unfairly. As for the rest of the Shen family, even these good-for-nothings will be fed by the Zheng family. After all, I've always been kind-hearted, Liu Bei sat not far away, calmly watching everything unfold, showing no intention of intervening, because he had no interest in either power struggles among the wealthy or competition in the business world. He would only consider taking action if the Shen family truly faced an insurmountable crisis. For now, he preferred to leisurely watch the show unfold. Young Master Zheng has quite the appetite, reaching into our Jiangnan region. Does he think that just because your Zheng family is in the provincial capital, you're superior to the prominent families of Jiangnan? At that moment, an angry voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. Su Mei, dressed in a long black dress, walked quickly towards them with 4 bodyguards. Miss Su Mei, what brings her here too? Yes, everyone in Jiangnan knows that the Su and Qin families are irreconcilable enemies. Would she also come to kick the Shen family when they're down and cause them trouble? That's hard to say. The crowd began to discuss it. Zhou Mingxian introduced Su Mei's identity and the relationship between the Su and Qin families to Zheng Xiaofeng. Although Su Mei had stood up for Liu Bei and thrown him out of the club last time, Zhou Mingxian hated Shen Qingyu even more than before. Before Liu Bei appeared, they had such a good relationship that they were known as childhood sweethearts. But she abandoned their years-long friendship for Liu Bei, a good-for-nothing, causing the Zhou family to fall into an abyss. President Su, do you also want a piece of the pie? Why don't you join forces with young Master Zheng? That way, Jiangnan will be our territory from now on, Zhou Mingxian said with a smile. Who do you think you are? If I had known you were this kind of trash, I would have had you crippled at the club that day, so you wouldn't be able to cause trouble here. Su Mei glared at him. You, Zhou Mingxian said angrily. Su Mei, don't push your luck. This is young Master Zheng from the provincial capital. In terms of strength and background, your Su family can't compare. Su Mei looked at Zheng Xiaofeng with disdain and said, Young Master Zheng, this is the Shen family's funeral, not a place for you to run wild. I advise you to leave quickly, lest things get too ugly. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned. Was Su Mei helping the Shen family out of a predicament? That can't be right. She and Shen Qingyu are mortal enemies who can't be separated. Zheng Xiaofeng said with a gloomy face. Miss Su, this is our matter and has nothing to do with your Su family. Please do not interfere. Su Mei sneered. Young Master Zheng is putting on such a grand show, taking advantage of someone's misfortune at their funeral, kicking them when they're down. His behavior is really too ugly. Zheng Xiaofeng was furious and said with a dark face, Miss Su, the Su family is indeed not a small family, but you must understand that in the eyes of the Zheng family, the Su family is nothing. You are just asking for trouble. Heh. Su Mei scoffed, so what? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If the Zheng family dares to do anything to the Shen family, then our Su family won't stand idly by. We'll see who wins then. Boom. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Su Mei to actually be helping the Shen family. Her attitude was quite clear. But why did he do that? Not to mention outsiders. Even members of the Shen family found it hard to believe. Shen Qingyu slowly looked at Liu Bei, who was watching the commotion from not far away as if nothing had happened. Others might not know, but she knew that Su Mei did this entirely because of Liu Bei. Zhou Mingxuan's face was grim. He said in a low voice, Young Master Zheng, Su Mei is clearly helping the Shen family. What should we do now? Zheng Xiaofeng naturally couldn't back down and said domineeringly, What's there to be afraid of? It's just the Su family. Since he wants to be buried with the Shen family, then I'll grant his wish. Let's put this out there today. If the Shen family doesn't agree to my conditions, the Zheng family will completely suppress all of the Shen family's businesses. Let's see how long the Shen family can hold out. Zhou Mingxian said excitedly, Young Master Zheng is right. The Shen family is a sinking ship now. Whoever gets on it will sink. Miss Su, you should think carefully. Is it worth offending the Zheng family for the sake of a dying Shen family? When did the Zheng family from a mere provincial capital become so powerful? Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside, and everyone looked over. This is... The newcomers were a young man accompanying an elderly man in his 80s, who looked like grandfather and grandson, with 4 guards behind them. It wasn't a grand affair, but its presence was powerful, making it impossible to underestimate. Yun Feiyang, Elder Yun. Zheng Xiaofeng's body trembled violently. Because the Yun family kept a low profile, especially Elder Yun who rarely appeared in public, few people knew their identities. But the Yun family's headquarters were in the provincial capital. How could Zheng Xiaofeng not know this once powerful figure who had dominated the 3 southwestern provinces? His legs went weak. The Yun family from the provincial capital have come to offer their condolences. At this moment, the MC's voice rang out, and everyone snapped out of their daze. The Yun family of the provincial capital? I don't think I've ever heard of them. Yes, the Yun family isn't one of the 3 major families in the provincial capital, is it? Could they be distant relatives of the Shen family? Outsiders whispered and speculated. Su Mei was stunned and couldn't help but look at Liu Bei not far away. She didn't expect the Yun family to come as well, and it had to be Liu Bei. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She had agreed to Liu Bei's conditions and go to the Shen family to apologize with her father in order to help the Yun family. However, because he and Shen Qingyu were husband and wife, even if it was only on the surface, the Yun family still came forward to support the Shen family. This disparity is still somewhat heartbreaking. Who dares to speak to young Master Zheng like that? At this moment, Zhou Mingxian, oblivious to his own mortality, stepped forward and shouted at the Yun family grandfather and grandson. Zheng Xiaofeng was so frightened that he slapped Zhou Mingxian across the face. Zhou Mingxian was spun around on the spot after being slapped, and a bright red handprint quickly appeared on his face. He covered his face, looking at Zheng Xiaofeng in disbelief. Zheng? Young Master Zheng, why did you hit me? Chapter 49. What exactly did I do? Shut up. Are you trying to get me killed? Zheng Xiaofeng let out a low growl, cold sweat already seeping from his forehead. He strode up to Old Master Yun and bowed deeply. Junior Zheng Xiaofeng greets Old Master Yun. My subordinates were ignorant and spoke offensively just now. Please forgive them. This sudden change left everyone in the room stunned. Young Master Zheng actually bowed to this old man? Just what is the background of the Yun family? Judging from young Master Zheng's attitude, the Yun family is definitely not simple. Zhou Mingxian also realized something was wrong and stood there frozen, not daring to say anything more. Grandpa Yun didn't even glance at Zheng Xiaofeng, but simply said to Yun Feiyang beside him, How can such petty scoundrels be allowed to make a scene at the Shen family's funeral? Yun Feiyang immediately stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife as he looked at Zheng Xiaofeng. Zheng Xiaofeng, today is the Shen family's funeral, not a place for your Zheng family to run wild. If you dare to spout nonsense again, don't blame the Yun family for being impolite. Zheng Xiaofeng's face turned pale and then red, but he finally forced a smile and said, Young Master Yun is joking. I was just joking. Since Elder Yun has come to pay his respects in person, I won't disturb you any longer. After he finished speaking, he tried to leave with his men. What's going on? The Shen family actually has the Yun family backing them up? Stop right there. Yun Feiyong shouted coldly. You think you can just walk away after putting on such a show of power? Are you really that arrogant? Zheng Xiaofeng paused, his face grim, and asked, What does young Master Yun want? Yun Feiyong said in a deep voice, Apologize to Miss Chun and obtain her forgiveness before you can leave. What? Young Master Yun Yu. With so many people watching, if he were to bow his head and apologize to the Shen family, wouldn't he become a laughingstock and bring shame upon his family? I'll say it again, Yun Feiyong said, emphasizing each word, apologize to Miss Chun. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind returning to the provincial capital tomorrow and visiting your Zheng family to have a chat. Zheng Xiaofeng trembled slightly. He had never suffered such humiliation before, but he dared not disobey the Yun family. Although the Yun family kept a low profile, their actual influence in the provincial capital far surpassed that of the Zheng family, especially considering the illustrious background of old Master Yun in his prime. He took a deep breath, walked up to Shen Qingyu, and said through gritted teeth, Miss Shun, I misspoke just now, I'm sorry. Shen Qingyu looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhou Mingxian hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, but was kicked away by Shen Yu. Get lost, Zhou Mingxian. If it weren't for the Shun family's funeral today, I would definitely kill you. Just you wait. Zhou Mingxian scrambled to his feet in a disheveled state, hiding behind Zheng Xiaofeng, no longer daring to utter a sound. Zheng Xiaofeng suppressed his anger and cupped his hands in farewell to Old Master Yun. Old Master Yun. This junior takes his leave. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zheng Xiaofeng, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was actually frightened into apologizing in public by an unknown Yun family. What exactly is the background of this Yun family? Why have I never heard of them before? The atmosphere in the morning hall suddenly became tense. Those who had initially wanted to see the Shun family make a fool of themselves now abandoned their contempt. A family that could get the Yun family to stand up for them was definitely not one they could afford to offend. Only then did Elder Yun walk to the memorial tablet, respectfully offer incense, and bow. Grandpa, this is Miss Shun, Madam Lu. Greetings, Madam. Elder Yun bowed and said, Please accept my condolences. Boom. Shen Qingyu trembled. She hadn't expected the old man to give such a deep bow. She had met Yun Feiyong when he returned from the capital, but she thought he was just a friend of Liu Bei. But from Zheng Xiaofeng's attitude just now, she could tell that this grandfather and grandson were no ordinary people. And this old man even bowed to her and addressed her as Madam with utmost respect. Seeing this, Sumei couldn't help but step forward and remind her. Qingyu, this is the owner of Yinshan Villa. Liu Bei and I went there to pay our respects to him last time. What? So Yinshan Villa is yours? Shen Qingyu recovered her senses. Mr. Yun, please forgive me. My grandfather is not well, and it is inconvenient for him to show up today. Why don't you go back to the Shen family first, and we can talk slowly after the funeral? All right, I'll listen to you, madam. Yin Songhai showed no airs of a superior at all. Shen Qingyu glanced at Liu Bei, who was playing on his phone not far away, and said to Sumei beside her. No wonder you went to such lengths to get close to Liu Bei and even came to apologize. It seems you've already gained quite a bit of benefit from him, haven't you? You heartless wretch. I was just speaking up for your Shen family. Sumei said angrily. Oh, Shen Qingyu snorted coldly. At this moment, Zheng Xiaofeng and Zhou Mingxian, who hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped because another group of guests had arrived. They were all dressed in black, and there were a full 20 Maybachs, exuding an extraordinary aura. Who are these people? What a grand entrance. They're even bigger than us. Zhou Mingxian exclaimed in surprise. The other person walked past them expressionlessly, and then the MC's voice rang out again. Li Jinan, the patriarch of the Li family in the capital, has come to offer his condolences. Boom. The entire audience erupted in a commotion. In contrast to the Yun family's low-key demeanor, the Li family of the capital was a top-tier family renowned throughout the country. The great hero Li Songhai, who had once produced a divine general, was a household name. Who did not know him? For a family of this caliber to have its patriarch, Li Jinan, personally attend the funeral, is the Shun family's background really that extraordinary? What? They're from the Li family in the capital. Was that Li Jinan who just passed by? Zhou Mingxian was utterly shocked. Zheng Xiaofeng was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, his face pale, as if his body had been drained of all its energy. Young master. The bodyguard quickly helped him up. Zheng Xiaofeng looked at Zhou Mingxian with red eyes and suddenly kicked him to the ground. It's all your fault. You instigated everything. Didn't you say the Shen family had suffered a major blow and wouldn't last much longer? Didn't you say that now is the best time to acquire the Shen family? If I hadn't listened to you, would I have offended the Shen family? Zhou Mingxian trembled, almost crying in fear. Young Master Zheng, I don't know. Don't know? Zheng Xiaofeng pointed at him and said, what a convenient don't know. If the Shen family comes after you, you'll have to explain to them. Let's go. After saying that, he left through gritted teeth. Neither the Yun family nor the Li family of the capital could easily crush the Zheng family. Just now, he was jumping around in front of the Shen family like a clown. What's the difference between that and skipping rope on the edge of a cliff? What on earth did he do? The appearance of the Li family not only shocked the people present, but also made the Shen family feel flattered, and they hurriedly entertained them for fear of being neglected. Shen Yu and Shen Kai couldn't help but exchange glances. Our brother-in-law is quite something. Although he's just General Li's attendant, the Li family gives him so much face. After the Li family finished their ancestral worship, Yin Songhai quickly went up to greet them, as the two families had a deep connection. However, the guests noticed that they all seemed to be looking in the same direction, whether intentionally or unintentionally. There was a person sitting quietly on the stool in that direction, Liu Bei. Chapter 50. Sume, you're really shameless. What was originally just a somber funeral has caused a series of sensations due to the events and people involved. Li Jinan and Elder Yun did not want to overshadow the main event, so after paying their respects, they went to the Shen family together to wait for the funeral to end. Before leaving, Li Jinan wanted to go over and say goodbye to Liu Bei, but Yun Songhai stopped him, saying that he preferred peace and quiet and that it was best not to disturb him in public. Li Jinan nodded, and only after the two got into the car did he finally ask the question that had been weighing on his mind. Uncle Yun, I have witnessed my master's skills with my own eyes, but there is one thing I have never been able to understand, and my father is unwilling to say more about it. He's someone who's been included in the Li family's ancestral precepts, yet he's clearly only. Yun Songhai lowered his head and smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that Li Jinan couldn't understand. Liu Bei's appearance was indeed too deceptive. Uncle Yun, just tell your nephew. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Seeing his anxious and sincere appearance, Yun Songhai sighed softly. Your grandfather took me to see him 30 years ago, and he looked just like that then. He still looks the same 30 years later. Most importantly, after your grandfather turned 100, he has been serving him in Pingshan village. That's all I have to say. Figure it out for yourself. Boom. Li Jinan was shocked and said in disbelief, how is this possible? Does my master possess the secret to immortality? A celestial master is not someone that ordinary people can see through. No one knows how many secrets he holds, so you don't need to ponder it. Yin Songhai said earnestly. Li Jinan nodded slightly, but the shock in his heart was still overwhelming. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Although the funeral had a minor incident involving Zheng Xiaofeng, it ultimately ended successfully, and the guests present understood one thing. Although the Shen family suffered this calamity, they will not decline. After all, with the resources and connections of the Yun and Li families, they can still firmly maintain their position as the richest family in Jiangnan. In the afternoon, the Shen family hosted a banquet at the manor for the Li and Yun families, and Su Mei also attended. Seeing Li Jinan take out 70% of the property from the Zhou family's compensation, she didn't know whether to envy or sympathize, perhaps feeling more helpless. After a satisfying meal, Old Master Shen and Shen Qingyu were busy greeting their distinguished guests. He saw Liu Bei outside on the lawn, greeted him, and quickly followed him out. Liu Bei. He turned to look at Su Mei and nodded. How is Xiaoyu now? She's busier than me now, Su Mei said sarcastically. Why do you always care about others, but never about me? What do you, the eldest daughter of the Su family, have that needs anyone's concern? Liu Bei said calmly. You, Su Mei sneered. What young lady? My poor life is destined to be crushed by Shen Qingyu for the rest of my life. She is truly my nemesis. I thought that with the help of the Yun family, the Su family could surpass the Shen family and become the richest family in the future. But now the Shen family has actually acquired 70% of the Zhou family's assets in the capital. Even if I work myself to death for the rest of my life, I'll never catch up. Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Liu Bei said helplessly, "Why do you have to compare? Don't you business people believe in making money through harmony? That's different. I can lose to anyone, but I don't want to lose to Shen Qingyu." Su Mei sneered. "We've been compared since we were little, but why am I always the one who loses?" Liu Bei was speechless. These two rivals had been fighting for so long that they were probably used to it, and he couldn't be bothered to care anymore. Of course, the Shen family paid such a high price to get compensation from the Zhou family. "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be willing, so there are no winners this time," she continued. At this moment, Yun Songhai and Li Zhennan, having finished eating, also came out of the house and walked to Liu Bei's side. "Master, I'll head back to the capital now. If you have time to visit the capital, please stay at my home," Li Zhennan said respectfully. "Okay, be careful on the road." Liu Bei nodded calmly. Seeing this, Su Mei was somewhat taken aback, because she had always thought that Liu Bei was General Li's follower, but judging from Li Zhennan's attitude and address, it seemed that this was not the case. He is neither a member of the Liu family nor an attendant of General Li. So what is his true identity? They had known each other for some time, but Su Mei found that Liu Bei was still like a mystery, difficult to understand. Immortal Master. Yun Songhai glanced at Su Mei and continued. "Today, the Ma family in the northwest and the Qin family in Lingnan both contacted me about the incomplete map of the secret realm. Almost all the martial artists in the Jianghu with ulterior motives are eyeing it. It is said that a mysterious person has obtained the Xuanwu map that was lost overseas. Now that the 4 fragments of the map have been found, it may cause turmoil in the martial arts world. Therefore, the Ma family and the Qin family will come to Jiangnan in a couple of days for a meeting between the 3 of us." Liu Bei nodded and said, "I've said I'm not interested in this matter. You can handle it yourselves." "Well then, Songhai will be leaving now." Yun Songhai led Yun Feiyong away. After the distinguished guest left, the Shen family became much quieter. At this moment, Shen Qingyu saw that Su Mei had been accompanying Liu Bei outside, and she couldn't help but feel displeased. She walked out with a cold face. "Miss Su, thank you for speaking up for the Shen family today. If there's nothing else, please go home first. We have a lot of things to take care of at home and don't have the energy to entertain guests." Su Mei turned to look at her, not angry at all, and deliberately pulled Liu Bei's arm, saying, "Miss Chun is asking us to leave so soon. It's okay. You don't need to pay attention to me. I just wanted to talk to Liu Bei about something." When Shen Qingyu saw that she was actually clinging to Liu Bei's arm, she was furious, even though she knew that Liu Bei was deliberately trying to annoy her. "Miss Su, Liu Bei is my husband. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act like this in front of me? Don't be so stingy. Liu Bei and I are good friends, right, Liu Bei?" Liu Bei pushed her hand away, clearly seeing that the two were vying for dominance. "You can argue all you want, but don't drag me into it. I'm going back to my room to rest." After saying that, he went straight back into the house. Seeing this, Shen Qingyu didn't bother with politeness anymore. "Su Mei, you're really shameless." "Bullshit, how am I shameless?" Su Mei retorted, not to be outdone. "Don't forget, you were the one who said you didn't want Liu Bei and told me to pursue whoever I wanted. What, are you jealous now? I didn't expect our famous President Shen from Jiangnan to be jealous." Shen Qingyu blushed and said irritably, "Why would I be jealous? When did I ever say I didn't want Liu Bei? Stop talking nonsense." "What, you're denying it now? Or should I remind you? You even caused my Su family to lose the opportunity at the bidding meeting, remember?" Shen Qingyu felt a little guilty, but stubbornly insisted, "I didn't. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, I still stand by what I said. I will never give up on Liu Bei." After saying that, she left triumphantly. Shen Qing's face turned ashen as she spoke, but then she thought, what could she do? Was she supposed to make Liu Bei break off his friendship with Su Mei? Given their current relationship, she doesn't seem to have the right to ask Liu Bei to do anything.